Welcome to this massive Next.js course where we're gonna building a full stack news app. So are you applying for a software engineer job or a full stack developer job, but your resume is getting rejected? Then you should build this kind of apps more and more. So I will create this kind of lectures more in near future. You should build this kind of apps to increase the value of your resume. As you can see in this project, we are going to cover the concepts of Next.js 15, React 19, then Tailwind CSS 4 and how they works together, because in Next.js 15 and Tailwind CSS 4 there are some major changes how they work together. After that, we are going to use Daisy UI for designing our components. We are going to use MongoDB and Mongoose in our project. Then for authentication, we are gonna use Next.Auth, and we are gonna use tip-tap editor so users can write posts, means articles, with some beautiful text formatting. Then as you can see, the list goes on. We are gonna cover server actions, we're gonna build an admin panel, then Google Auth, Cloudinary, API routes, middleware, then SEO optimization, infinite scrolling, client and server-side rendering like CSR, ISR, etc. Then all the news features like categories, creating them, updating them, then creating news, updating news, deleting them, and finally hosting our app in Vercel. Now this list seems holds a few items, but if I show you this list, then what you will say? Because here, as you can see, we are gonna cover almost 30 plus major features in this video. So Next.js 15, then React 19, Tailwind CSS 4, Daisy UI 5, Next.Auth, then Google Auth, and we are gonna do role-based authentication with Google as well. So for admin and super admins, we are not gonna use the credentials login, but you will see this interesting method how you can use Google Auth for the role-based authentication as well. Then we are gonna do middleware protection of our admin panel, and we are gonna create a full-blown feature-rich admin panel. We're gonna cover the concepts of MongoDB and Mongoose. Then we're gonna dive into server actions in depth, and you will understand how to upload files like images with server actions, and that is without third-party packages like Multer or Formidable. Then you will be understanding the API routes like get request, post request, delete request, etc. Then you will understand how to implement infinite scrolling feature to load more data in Next.js. Then to store files, we are gonna use Cloudinary, and you will be understanding the caching in Next.js 15, how that works. Then we will understand the client and server components and multiple rendering like ISR, CSR, etc. Then when admin will create a news or article, there will be a tip-tap rich text editor, so he can make some text bold, italic, underlined, and undo redo his editings and save them as HTML in our database. Then as you can see, we will be working with categorized news, and here is a cool functionality we are going to implement, and that is trending functionality. Means in a page we are going to show the newses which got most views in the last 24 hours. Then we are going to implement profile functionality that will include the history feature. So if the user reads a news, that will be shown in his history in his profile. Then we are going to implement the bookmark functionality, means user can bookmark a news for reading that later. Then we're gonna implement suggesting related news feature as well. We're gonna use job validation for security and React icons for beautification. Then we will understand some SEO stuffs as well. And finally, we're gonna host our app in Vercel. And there are many more features, and I forgot some of them, you can say. So enough of this, let's see a preview of our project. So as you can see, what we're gonna build in this lecture. So if I refresh the page, as you can see, the recently added news. Here we are gonna use the ISR feature. So in every 1 hour, this homepage will be recreated and cached in the server. Then as you can see, it will be a client-side component with infinite loading. As you can see, infinite loading, and here user can see the recent news. Then we have this categorized news, where as you can see the entertainment category and the most recent entertainment news below the category. As you can see, the sports category and the most recent news under that category. Then technology, and as you can see, every news has views count as well. So how many users have viewed this news? You can view a category like this one, and here it will show every other category. So as you can see, if there is any other news in entertainment, here as well we have infinite scrolling. If there are news in this category, then it will load them as well. Then we have this most viewed page, where we are gonna render the most viewed news of all time. And the important feature here is this trending page. So here we are gonna show the news which gets more views in last 24 hours. So it is a full-blown trending page. Then we have this profile page, as you can see, and what user visits means the news user visits that is added in his history. And user can bookmark a news as well. As you can see, this news is bookmarked. I can remove this bookmark, then I can add this to my bookmarks. As you can see, the suggesting news in the explore more section. So if you see the bookmark page or the section, you can see this news I have bookmarked. Then if I show you the admin controls page, you can see a super admin can create another admin. So currently this account is a super admin, and there is another account which is an admin, and manage admins can be accessed by the super admin only. Then you have categories. As you can see, we can create category, edit them and delete them as well. Then we have news. Here admins can add and edit news, but the delete functionality is available to the super admin only. So only super admins can delete any kind of categories or news. So if I click on this add button, as you can see, I can write here this kind of title, then a short description, and then choose one or more category. Then if I try to upload an image, it shows the real-time preview of that image. And we have this rich text editor where I can write anything, like this is tech news, and I can make a text bold, then italic, underline, then many more features. As you can see, heading, lists, then undo and redo, so many more features. Then we can create news, then update them, and many more things. And we are gonna use Cloudinary in this project to store our files, and the data will be stored in MongoDB. So don't go with the design. The design is normal. I mean, it is an okayish design, but the functionality which we are gonna cover is immense. Means we are gonna implement lots of functionality in this project. So bear with me, because you can always improve your design, but understanding how the functionality works is more important for a full stack developer. And I think this design is not that much bad. It is a good design, you can say. So okay, enough introduction. Let's get back to the code editor and start writing our project. So enough introduction, let's start building our project. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open my file explorer and go to this folder, and here you can see I have another folder called test in there. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna right click on that, and then I'm gonna click on this option which is new terminal, add folder. The folder got opened in the terminal. Let's go back to the docs, where you can see the installation guide for Nextjs. You scroll, you'll see this command which is npx create next app at latest. I'm gonna copy this and go back to my terminal and paste that command. Hit enter. It will ask for a project name. So let's call this pulse times, and hit enter. So it is asking if we want to use TypeScript. I'm gonna choose no. Then we want ESLint, and a Tailwind CSS. Obviously, we don't want the source directory, so I'm gonna choose no. And we are gonna need the app router, so yes. And we need the turbo pack as well for fast refreshing. And we don't want to customize our import aliases, so I'm gonna choose no, then hit enter. So it will start installing the dependencies. It can take a while, so let's wait a bit. So the installation is done. If I go back to my file manager and open the test folder, you can see there is a folder, new folder, which is pulse times. That means our project got created. So what I can do is I can drag and drop to my Visual Studio Code to open the project inside there. Yes, I trust the authors because it's me actually. So here you can see the folder structure. We have the app folder, then the known modules, and the public folder. You can see there is no tailwind.config.mjs file because from Next.js 15 and Tailwind 4 we don't need that anymore. We can do all of the stuff in the globals.css file. So let me maximize the window and open a new terminal, and let's see the preview of our project. So I'm gonna run npm run dev, and I'm gonna open this URL, which is localhost 3000 in my browser. You can see how our project looks now. Okay, let's back to the VS Code. Let's open the package.json file and let's see what dependencies we need. So first of all, what we need is Daisy UI. So I'm gonna stop the server and go back to Google Chrome, and here search for Daisy UI. Open the site, and here open docs and install, and as you can see the command here. So I'm gonna copy this and go back to my terminal in the VS Code and paste that, run the command. You can see Daisy UI got installed. So now I have to go to my globals.css file and I have to add this line to use the Daisy UI in our project, and I'm gonna save the file. Okay, so the setup is done, and now let's go back to our page.js and let me make it page.jsx. I like it that way for a bit more clarity, you can say. So I'm gonna make this package.json file, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove everything from here, and then I'm gonna remove this import statement as well, and just I'm gonna return a div, and there let's say I have a text called hello. Let me save the file and let's start the server again. So npm run dev and go to our project and refresh the page. I'll see it prints hello, but as you can see it has some predefined styling, so we have to remove them first. So in the globals.css, what we can do is we can remove everything from here and just save the file. You can see there is no more styling here. Okay, so first we need a components folder, so let's create that. So I'm gonna write components, and there we need a navbar. So let's create a component called navbar.jsx. Let's create a React functional component with this shortcut. So to use this shortcut you have to install a VS Code extension, which is this one. You can see ES7 plus React Redux, React Native snippets. If you don't have this installed, just install this. So let me save the navbar file and let's go back to the layout.js file, and here what I can do is I can import my navbar and use that. So inside the body here, let me write a div tag. So why it is not giving me suggestion, let me write that manually, and inside the div I'm gonna render the navbar. So I'm gonna import that and use that here, and then I'm gonna have another div, and inside there I'll put my children components. Then I'm gonna save the file. Let's see what we get in our output. As you can see, we have our navbar. Now let's do some styling. So here let's write class name, and I'm gonna set max width to full, then margin horizontal So auto, and the text should be white. And for the child div, I'm gonna write the class name again, and here what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna say it should have minimum height of twin, and the height would be full, width would be also full, and let's apply a gradient. So I'm gonna call bg gradient to t means top. Then I'm gonna say from which color, and that color is #12243C, and from this color to this one, which is #0f172A. Okay, I wrote here extra 2. Let me remove that. And now if I save the file and go back to the output, you can see it is kind of a black bluish color. Now let's go to our Navbar component and see what we have to do next. So in this div, I'm gonna write the class name, and I'm gonna say that it will have a z index to 30, so it stays up front permanently. Then I'm gonna say it would be sticky in position, so it stays on top of the site always. And for that, I have to write top 0 to tell where it should get sticky. Okay, so for that, let me remove this navbar text, and inside the div, I'm gonna create another div, and that would have the class name with full and flex, and I want the item should be justified between, the height should be 16, and it would have navbar class from DaisyUI. Then let's apply a gradient, so bg gradient to top, then from this color to this one. Now if I save the file, go to the output, you can see our navbar is coming into shape. Inside this div, what I'm gonna do is I'll create another div, and there I'll have a next link. So let's import the next link in our component, and then I'm gonna use the href to /. That means whenever user clicks on this link, user should be go to the home page. Inside this link, I'm gonna have an image, so let's import the Nextjs image component. Let's keep the source blank for now, and for alternative, we're gonna tell it is the logo, which will have the width of 40 and height of 40 as well. Now we have to give the source, otherwise it will throw error, so I'm not gonna save this file for now. So it will be the image logo, and then we will have a span tag, and there I'm gonna write our project name, which is Pulse, and inside another span tag I'm gonna write times. Let me save the file. You can see it is showing some issues, error, because we don't have the image. So before we start using our images, let's go to Cloudinary to set up working with files in our project. So I'm gonna search for Cloudinary and go to this site, and here if I click on this login button and click login with Google, and I'm gonna choose this account. So it is showing unknown user. Okay, I have to sign up first, so let's sign up with Google, and let's choose that account again and click on this continue. Now it should work. So why it is taking so much longer? Let me see. So we are in the Cloudinary console. It will ask some questions, just skip them. Now here it will show how to use Cloudinary in our project. We have to install this package, so let me copy this command and go to our Visual Studio Code and stop the server, and let's install that package. As you can see, it got installed in our project. Then here we need a .env file. Let's create one, so .env, and let's go to .gitignore file, and here include .env. So while you push this to GitHub, it should not include the .env file, and save that. And after you go to Cloudinary console again, you can see this option which is view API keys. So I'm gonna copy this secret one first and go back to my environment file, and here I'm gonna create an environment variable called Cloudinary API secret equal to that string we copied. Then we have another API key, so I'm gonna call this Cloudinary API key and paste that string. Then we have a Cloudinary project name, so I'm gonna write that also, Cloudinary project name, and we got the project name here. Let me copy this and paste that here. Okay, our Cloudinary setup is successful, and now let's close this, and here we have this media explorer, and here as you can see we have a bunch of unnecessary images. You can delete them as these are just for testing purpose. We don't need them, these are just provided by Cloudinary. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder called static images, and I'm going to save this, and I'm going to open this folder, and here I'm going to upload our logo. So as you can see we have our logo here. So I'm going to upload this image to Cloudinary. I'm going to click on this, actually double click, then you will see the URL of the image. You have to copy this and go to your Navbar and just paste that in the source attribute. And if you save the file and go to your output and refresh, actually the server is not running, so what I have to do is I have to write npm run dev, and again if I refresh the page you will see this error because we are using Nextjs, but we are not whitelisting this Cloudinary link in our next config file. So let's copy this host name and go back to our project, and here as you can see next config.mjs, and here let's write react strict mode to false, and then let's write images, and it will be an object, and there we have to pass remote patterns, and it will be an array of object, and the first object will have a property called protocol, and the protocol would be HTTPS, so the assets should be secure, and then we have to pass the host name, and for the host name we have to paste the host name which is suggested in the error. So just copy that and paste that here. Now if you save the file it will restart the server automatically, and now if you refresh the page it should clear the errors and show us the image. As you can see we can see the logo. Now let's go back to the Navbar, and here let's design our logo and the brand name. So in the link component let's write the class name attribute, and there we can say that we want text Excel size, then it should be flex, so the logo and the brand name stays side by side instead of top and bottom, and the items should be centered. Now if I save the file and go back to the output you can see how it looks. Let's make our brand name italic. I think that will look nice. So let's write the class name attribute in this span. I'm gonna say I'll have margin left to 2 and italic fonts. If I save the file you can see now it kinda looks nice. Now we need some links in the navbar, so let's add them. So after this logo div I'm gonna create another div, and there I will have class name hidden. So in small screen devices it should be hidden, but if the screen is large then it should be flex. And there I will have a menu, so I'm gonna write the UL tag with the class name menu, and these classes will work if you use the Daisy UI, otherwise it is not gonna work. So I'm gonna write menu, and we want the menu horizontal, and inside this UL tag we will have some allies. So let me write ally, and there we will have some links. So I'm gonna write the next link component, and the first link would be for home, and the href would be just /. So now if I save the file and go back to the output, you can see we have our first nav link in the navbar. And let me copy this, and then we will have another nav link with the name recent news. Now I need this 4 more times, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just copy paste 4 times. After recent news, we will have another route called categorized. So categorized. Then another route would be most viewed, and the next one would be trending, and lastly we'll have the profile route or the profile page. Now if I save the file, you can see our nav links here. So after this eval and this div, let's create another div so we can have a hamburger menu. Inside that, we're gonna have a label tag, and in the HTML4 attribute I'm gonna write my drawer3, and this class name is offered by Daisy UI. And in the div I'm gonna set a class name which is flex none, but in large screen I want this should be hidden. So in the large screen devices there should be no hamburger menu icon where users can click, so it should be only available in small screen devices. And after the HTML4 attribute I'm gonna write the area label, and here I'm gonna write open sidebar, and let's give some class name. First of all it would be a button, then button square, so the height and width should be same, and it should be a button ghost, so it should offer some ghosty effect. Let me save that, but you will see nothing as of now because we don't have any icon in between the label tag. So to use icons we have to install React icons first. So I'm gonna stop the server and install React icons in our project. So I'm gonna write npm I React icons. As you can see, React icons got installed on our project. So I'm gonna restart the server, and in between the label tag I'm gonna use an icon called fa bars. Let's see if it suggests me auto completions. So it did not, so we have to manually import the icon. So let's go to the top and write import fa bars from React icons /fa. Now if you save the file and go to the Navbar and refresh, you'll still see nothing because this is a large screen device. If I minimize the browser window, let me make this smaller. Now you can see we have a hamburger icon in the right top side. My terminal is still open, I'm gonna close that, and my file manager is also open, I'm gonna close that too. After that, let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let's continue our further works. So after the label tag and after to closing div tag, open another div tag, and there it will have a class name of drawer which is offered by Daisy UI, and it would be drawer end with z-index 20, so it stays to the front of the website. And inside that we'll have an input tag with type checkbox, and it will have an ID called my drawer3, so it should match this label HTML4 attribute, otherwise this won't be working. And for class name we'll give drawer toggle, so when some user clicks here it should toggle the drawer. Now after this input, let's write the div tag again with the class name drawer side, and there we will have another label. It will also be my drawer3, and the area label would be close sidebar. So this is for to close our sidebar. And for class name it would have drawer overlay, so if user clicks outside the drawer should get closed. So after this label we'll have another div, and it will have some class name like menu, then padding would be 4, width 80, minimum height should be full, should have flags for the display property and flags call, so the element stays vertically aligned, and the element should have a gap of 3. Inside the div, let's have a paragraph tag which contains another label. For HTML for attribute, let's write my row 3, and for class name, let's give cursor pointer, and on hover on these drawer items, let's set bg base 100. These items should have height of 10, then they should have flags, centered items, and padding of 3, and medium rounded, so rounded medium. And in between this label tag, let's write the span tag, and in between the span tag, let's write home. Now if I save the file and go back to our output and click on this menu icon, you can see we have a drawer which has this drawer item called home. So if I click on this hamburger menu icon, you can see the menu opens, and if I click outside the menu, it closes. But this does not have any background color. So here let's write bg base 200. Let me save the file and go back to the output. You can see now we have a background for the drawer. Now instead of just this home text, what we can do is we can add an icon as well. So here let's add an icon. So the icon would be fa home, and it would have a class name which is margin right 2. I save the file and go back to the output. You can see it has a home icon in the drawer link. So let's add some class in the span so it look nicer. So I'm gonna write width full, text should be large, then let's say it will have flags, and centered items, so items center. If I save and go back to the output, you can see the drawer items looks nice. Now before going further, let's go back to the globals.css file and add some custom colors for our app. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write add theme and open my curly braces, and inside curly braces I'm gonna write dash color dash primary colon hash a855 f7. Then let me add some more colors. Okay, we have our colors here, and let's go back to our navbar, and here instead of quotes I'm gonna use curly braces and backticks, and let's do a dynamic checking. And first we need the use path name from Next navigation. So here in the top, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const path name equal use path name and import that from Next navigation. And I'm gonna go back to my drawer item, and here I'm gonna tell that if path name equal / then I want text of color primary. Now if I save the file and go back to the output, refresh the file, says use path name from Next navigation. Okay, so to use path name module, we need to make this client component. So at the top of the file, write the directive use client and save the file. And now if you go to the output, as you can see, as we are in the home page, the home drawer item is in the purple color. Okay, let's implement this feature in our large screen device menu items as well. So let's go to top in the link component. So I'm gonna write the class name in the link component, and here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write the curly braces, and there in backticks I'm gonna check if path name is home or / then it should have a background color of primary. And let's add icons in big screen devices as well. So I'm gonna write fa home here, and let's give a class name margin right 1. And in the link component, if the path name is /, then it should have bg primary, and it should have flags and items center all the time when the menu is visible. Now if I save the file and go to the output, let me maximize the browser. You can see as we are in the root route or page, the home navigation item is selected. And now let me copy this, and here let me paste this. Let me do this for all of them, and then let me save the file. And we need some updates. Here I'm gonna write if path name equal news/recent news, then this item should have bg primary. And for the link component for href attribute, I'm gonna write the same URL. And here the third one should be /categorized. So if the path name is categorized, then that menu item should have bg primary. The next one should be news/most viewed, and the last one should be news/trending. If I save the file and go to the output, I'll see, and for the very last time, this one would be /profile. If I save the file and go to the output, you can see as we are in the home page, the home menu icon is selected. So our work for the large screen device is almost done. However, we have to add different icons here. So I'm gonna copy this, and before this recent news, I'm gonna paste this and update this icon with the FA book icon. And here it would be BI solid category. We have to import this manually, so let's import this in the top. So I'm gonna write import BA solid category from react icons /bi. So it is actually BI solid category. So now if I save the file and go to the output, you can see we have our icons. We need some more icons. So for most viewed, we are gonna use FAI icon, and for trending, we are gonna use FA chart line icon, and for profile, let's use the CG profile icon. CG profile. Again, I have to import this manually. So let's go to the top. So it is called CG profile, and we want to import this from react icon /cg. If I save the file, go to output, you can see all of the menu items have their respective icons. However, in the small screen devices, we have lots of work. Let me go back to the output and make the screen smaller to see where we are standing right now. Okay, so after this paragraph, I'm gonna copy this and paste that few more times, or 5 times actually. So if I now save the file and go there, you can see we have 6 items. That is what we actually wanted. Now let's update the code. So the first one should be home. Then we have the second one. For the second one, the item is recent news, and here we want to check if the path name is /news/recent news, then the text should have the primary color. Okay, we need here an on-click event as well. So we write the on-click here, and on-click on this item. What we want to do is we want to run a function, and this will navigate the user to that page. So to navigate the user programmatically, we want to use the next router. So in the top, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const router equal use router, and make sure to import that from next navigation instead of next router, and go back to that item, and on click of that item we want router push the user to /news/recent news. We didn't add this line in our first item, which is this one. So I'm gonna copy paste it there and make the URL to just /. And in the second item, we need to update the icon. So the icon would be FA book. The next one would be the categorized item, categorized, and the auth link here would be /categorized. And for path name, we want to check that as well. After updating this one, we need to update the icon as well. So the icon would be BI solid category. And let me copy this portion. And for here, after categorized, we have /news /most viewed. The icon is FAI and the text is most viewed. And up next we have the trending one. Here the icon is FA chart line. Let me paste the on-click event here, and the URL would be /news /trending. And after the trending, we have the profile one. So the text would be profile. And let me copy the on-click event and update the icon, which is CG profile. And the page URL would be /profile. I forgot the slash here. Make sure to add that. If you save the file and go back to the output and open the drawer, as you can see, the output as we expected. But here we haven't updated the trending text. Is still home. So let's make that trending. And now if I go to the output, you can see everything is in the shape. So our navbar and our drawer is complete almost. As you can see, when we change routes, the drawer gets closed automatically. When I click on the logo, I'm in the home page, but other pages are not created yet, so it shows 404. This page could not be found. Before we move ahead, let's set up authentication with Nextjs in our project. Let me close the server and install our necessary packages, which is npm I next auth. Then we are gonna use Mongoose to interact with MongoDB database, and for data validation, let's use joy and hit enter to install them. In the root folder, create another folder called models, and there let's create a file called usersmodel.js, and let's define our user schema. First, let's import Mongoose from Mongoose, and we will also needing the models from Mongoose. For that, let's define our schema. Write const user schema equal new Mongoose schema, and there we expect the user have email, which will be type of string. So let's write the type property, and this would be string. Then let's make this required by writing required true, and this should be unique as well. So I'm gonna write the unique property true. So when you write unique to true, it will only allow one email per user, and it will index the data using the email, so the query becomes faster. For that, we expect name from user, and that would be type of string as well. So type string and required to true, and we want to trim that if the text has spaces before and after itself. So write trim true. Then we expect image URL from the user, so let's write image. Here I forgot the comma, and this type would be again string, and it is also required, so the required property would be true. Then we will have role of type string, and this is also required, and the default role, if not provided, would be user. And let's define an enum here to define the allowed user roles. So here I'm gonna write values which are allowed. It accepts an array, so it is allowed to be an user, then an admin, and a super admin. And if anything passed instead of these three roles, we want to show a message. So let's define a string here, and between curly braces I'm gonna write value all caps is not supported. Okay, after the schema we want the timestamps as well. So Mongo should keep track of when a record is created and updated. Timestamps set to true. After defining the schema, what we can do is we can write const user equal models dot user if that is available. Otherwise we're gonna tell mongoose create a model, so mongoose dot model, and in between parentheses we're gonna say the model would be user, and we're gonna pass the user schema, which is this one. For that, let's export this. I'm gonna write export default user. We save this, and okay, it's done. And in the root, let me create another folder called live, and here we want a file called mongodb.js. So mongodb.js. So before we start writing a connection functionality to MongoDB, let's go to MongoDB Atlas and set up a database for our project. Let's open Google Chrome and maximize this. Here in a new tab, search for MongoDB Atlas. Open this first link and click on the sign in button, and let's continue with Google. So this one here, you will see a create cluster button. Click on that and it will say your cluster is being created. After that you'll get this connect button, and if you click on this drivers, there is no connection string yet because the cluster is being created. After the creation we will get a connection string there. So the cluster got created. Let's click on the connect button again, and drivers, you can see we have our connection string here. So let me copy this, and then let's go to our Visual Studio Code and open .env file, and here I'm gonna write mongodb underscore URI equal that string. Make sure to update this with your user password, and you can write the database name here. So I want to call my database name as pulse times. Let me save the env file and go back to mongodb.js file, and there I'm gonna say import mongoose from mongoose. Then let's import a function called connect mongodb equal async, and I'm gonna define the function here and say I'm gonna have a try catch block, and in the try block I'm gonna say await mongoose dot connect, then in between parentheses I'm gonna say process dot env dot mongodb underscore URI. After that connection I'm gonna log to the console that connected to MongoDB. Otherwise, if error occurs, then let's log that in the terminal. So just at console log error. Okay, that's done. Now we can work with our authentication. Let's go back to our app folder, and there we have to create a folder called API, and inside the API folder we will have another folder called Auth, and inside the Auth folder we have a catch-all route with the name .next.auth. Inside that folder we have a file called route.js. Hit enter the folders and the file got created, and inside this file we are gonna write our authentication logic. So we are gonna use Google Auth. So let's go to Google Chrome and search for Next.auth. Open this site and let's open documentation. Providers, we want Google. Okay, as you can see we have Google. before we proceed further, we need some credentials from Google. So for those, click on this link, which will redirect you to Google Cloud Console, and agree this. Okay, agree and continue. Okay, so after you get into this page, click on this create project button, and let's call this pulse times, and let's create this. Then after creation, you have to select this project by clicking on this. As we don't have other projects, it automatically selected pulse time project. So after the project got created, make sure you are in the credentials page and create credentials, then Auth client ID. Then here you will get this configure consent screen. Click on that and let's get started. So app name it is asking for, so it is pulse times, and for email I'm gonna use adiltest.dev gmail, and make sure to select external, then next, and here also I'm gonna write my Gmail, so adil.test.dev@gmail.com, and next, and I agree, continue and create. Now click on this create auth client, and application type is web application. Let's call it Pulse Web, and we want to add some authorized JavaScript origins from where we can send authentication request to Google. If you don't allow the origins, then the authentication will not work. So we want authentication should work from localhost 3000. I'm gonna copy this and paste that here. Make sure to not include / at the end, and you have to give the redirect URI as well. So paste that here, and after the localhost 3000 you have to add this text, which is /API/auth/callback/Google. Okay, we should add another URI when we will go to the production. Then we will have another URL called https://pulse-times.vercel.app, and copy this. Make sure to add this in the second URI and add this one as well. Here, as you can see, I have 2 /, it should be 1 /. Let me zoom this. I hope you can see this properly, but I have added here. So after adding the URIs, click on this create button. Then you will get the Google client ID and the client secret. First, copy the Google client ID and go to your .env file, and here write Google_client ID equal that string. After that, we have Google_client_secret, and let's go to Google Cloud Console and copy that secret and paste that here. Save the file. Okay, our work from here is done. By the way, you can see the client ID and client secret anytime from here. Okay, so let's go back to our auth file, which is r/next.auth route.js. There, let's see what we have to do next. So first we have to import Next.auth from Next.auth. Then we need the Google provider, so I'm gonna write import Google provider from Next.auth/providers/Google. Okay, then we need to define some auth options. So for that, write export const auth options. Make sure to export that as well, because we are going to use that later in the role-based authentication in the backend. So here in the auth options, we have to pass providers. So providers, and there it accepts an array, and we want the Google provider. So Google provider, and we have to give the client ID, which we get from the env file, and the client secret, which we also get from the .env file. After giving these two, we have another option called authorization. There we pass an object called params, which also is an object. There we want to show user prompt for their consent. So prompt equal consent, and the access type is offline, and response type would be code. After authorization, we get a profile, a user profile actually. So I write profile, and within parentheses I'm gonna hold the profile, and there I'm gonna return an object with ID, which would be profile.sub actually. So it would have the Google ID. Then we'll also have profile.name from Google, then profile.email and profile.picture. And we don't get a role, but we will do that here manually. So I'm gonna write role would be profile.role if that is available. Otherwise, just it would be user role. Means it is not admin or superadmin, it's just a normal user. After giving the providers array, we can run some callbacks. So callbacks, and there first we have a async method which is sign in, and there we have two parameter which is user and account. And in this callback function we're gonna check if account.provider is Google, then we want to proceed, and we will get const name email role image from the user. So we are returning the user from here, and we'll get that in the callback function. So after we get this data from Google, let's define a try catch block, and we're gonna send the API request here. So let's write const res equal await fetch, and we are gonna use backticks here, and let me write here process.env dot next auth underscore URL and slash API slash user. But we don't have this environment variable yet, so let's go to the .env file and define that here, and it would be http://localhost:3000, and we need a next auth secret as well. So let's write that next auth underscore secret, and there you can write anything. Let's say Adil is programmer, but make sure when you push the project to the Vercel or any kind of hosting, then to use your own domain instead of this URL. Save the file, go to the route.js file. In the fetch, we want to do a post request. So for the comma, we have to define some option. So the method would be post. Then let's define our headers, and for headers we will give content type, which will be application/JSON. After headers, we want to give the actual data in body, so write JSON.stringify, and in between parentheses and curly braces pass name, then email, then role, and the image. Okay, so our request is done. After we get the response, we have to work with that data. So write const data equal await res.json. After you get the data, check if res.ok means the request was okay without any error. Then write user.mongoid equal data.data.underscore id. So if the response is okay, then from this backend route we are gonna send the user's ID, the name, email, role, as well as the image link. After that, in this user we want to set the Mongo ID which we got from this request. Then we want to set the role as well, so the updated role which we got from the database, because here we are setting the role only user, and this is Google ID, not the MongoDB ID, so we don't have these from Google, so we get that from this request. So we are setting this newly received data in the user object. So that user dot role equal data dot role. Then I just will return the user from the sign-in function. If any error occurs, I'm gonna throw that. So I'm gonna write throw new error and pass the error. Let me close the terminal actually, so you can see properly. This is quite a long function. After the sign-in function, closing curly braces, return null if anything wrong occurs. If that function works perfectly, then we want to run another callback function, and that is also an asynchronous function. So async, and we call that function JWT, and there in a parameter we have an object with token and the user. So the user we returned from this function, and here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write if we have the user, then in the token I'm gonna write token dot mongo id equal user dot mongo id. So in the user we had the mongo id, and we are assigning that mongo id to the token, and we want to assign the role as well. So I'm gonna write token dot role equal user dot role. After we do these operations, then we return the token. So after that we want to update the session as well. So I'm gonna write async then session, and there in the parameter we have an object with session and the new updated token. And so after writing the function inside the session function, I'm gonna check if session dot user, then in the session as well I have the user, and in that user I want to set the mongo id which we set here in the token. So I'm gonna write here token dot mongo id, and after that I'm gonna write session dot user dot role equal token dot role which we set here, and after that return the session. So our work is almost done. Then we just need to export them. Before exporting, write const handler equal and write next auth, and between parentheses is this next auth, and in between parentheses just pass the auth options. And now we can export this. So I'm gonna write export handler as get and handler as post. So this file is complete. Our authentication is almost done, but we need to create this API route. In the API folder, I'm gonna create a folder called user, and inside the user folder we're gonna have a file called route.js. So from here we are sending a post request, so this route would be a post route. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write export async function, and it would be post, and inside params we're gonna have the request object. Let's define a try catch block, and in the try block we'll get const name, email, and image from this request. So I'm gonna write await request dot json. Then let's connect to MongoDB. So I'm gonna write await connect MongoDB. I am gonna import that from the mongodb.js file. As you can see, VS Code automatically imported that module. After we get connected to the MongoDB, we're gonna check if the user with the provided email already exists or not. So I'm gonna write const user exists equal await user dot find one and I want to find with the email. I have to import the user as well from users model. Then if user exists, so user exists, then I want to update the user with the data we get from Google. So if an user changes their Google image or name, we want to update that in our database too while he resigning. So what I have to write is user exists dot name equal name, and user exists dot image equal image, and let's write const updated user equal await user exists dot save. After updating these details, I want to save the user. Then I want to send the response to the user. So I'm going to write return next response, and I'm going to import that from next server. I'm going to write next response.json, and in between parentheses I can send some objects. So the first object will have a message which is user exists, and for data we want to send the updated user. And after this object we want to return another object with status 200. So make sure to name this data, because in the next auth route we are expecting this data property. But what if user does not exist? Then we want to create a new user. So I'm going to write const new user equal await new user. Then in between parentheses I'm going to pass an object with name, email, and image. Then we can say await new user dot save. After saving the new user, we want to send this data to the next auth route. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write const created user equal this thing. After creating the user, I'm going to check if created user, then I'm going to copy this line and send a response to the user saying user created, and here I'm going to send created user in the data property, and the status would be 201, which means a data is created. Save the file, and if the program does not go into these two if blocks, then I want to send a response to the user saying something went wrong. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this part, and after the if block I'm gonna paste that, and I'm gonna set the status here 500, and for the message I'm gonna say that something went wrong, and in the catch block if any error occurs, then also I'm gonna send this response that something went wrong, but this time the status would be 400. Save the file, and our authentication backend is almost done. Now we have to go to the front end and handle these things in our components. And to start working with the authentication in front end components, first we need to create an authentication provider. So what I'm gonna do is in the app folder I'm gonna create a file called providers.js, and this needs to be a client component because we are handling the authentication or authorization in our client components. So I'm gonna write use client directive, and after that we have to import the session provider from Nextauth. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write import session provider from Nextauth/React. Now let's use this provider in a Nextauth provider custom component. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write export const Nextauth provider, and here we expect the children, means the whole app components, and there we're gonna return the session provider component, and in between opening and closing session provider we're gonna pass the children components. So let's write children. Save the file, and now we have to go to our layout.js file to wrap our whole app inside this session provider. So inside this body, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write next auth provider, and I'm gonna import that So you can see VS Code auto imported that. So I'm gonna use that here, and I'm gonna close this next auth provider component before the closing body tag. Then you just have to save the file, and now we can use authentication in our app. Now let's create a profile page in the app directory. So I'm gonna create a profile, and in that folder I'll have page.jsx. And let's create a React component here, and let's call this profile. And first we need a sign in button to show the unauthenticated user. So if they get authenticated, then they can see their profile. So let's go to the components folder, and there let's create a component called sign in button. Sign in button.jsx. Let's create the component, and we don't need this import React from React text, so let's remove that and use client directive. And then let's save the file and go to our profile page, and there inside the div let's render that sign in button. So I'm gonna write sign in button. Now if I save the file and go to our output, as you can see, oops, our server is not running. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open a new terminal and run the command, which is npm run dev, and go to the output again and refresh the page. Now if I go to the profile, you can see the sign in button component got rendered. So let's go to the sign in component and try to shape that component. So the first div would have some class names. For example, we're gonna use the flex box, and the flex would be column, and the items would be centered. Also justify would be centered, and the text would be white. Okay, inside the parent div we're gonna have another div, and this will also have some class name. For example, this will have shadow large, and let's give a color of the shadow. So shadow slate 900, and I want this component to be rounded, so rounded large. It should have some padding of 8. Max width would be medium, and the width would be full, and text would be centered, so text center. Okay, inside this div let's have another div, and there let's define some class name. So it would have margin bottom of 6, and inside this div let's have our logo. So I'm gonna write the next image component, and for alternative let's use logo. Then for source we're gonna use the logo source, so we have that in the navbar, I guess. So let's go to the navbar, and we have the logo URL in this component, so here it is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this URL and go to my sign in component again, and I'm gonna give that source here. Okay, then I want some width of this image of 200, and some height also 200, and class name, let's say margin horizontal, and that would be auto. Let's save the file, and let's go to the output and see how it is looking. As you can see, we have our logo. After this logo div, let's have some heading saying welcome back, and let's give this heading some styling. So I'm gonna say it would have text of 3XL, then font semi-bold, and margin bottom would be 4. Okay, then after this heading let's have a paragraph text with the text sign in to access your account and start your journey. Okay, save. Let's see how the output looks. Okay, it is coming into the shape, so that's okay. So after this paragraph we want a button where user can click so he can sign in. So let's write the button tag, and here on click on this button we want to run a function, and there we want to sign in the user. So make sure to import this sign in method from Next.auth/react, and call this method here, and in the argument write Google. So we want that the user should go to the Google Authentication page. Let's give some class name here. to style the button. So first it will have flex, then bg white, so background should be white, then items should be centered. Let's have some gap and some shadow as well, so shadow XL. Let's have some border radius, so rounded medium, and we want padding left for 3 and margin horizontal would be auto. Okay, let's save the file. And in between this button component, what we want is we want an image for the Google logo. So let's write the image component again. So before we proceed, we need a Google logo in our public folder. So I have a Google logo here, as you can see in my file manager. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this. Drag and drop is not working, so let me minimize my VS Code and just drag and drop this Google logo into my public folder. Okay, let's close that and maximize Visual Studio Code again. Close this image. Okay, so in the image src, I want to render the Google logo. So Google logo dot webp. If I save the file and go to my output, it is telling the width property is missing, so let's give some width here. So this image will have width of 30 and height of 30 as well. Let's give a alt text and call this Google logo and just save the file. Now let's go to the output. As you can see, we have our Google image. After that Google image, we want a sign-in text, so let's write a span tag, and there let's write sign in with Google, and let's give it a style. So we want bg blue of 500, then text should be white, and horizontal padding should be 4, and vertical padding should be 3, and we want border radius in top right as well as bottom right. Now if I save the file and go to my output, you can see how the Google button is looking. It is looking nice, beautiful actually, you can say. So let's proceed further. Let's give some margin to the top of the button. So here we can say margin top 2. Now this looks more nice. After the sign in button, let's have some more beautification text. So let's define a div tag, and here we're gonna write, by signing in you agree to our terms of service, and let's wrap this terms of service in the link component. And for href, I'm gonna write TOS, means terms of services. We're not gonna create those pages. I don't want to waste your time, so I'm gonna just define the page URL here, but I'm not gonna create the actual page. And after that, we want the user to agree to our privacy policy as well. So privacy policy, and for the href, let's pass /privacy. Okay, now let's save the file, and we should have some styling here in the div. Let's say we want margin top of 6, then text should be small, and the color should be text gray 400. And for the links, we want some more styling. For example, let's say the text should be blue 500, and on hover they should get underlined. Let me copy this styling to the second link as well. But as you can see, the link component has not been imported in the top, so it will throw some error. So let's import that. So here write import link from next link. Save the file and let's go to the output. As you can see, our login button or the login component is ready. Now if user clicks on this button, as you can see, he gets redirected to the Google Authentication page. So that's amazing. It is what we actually wanted. Now user can create their account and sign in as well. So as you can see, Google is telling sign in 2 pulse times, and if you click continue, this should work. Okay, so I think we got authenticated, but we are not handling that, so you are not seeing that. Let me add some text here. So for example, after this privacy policy, I can write session.user.name, not session storage, it would be session. So to use the session data, what we have to do is we have to import the session from Next.js. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write const, and we want the status, means the authentication status, and the data of session, and for these we have to call the use session hook provided by the Next.js. As you can see, the use session got imported from Next.js. So now if I save the file and go to our output, as you can see, it printed our name, which is test Adil dev. That means we are successfully logged in. So if I write here session.user.email and save the file, you can see it printed a recently logged in user email. As you can see, adil.test.dev@gmail.com. Okay, that's nice. So let's remove this. So we don't need this data showcasing in the sign in button component. So let's remove this and show this data in our other components. For example, the profile page, you can say. So let's go to our profile page, and here let's change something. So in the profile, we need to work with the user authenticated data. So I have to write const status, then the session data, and we expect from that use session hook from Next.js. And instead of always rendering this sign in button, what we can do is we can check if status is equal loading, then we can render a loader. So let's return a text, for example, loading, super original, you can say. So what is the problem we are getting here? It is telling React context is unavailable in server components. So Nextjs components are server components by default. So we have to write the use client directive to make this client component. So let's write use client. So now the error should be gone. As you can see, there is no error. Instead of this loading text, what we can do is we can create a reusable loader. So let's create that, because we will be needing this many times. So loader.jsx, and let's create a React component, and here we don't need this. We just return this div with some styling. So the class name will be with full, and padding top should be 4, then flex, and justify center. Justify, okay, there is a spelling mistake, justify center. And inside this div, instead of this text, we want a span with some styling. So class name, and let's use some class name provided by Daisy UI. So I'm gonna write loading, and loading dots for the dot loading actually, and then we set a loading size, and we want that large actually. And for color, let's use text primary, and save the file. So we will use this loading component for our client components and client side handling, but for the server components or server pages, and to handle the page changes of server components, we have to create a loading component inside the app directory. So click on this app directory and create a file with the name loading.jsx. Make sure to name this file loading.jsx. This is necessary, otherwise this won't be working. And here inside the loading.jsx file, just create a React component, and here we want to return the loader we just created to use in our client components. We're gonna use that component here as well, so make sure to import that and save the file. Okay, so now everything should work fine. So if I go back to my output, it is showing the default export is not a React component in /profile/loading. So why is that? Let's see. Let me refresh the page. Everything is working fine. That was just a previous error, I guess. So as you can see, we get a loading text for a moment. As you can see the loading text here. So when Nextauth loads the session, it shows the loading text. But let's not use the loading text. We have a custom loader now, so let's use that. So when the status is loading, we want to render the loader. So now if I save the file and go back to my output and refresh the page, you can see a loader. Keep your attention here. When I refresh the page, you will see the loader for a brief moment. Okay, that's okay. And after handling the loading part, we want to check if the user is authenticated. So let's write else if status is authenticated. Then we want to render the profile. Otherwise the user is unauthenticated. That means the component should render the sign in button component. So before writing the profile component part here, let's give some styling to our sign in button component and its parent div. So I'm gonna write the class name, and here let's give flex and items center, justify center, and height should be equal to the screen, and we want padding bottom of 24. Now if I save the file and go to the output, you can see previously the component was close to the navbar, but now this is pushed a bit down. So now this looks more nice. Okay, now we can work with our profile. So if the user is authenticated, we want to return a div, and it should have some class name of margin horizontal of auto and padding horizontal 8. Inside that div, we're gonna have another div, and let's give this some class name of py, means vertical padding 4, and rounded medium, then flex, and we want flex vertically, gap should be 3, and items should be in the center. Okay, after that we need a button. So by clicking on that, user can sign out or log out. So let's write the button tag, and for the text we want sign out, and let's give this button some styling so this looks nice. So we want this should be attached to the right side of the screen or the parent tag. So write self end, then text center, and this should have border radius of medium, some width of 20, and height of 10, and bg primary. Text should be white. So now this button should look nice. Let's go to our output, as you can see, but when we click on this button, nothing happens. So to handle the sign out functionality, what I have to do is I have to write the on click attribute, and here on click we want to run an anonymous function, and we want to do sign out and call the method. Make sure to import this from Nextauth/React. So if you save the file, and now if you go to your output and click on this button, as you can see the page got refreshed, means user got logged out. Okay, so the logout functionality is done. After this sign out button, let's render the user profile image. So write the next image component, and for source we're gonna give session.user.image, and alternative text would be user image, and let's give some height width, otherwise it will throw error. So let's give this 600 and width also 600. Then let's give some class name, so it should be rounded full, and width of 100 pixel. To give absolute value we have to use the square brackets. So if you are square brackets, then height would be also 100 pixel, and shadow would be 2 pixel. Now if I save the file and let's go to the output and see what is there. We are not signed in, So click on this button and let's sign into our account. Continue. Okay, we have some error. It is telling that we haven't whitelisted the Google URL in our next config file. So we have to allow images from Google URLs. So copy this and let's go to our next config file and just create a duplicate of this and change this host name and give the Google user content host name. Save the file, and now if you go to the output and refresh the file or refresh the page, you will see it renders the user image. So this is what actually we wanted. So after the image, let's render user's name and email as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the profile page component again, and after the image, let's have a div. There we're gonna write name colon, there would be a span tag, and here I'm gonna write session dot user dot name, and for class name I'm gonna give font bold. After this div, we are gonna have another div, and there let's have email, and here let's give another span tag, and there we're gonna have session dot user dot email, and for class name we're gonna give font bold and text small. Let's save the file and go to our output. As you can see how this looks. I think this looks nice. After this div, let's have a horizontal line and give this some class name. So it should have width of full, and the border color would be slate 700. Now if I save the file and go to the output, you can see how this looks. Below this horizontal line, we will have our users' bookmarks and history. So let's work on that. After this div, we're gonna have another div, and inside that we're gonna have another div with class name flex and a flex call, and inside that we're gonna have another div with the class name of flex and margin top 2 and justify center. Inside that div we're gonna have another div. So it is kind of funny because we are having too much divs, but when I will show you the output, you will understand why I am writing so much divs. So here let's give some class name, and we want a background color of BG base 200 and a medium shadow, and let's have some border radius of 3 XL. Text should be on center. Then let's give flex and justify center as well. So inside this div we want some tabs navigation. So what I can do is I can write here tabs. Before that I have to create some states. So let's go to the top first, and there I'm gonna write const active tab and the setter, which is set active tab, and we want to use the React use state hook, and the initial value for the state would be 0. Then we want an array of object, so let's write const tabs equal that array, and the first object will have title first, and the title would be history, and for the component we want to render a paragraph saying history. Let's copy this and paste that, and the second object would be for bookmark. The text would be bookmark as well. Now let's go to the bottom and work with the tabs functionality. So I'm going to write tabs.map, and there we have a function with a tab and index parameter which will return a button. We have to give a key, otherwise React will yell at us. So the key would be index, and inside the button we want to write tab.title. So for every tabs that will render a button with these titles. Okay, and let's give this some classes. We want to use some dynamic classes as well, so I'm gonna write the curly braces and backticks. So first we want it should be rounded of 3 XL, then this should have width of 32 and padding vertical of 2 as well. And let's use some dynamic styling. So for that I'm gonna write dollar curly braces, and I'm gonna check if active tab matches the index. Then I want to give this some primary background color, so I'm gonna write bg primary and text white. Okay, let's save the file and go to our output. You can see now we got a tab menu where user can click, but this does not changes to bookmark if I click on this bookmark button. So to make this work, we have to handle that. So let's go to the top and let's define a function called const handle tab click, and we expect a parameter which would be the index of the tab item, and after getting that we're gonna set active tab to that index. Let's go to the bottom, and here on the button I'm gonna write the onClick attribute, and on click on this button I want to run this function where it will update the tab index. After the 3 closing divs I will have another div, and there I want to render the active tab component. So I'm gonna write tabs array, and here I'm gonna pass the active tab and then dot component. Now if I save the file and go to my output, so as you can see we are in the history tab and the history paragraph got rendered, as you can see this one. But when I will click on this bookmark button, you can see the text changes and becomes the bookmark paragraph text. You can check this by changing the content here. You can write here bookmark content and save the file. If you go to the output, you can see when you are in the bookmark tab it shows bookmark content. But instead of these paragraphs, what we can do is we can move this in our components folder. So what we can do is in the components folder, let's create a component called story.jsx, and here create a React component, save the file, and let's create another component with the name bookmark.jsx and create a React component, save the file, and let's go back to our profile. And here instead of these paragraphs, what we can do is we can write history and import the history component, and in the second paragraph what we can do is we can write the bookmark component. So import that and use that, and now if you go back to our output, you can see everything works as expected. We will modify our history and bookmark component later after we done working with our news functionality. So before we get started with our news functionality, we need some more database models. So let's go back to our models folder, and here first we need the categories model. So I'm going to create a file called categories model.js. Here I'm going to import mongoose. From mongoose we want the models as well from mongoose, and after that let's define our category schema. So category schema, and here I'm going to write new mongoose dot schema, and for every category we're going to have a name, and this will have the type of string, and that would be required. So required would be true, and we want to make sure that every category should have a unique name. So I'm going to write the unique property here, so unique, and that would be true as well. And every category should have a description as well. So I'm going to write the description, which would be type of string, and we want to trim that, so trim would be true, and let's have an image as well. So I'm going to write thumbnail URL, and that would be type of string, and let's make them required as well. So let's give the required property, and in the schema we want the timestamps as well. So timestamps true. Now we have to use this schema, so I'm going to write const category equal models, which we imported from mongoose dot category. So we are saying if category model is already available, then use that, otherwise create one. So mongoose dot model, and here we're gonna pass category, so create with the name category, and we're gonna pass our schema, so the category schema. And after that we can export our category model, so export default category. Okay, save the file. After category model we need the news model, so I'm gonna write news model.js, and let's copy some things from categories model, so paste that. Now we want to change the category schema to new schema, and this category model to news model. Okay, but we have to update the actual schema because we will have more data while compared to the category model. So here we're gonna have a title. This should be type of string, required and unique. Then let's have a short description. It should be type string, required, and we want to use the trim as well. Then for the actual news we are gonna use the description field, and this will also be string, required, and should be trimmed. I'm gonna copy paste. Then we want to store the views count, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write views count, and it will have type number and required true, because we want to store how many views a news got. So whenever a news gets viewed, we want to increase this number, but the default value for this views count should be 0. Then we need a thumbnail URL, obviously, so thumbnail URL, and that would be type of string, and let's make that required as well. After that we want to store the author, means who wrote the news. So I missed the comma here, so the VS Code is yelling at me. And here the type would be mongoose.schema.types.object_id. You can write here string, but then it will become so much complex to populate data of author when you want the author data with the news. So to make our life easier, make sure to use the type, this one here. Then we have to give the reference, means which model we are targeting. So we want to target the user model. So if you go to the users model, as you can see, it have the name user, so it should match this one. Okay, so after the reference we want to make that required as well, so required, that will be true. And here we want to store some categories, so in which categories the news belongs. So categories, and we can have here multiple categories. So here inside this array we're gonna have the object, and I'm gonna write here type, and again we're gonna use mongoose.schema.types.object_id to make a relation between the news and the categories. And we have to give a reference, and for reference we're gonna use category, so this one should match this name. So let's save the news model. So our database model is almost ready. Now we can work with our functionality. So before we move ahead, we need a admin panel from where admins can create category, update category, delete category, and create news, update news, and delete news. So a managing panel, I mean to say. So in the app directory here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a folder called admin controls, and inside this folder we are gonna have our every admin pages. So the root admin page will have some controls link, so I'm gonna create page.jsx here. Let me close the API folder and the profile folder so everything looks nicer, and let's close the components folder as well. And this admin controls page, or the root admin controls page, should be a server-side page or server-side component. So we are not going to use the use client directive here, so the component would be a async component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write export default async function, and I'm gonna call this component admin controls, and we need to use the session here. So to use that, I'm gonna write const session equal, as it is a server-side component or server-side page, we have to write get server session from Next.auth and just call that. And here we have to pass the auth options which we defined in our Next.auth file. As you can see, these auth options. So let me go there and I'm gonna pass auth options and make sure to import that in the top. Now here I want to check if session dot user dot role equal admin or session dot user dot role equal superadmin, then we want to show our controls links. So I'm gonna write return a div with the text controls. Otherwise, if the user is not admin or superadmin, we want to show him a message that he is not authorized. So let's write here, you are not authorized. Now if I save the file and go to our output and try to access our admin controls page, you can see it shows you are not authorized. But this does not look nice. We can make this beautiful with a custom component. So what we can do is, in the components folder, let's create a component called message shower.jsx and create a React component. And in the props, we are expecting message, and let's give this div some styling. So let's use a grid here. So I'm gonna write grid, then place items center, and width we're gonna calculate that. So I'm gonna write css calc function here. So width calc, and we want to use 95% of the width, and for height we want the screen height, and horizontal margin would be 3. Then inside the div, let's have a paragraph, and let's give some class name here. For example, shadow Excel, then text center. We want a padding of 8 and some border radius, so rounded medium. Then flex and flex call. We want some gaps, so gap 3, and bg base 100, and the text should be in red, so text red 500. Okay, so inside the paragraph we want to render the actual message. So save that, and let's go to our admin controls component, and here instead of this paragraph we want to return that message shower. I'm gonna write message shower, and in the message props I'm gonna pass you are not authorized. Now if I go to my output, you can see it looks a bit more nicer than previous. But let's say if the user is admin or super admin, then we want to show him some controls. So let's create those controls now. So this div will have some class name, which would be margin horizontal of auto, and margin left would be 8, and inside that we are gonna have a heading 2 with the name controls, and this heading 2 would have some class name, so it would have padding vertical of 4, then font would be bold, and 2xl text with white color, so text white. And after this heading, let's have another div. Let's give this some class name, so it would have padding vertical of 4, then flex wrap, so it should wrap the following elements in small screen devices. Then we want justify evenly, and for the last item we want justify stretch. So I'm not explaining the Tailwind CSS because I assume that you have basic knowledge about Tailwind CSS, so I'm just writing the Tailwind properties and not explaining in depth. And inside the div, let's have a link. Make sure to import from next link, and the href here would be /admin controls/categories, and inside these links we're gonna have some items, and I'm not gonna write the items here. Instead of that, I'm gonna create a reusable component. So in the components folder, I'm gonna create a component called menu item.jsx. Write RFC, hit enter, and here in the props we expect an icon, then a title, then an on-click function, so on-click function, and some extra styles. So extra styles. Let's give this div some styling. So I'm gonna write class name, and let's use backticks here, and I'm gonna write flags. Then margin bottom would be 2, width would be 80, then place item center, margin right would be 2, and for background color we want bg gray 800. Then I show the flags wrap. Let's have padding of 2, border radius of large, so I'm gonna write rounded large, as well as shadow large, and on hover of mouse we want to make the cursor to pointer, so I'm gonna write cursor pointer, and on click on this div I'm gonna write the on click attribute, and I'm gonna pass the reference of on click function, and inside that div, instead of this menu item text, we want to render the icon, and it would have some styling. So it would have text slate 100, means a white kind of color, then it would have height of 7, width of 7 as well, and the item is focused, so focus, the height should be 5, and let's have a heading 3, and there we want to use the title, and let's give some class name here. So we want text slate 100 here as well, and padding left 2. So this work is done. So let's use the extra styles. So I'm gonna insert this dynamically, so I'm gonna write a dollar curly braces, and I'm gonna write extra styles, and let's save this, and we can use this menu item component in our admin controls component. So inside this link, let's use menu item. Make sure to import that, and for props, first we have to pass an icon. So the icon would be MD category, and then the title would be categories. Make sure to import that MD category from React icons. It hasn't imported, so I have to import that manually. So I'm gonna write import MD category from React icons /MD. Now if I save the file and go to my output, you will see you are not authorized. That is because this logged in user is just a normal user. We have to make that admin. And let's go to our database and browse collections, and here in the pulse times you can see we have users, and we have one user which is adil.test.dev@gmail.com. Here the role, you can see it is user. I hope you can see this properly. Let me zoom this window. So as you can see, the user role is user. So what I can do is I can make this SuperAdmin. I'm gonna write SuperAdmin and update the user. Now if I go back to my project, and if I go back to my profile and sign out, you have to sign out because we have to update the session, so we have to re-log in. So I'm gonna click on this sign in with Google button again and choose my email. So now if I try to go to the admin controls page, still it is showing you are not authorized. So why is that? SuperAdmin. Okay, so if I comment this line, let's see what happens. So it does not renders anything. Now why is that? Let's see. Let me console log the role. So I'm gonna write console log session.user.role. Let's use this question mark here. So it says role is undefined. Okay, I think we have some error in our authentication flow. Let's just console log the session. Here we have our session. Let's log the user, save. Okay, we don't have user in the session. Why is that? Oh, actually I didn't use await here, so that is the issue. So that's a silly mistake. As you can see, now we have our session. So now it should work properly. As you can see, as this user is the super admin, our page shows the controls. Okay, so these controls will be shown to admins and super admins. So after categories, we want another link item, and here the title would be news and the URL would be admin controls/news. And for icon, let's go to React icons page. So where is that? I'm gonna open React icons. Let's find an icon called news. Which icon looks nice? I think this icon looks nice. So I'm gonna copy this icon name and use that here. Make sure to import that. And if you save the file and go to the output, you'll see we have another controls. Now we want a control which will be shown to the super admin only, not the normal admins. So for that, what we can do is, before this first link here, we want to dynamically render another link only when session.user.role equal super admin. Then we want to render another link, and the route would be /admin controls/admin create delete. So in this route, super admins can go and create an admin or remove an admin, and the title would be here manage admins. And for icon, let's use ri admin fill. We have to import this manually, so here I'm gonna write import ri admin fill from react icons/ri. Now let's save the file and go to our output. As you can see, manage admins control. We are seeing this because the current user which is logged in is a super admin, but when our admin will come to this page, he won't see this control. He will just see these two controls. And let's add another control for URL shortener. We are gonna create an URL shortener in this project as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this and paste here, and the URL would be here /admin controls/URL shortener. The icon would be a link, and the title would be URL shortener. Save, go to the output. As you can see, we have our controls. Now first, let's create this functionality, which is creating and deleting admins. So the admin controls folder, create another folder with a file page.jsx, and here the folder name would be admin create and delete page.jsx. Now this would be a client component, so let's use the use client directive, and let's define the React function. We don't need that React import, so I'm gonna delete that. And we have to work with the session here, so I'm gonna write const status, then the session data, so data session, and we expect that from use session from next auth. And let's first check if status is loading, then just return the loader. Then let's check if this is not super admin, so if session.user.role is not equal super admin, then we want to return the message shower with the message props, and we are gonna tell that you are not super admin. Otherwise, if everything is okay, then we want to render this div. Let's give it some class name. So we want a grid here. Then let's say we want place items to center, and it should have minimum height of screen. Inside this div, we want a form where super admins can fill data to make someone an admin. So let's write the form tag, and I'm gonna keep the action blank here. We're gonna handle the form submission with server actions. First, let's give some styling here. So I'm gonna write class name, and here I want shadow of Excel. Then I want width of 90% in small screen devices, but the devices bigger than small screen, there I want the width should be 580 pixel and padding should be 8, margin top 4, rounded MD, display would be flex, and that would be vertically. We want some gap of 3, and the background color would be BG base 100. Let's save this, and inside this form, first we are gonna have a heading with the text create admin, and let's give this heading some class name. For example, text white, font would be bold, text size would be 2XL, margin bottom 4, and self center. Okay, let me save this, go back to my output and click on this manage admins button. So we are creating this form which has the heading create admin. Okay, so let's create the form elements now. So first we need an input box where super admin can give an email of the user which will be a new admin. So instead of writing the HTML input element, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a reusable input component. So in the components folder, I'm gonna create a file called input.jsx. So let's create a React component with RFC. Let's remove this import statement, and here we expect some props. So first we expect a level attribute value, then a type attribute value, right type at, the name attribute value, class attribute value, then placeholder attribute value, then required attribute value, then error attribute value, and then other props if passed any. And the return part, we're gonna return a label with the class name form control, and inside that label we're gonna check if label attribute has been passed, and if there is a label attribute value, then we want to return a div. So I'm gonna write the div tag with the class name label, then without any padding, and let's make this important. Inside that div we're gonna give a span, and there would be a class name called label text, and in between the opening and closing span we're gonna give the label attribute value. And after the label attribute value, let's have another div with the class name relative, and there I'll have the HTML input tag, and for type I'm gonna pass the type attribute value. For name I'm gonna pass the name attribute value. For placeholder, let's pass placeholder attribute value, and for required, let's pass required attribute value, and then just write ... as the spreading operators, and just write props. Means if any other props are passed, we want to spread that here. Save that file. After that div, if we pass any error from the parent component, let's handle that. So if there are any error attribute value, then we want to render another div, and let's give this some class name of label, then padding horizontal would be 0, and it is important. Let's write a span tag, and here let's give a class name of level text, and text red 500. Inside the span I want to render an icon, so I'm gonna write md error outline. Let's give a class name and the class name here would be inline, and ME2 means margin inline and 8 pixel, as you can see suggested in the emmet. Then we want to render the error text which has been passed through this error attribute. So I'm gonna write error attribute, save that. Now we can reuse this input component in our form. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write input, make sure to import that, and here for the type attribute we're gonna send email, so the type should be email, and for name attribute also it would be email. For placeholder attribute I'm gonna write user email, and for class attribute I'm gonna write with full, and for required attribute I'm gonna write true. Let me save the file and see what we get in the output. As you can see, we get a input field, but this does not looks nice as of now. So let's see what we can improve here. So in the input we can give some styling. So let's write the class name attribute, and we want to make this block, then bg slate 700 as background color. Then we don't want any outline, so I'm gonna write outline none. Then it should be medium rounded, and the placeholder text should be small, so I'm gonna write text small. And let's define a placeholder text color as well, so I'm gonna write placeholder, and here I'm gonna write text, then give a custom color which is hash 989DBB. Okay, so after giving this color we want to tell that we're gonna write if this input box is focused, then we want to set ring 0, and that would be important as well. And on focus we want the border. Let me save this so it is coming into right shape. So let's give some more styling. For example, px4 means padding horizontal 4, then vertical padding would be 3, and instead of this single quotes let's use backticks, and for that we have to use curly braces. Then here backticks, and here the closing backticks. Okay, after this styling we want to give extra classes if they are passed through props. Then we want some more dynamic rendering here. For example, if there are error attribute value, then I want to give some classes, otherwise I won't be giving any classes. So here I'm gonna give border, then border red 500, and that's all. Let's not stretch further. Okay, let's go to our input. As you can see, now it looks nice. When you focus, you can see a nice outline. So we got our reusable input. After that we need a reusable select box as well. So from there SuperAdmin can select which role he want to assign to the user. So either he can make a user an admin or a SuperAdmin. So in the admin create delete component, I'm not gonna write the HTML select tag. Instead of that, I'm gonna create a reusable select component. In the components folder, let's create a file called select.jsx, and let's create a React component here. Let's remove this React import statement, and here as well we expect some props. So the props are identical to the input tag props. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy them and go to the select component and paste here, and let me copy the full component here. So I'm gonna copy this and let's return that code here. Okay, now we have to make some changes here. So instead of this input, I want to render a select tag. So I'm gonna write here opening select, and after that I'm gonna write the closing select. And here before block I'm just gonna write h full, means height full, and I'm gonna remove placeholder from here, type from here. I'll just keep the name attribute and the required attribute, and I'll spread the other props. And inside the opening and closing select tag, I'll check if there is placeholder attribute value, then I want to render an option. So I'm gonna write the option tag with empty value. So value would be empty and the text would be placeholder attribute. And we expect options attribute as well, which will be an array. So I'm gonna write options attribute, and we are gonna pass the options with this prop. So after this placeholder, we're gonna check if options attribute value is there. Then as it is an array, we want to run a loop. So I'm gonna write options attribute dot map, and there in the function we're gonna have parameter called item and index, and there we want to render all the options. So I'm gonna write the option tag, and for value I'll give the item, and for key I'll give the index, otherwise React will yell at us. And for the showing text, we're gonna use the item as well. Now save the file and go to your admin create delete component, and here let's use that select component. Make sure to import that. And for name attribute, we're gonna give here role, and for required attribute is true, means it is required. Then let's give the class attribute, and we want to pass with this full, and let's give a placeholder attribute which will show select role. Then in the options attribute, we're gonna pass an array with two value, which is admin and SuperAdmin. Means there will be two options where a SuperAdmin can select whether the option admin or the SuperAdmin. So let's go to our output. As you can see, we have our select box, but there is no options here. Why is that? Let's check in the select. Do we get our options? So why it is not showing? Okay, so here we have to return this. Otherwise we have to use parentheses instead of curly braces. Let me save this, and now we will have our options. Our SuperAdmin can select whether he want to make a user an admin or SuperAdmin. Okay, so let's go to our admin create delete component, and let's see after what we have to do. Then we need a button, obviously, to submit the form. So I'm gonna write the div tag again, and here let's give some class name. Let's make this self center, and we want margin top of 4. And to work with server actions, if we use the normal HTML button, that can be done, but we will get more controls if we create a separate submit button and use some hooks. So what I mean by that is we can create a separate submit button component. So submit button.jsx. Let's create this React component, and here instead of returning div, we can return a button with some class name. For example, button from Daisy UI, and then bg slate 700, and text white, and text medium. Now here in this separate submit button component, what we can do is we can use a hook offered by Nextjs, and that is use form status. So what I can do is I can write here const pending equal use form status, and we can import that from React DOM. So this hook is offered by React DOM, not Nextjs, my bad. Okay, so with this pending status we can work with the form submission more efficiently. So here what we can say is when the form is in submission process, we can disable that using this pending state. So I'm going to write pending here, and inside the button what we can do is we can check if pending is true, then we can write here submitting, otherwise the text should be submit. Why there is squiggly lines here? Oh, that is because we used the curly braces twice. Let's remove that. Now instead of hard coding this, you can use props here like submitting text or submitted text and use the props here, but I'll just hard code that here, doesn't matter. Let's save this and go to our admin create form. and here I'm gonna use that submit button. Now if I save the file and go to the output, you can see we have the submit button. If I click on this, the validation works perfectly. Okay, so here now we need some form actions to submit this data in our database. So in the root folder, let's create a folder called actions. So the folder name would be actions, and there we will have some actions file. First we are gonna have our admin actions file. So admin actions.js, and make sure to use the use server directive here, otherwise these actions will not work and you will become frustrated. So let's create a function called export async function create admin action, and there we expect form data as parameter. Then inside that function I'm gonna write a try catch block, and if any error occurs I'm gonna throw that. So I'm gonna write throw new error and just pass the error. However, in the try block, first I expect email from form data, so I'm gonna write form data dot get, and what we want to get is, and that is email, and if that is provided we want to make that string. So to string, make sure this one and this one matches. After that we expect the role value, so first role equal form data dot get, and we expect the role value, and if we get that we want to make that to string, and we want to run some validation. So what we can do is we can create a joy schema. First let's check if we installed joy or not. Yes, we installed joy. Make sure to install this package by using npm I joy. So in the top what we can do is we can write const joy admin schema equal joy and import that on the top dot object, and here we're gonna pass an object. First we have email, and we'll tell that joy, but it is a string and the minimum value should be 5 and it is required. Then we expect role, and we will tell joy that it is also a string and required. Now after getting email and role, we can validate that using joy. So what we can do is we can write const, and we can destructure error and value by using that schema. So I'm going to write joy admin schema dot validate, and there I am gonna pass this object which contains email and role. So if any error occurs, so if error, I'll throw a new error with that error. In the catch block, instead of throwing that, what we can do is we can return that error, so we can handle that in our front end. So return error and error dot message. So here we can throw that error, and then it will be in the catch block, and from this catch block we are gonna return this error to our front end, so we can show the user which error has occurred. Okay, but here if there is no error, then we want to connect to our database. So await connect MongoDB and call that. Then first we have to check if the user exists or not. If that user is there in the database, then SuperAdmin can make him another SuperAdmin or admin. If he is not available in the database or he has no account in our site, then this operation will be failed, and that is what we actually want. So I'm going to write here existing user equal await user dot find one. Make sure to import user from the models, and here I want to find the user using the email, and then I'm gonna check if user does not exist, then I'm gonna throw new error with the message user does not exist. Otherwise, if user exists, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write existing user dot role equal the provided role. So why we have error here? Okay, remove this, the error will go away. Then just save the existing user again. So await existing user dot save, and we can store that in a constant called result, and we can do check if result means the user role will get updated, then we want to return a response to the front end. So I'm going to write returns, and in curly braces, make sure to write the curly braces. I'm going to write success, set to true. Okay, save the file, and let's try to use this server action from our form. So in the action attribute, I'm going to write the curly braces, and here I want to run a async function. So async, then I expect the form data, and here I'm going to write await create admin action. Make sure to import that file on the top, and I'm going to call this and pass the form data which the superadmin has typed in this form. Then after that, we're gonna redirect the superadmin to the admin controls page. So for that, let's import the router. So I'm gonna write const router equal use router. Make sure to import from next navigation. Then after this form data gets saved, let's redirect the superadmin to the admin controls page slash admin controls. Okay, now let's check if this works. So first let me sign out and create another user. So I'm gonna log in with my another Google account. Okay, and if I go to my database and refresh, you will see this new user has the role user. It's just a normal user. Okay, so let's try to make this an admin from our admin panel. So let me sign out again and just log in with my superadmin account. Okay, and let's go to the admin controls page and manage admins, and the user Gmail is rafi.dev@gmail.com, and I want to make this user an admin, and let's submit this form. So I think the submission succeeded as we are in the admin controls page. Let's go to our MongoDB database and refresh the database. Let's see what we have there. As you can see, the user became an admin. So now if I go to my profile and sign out and log in with that email address, now this user should be able to access the admin controls as well. As you can see, he can access the admin controls page, but he can't see the manage admins control. Even if he tried to go there from the URL bar, it will show you are not super admin. So everything is working perfectly as we wanted. Okay, let's go back to the profile. Then let me sign out and sign in with my super admin account. Let's go to admin controls and manage admins. So I want that every admins should be listed down below this form, so the super admins can manage the admins and they can remove them as well. So for that, let's create another server action. Instead of an API route, we're gonna handle this with another server action. So here I'm gonna write export const fetch admin action and equal, it would be an async function, and there I'm gonna write a try catch block, and if any error occurs, I'm gonna throw a new error. In the try block, first I'm gonna connect to MongoDB. I'm gonna write await connect MongoDB. Then I'm gonna write const result equal await, then user dot find, and we want to find the users with role admin, and we want to select name, email, and role. Now we can't send pure JSON data to frontend from this action, so we have to make the JSON data into pure JavaScript object. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write const data object equal JSON dot parse, and inside that I'm going to write JSON dot stringify, and I'm going to pass result. Now we have the data as pure JavaScript object, and we can return that. So I'm going to write return data object. So this server action is also done. So let's go to our admin create delete component, and here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write the use effect hook. Make sure to import that from React, and here I'm gonna write the function, and inside that I'm gonna have a function called fetch data, which is an async function. And let's try a try catch block. So if any error occurs, I'm gonna write throw new error. I'm gonna pass error, and inside that try block, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write a constant called fetched admin data equal await, and I'm gonna call the server action, which is fetch admin action. Make sure to import that at the top and call this. Okay, now we get the data, and after that I want to set this data in a state. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a state called admin data. Then the setter is set admin data equal use state, and there we'll have empty array as initial value. And after writing this function, make sure to call this function, otherwise it is not gonna work. So call the function, and here in the dependency array we're not gonna pass anything, it will be blank. Okay, and after getting the admin data, I want to set that in the state, so I'm gonna write set admin data to fetched admin data. Okay, now as we have our admin data, we have to show that below the form. So after the closing form tag, write a div tag with a class name margin top 4, and we want width should be 90% in small screen devices, and in bigger screen devices we want the width should be 580 pixel. And inside the div we're gonna dynamically check if there is admin data. So I'm gonna write admin data dot length greater than 0, then only we want to render admin data. So I'm gonna write admin data dot map, and there we will have item as parameter. Then I'm gonna return a div, and here I have to give the key. The key would be item dot underscore id. Okay, here is an error, so the question mark would be before the period. And let's give this some styling. So I'm gonna write the class name, and margin vertical would be 4, then flex and flex call. Then we want some background color of a bg base 100 and padding of 4, and it would have large rounded corners, so rounded large. Inside that div we're gonna have a heading. There I'm gonna write name and render item dot name. Let me copy this 2 times. Then item dot email and item dot role. Okay, let me save the file, and let's go to the output. As you can see, we have one admin, and that is listed here. As you can see, the name, the email, and the role, but we have to update this. So this would be email and this would be role. Save the file. Now everything is looking nice. For that we can give a delete button here, so that super admins can remove some admins. I'm gonna write md delete, which is an icon, and let's give some class name here. So I'm gonna write self end, so it stays to the right side of the card. Then let's give some reddish color, so I'm gonna write text red 400, then cursor pointer, then height would be 6 and width is also 6. And if super admins click on this icon, we want to remove some admins. So here I'm gonna run a function, and to remove an admin we have to write another server action. So let's go to the admin actions file, and after the create admin action we can write another server action. So here we can write export const delete admin action, and that would be an async function where we expect an email as parameter. Then I will write a try catch block, and if any error occurs we will throw that. So we're gonna write throw new error, and let's pass the error. Otherwise we're gonna connect to MongoDB. So connect MongoDB. Then we're gonna try to find the user. So I'm gonna write const existing user equal await user dot find one, and we want to find that user using the provided email. Then I'm gonna check if there is no existing user. Then I'm gonna throw a new error saying that user does not exist. Otherwise, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write existing user dot role, and I'll make that a normal user. So I'm gonna write user. Then I'm gonna save that. So I'm gonna write await existing user dot save. Save the file. Let's go to our component, and here click on the delete button. What we're gonna do is we're gonna run that delete server action. So I'm gonna write delete admin action. Make sure to import that in the top. As you can see, delete admin action, and here just pass item dot email. And after admin gets removed, we want to redirect the superadmin to the admin controls page. So I'm gonna write router dot replace slash admin controls. Let me save the file, and let's go to the output and let's check if this works. So I'm gonna click on this delete button, and if I go to manage admins page again, you can see there is no admins. And if I go to my database and refresh the database, you can see that user has become a normal user instead of an admin. So our admin related functionality is done perfectly. So let's see what we have to do next. So far so good. Let's working with categories now. So inside admin controls folder, I'm gonna have another folder called categories, and inside that I'm gonna have a file called page.jsx. And let's create a React component, and I'm gonna return just a div with the text categories. Save. Let's go to the output, and now if I click here, as you can see, we are in the categories page inside the admin controls page. So let's start building that page. So I'm gonna delete this text, and inside that div I'm gonna have another div, and let's give this div some class name, like it would display as flex. Then we want flex wrap. Then items should be in the center, and we want justify between. Padding left 7, padding right would be 5, and for vertical padding I'm gonna give 4. Now inside that div, let's have a h2 which says all categories, and let's give this some class name. For example, font bold. The text should be large. Then after the h2 we are gonna have another div, and let's give some more class name. For example, flex. Then we want justify between and flex wrap as well. Inside the div, let's have a button with the title add. Let's give this button some styling, so it will have some background color, so bg primary. Then let's have height of 12 and width of 28, and it would be medium rounded. And on click on this button, we want to navigate the admins to a new page. So I'm gonna write router. I have to import the router first, so I'm gonna write const router equal use router, and make sure to import that from next navigation. And here now write router dot push, and we want to push to the admin controls page, and inside that we have categories and then add new. So we want to navigate the admins to this page, which is add new category. Now if I save the file and go to our output, as you can see, it throws error saying as we are using the hooks, we have to use the use client directive. So in the top of the file, I'm gonna write use client. Let's save the file and go to the output again. As you can see how it looks, we have this all categories text in the left side, and in the right side we have a button where the admins can click and go to the create category page. So let's create that. So inside this categories folder, let's create another folder with the name add new, and there we're gonna have the file page.jsx. Now this would be a client component, so I'm gonna write use client directive. Then let's create a component and let's call this create category. I'm gonna remove this import statement because we don't need that, and in the template I'm gonna give some class name to the div. And this time we're gonna use grid system, so I'm gonna write grid, then I'll say replace items center, and let's give minimum height of screen. Inside the div we're gonna have a form. So to work with server actions properly, we're gonna use ref hook from React. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const form ref equal use ref. Make sure to import that from React, and the initial value would be null. Then we need two more refs. First one is success ref. So if the form submission succeeds, we will handle that using this ref. So success ref initial value would be null. Then we are gonna have failed ref as well to handle if the form submission fails. And to show the preview of the image which user will upload, we are gonna use the selected file state. So I'm gonna define a state which is called selected file, and the setter would be set selected file. And for the initial state, we're gonna have the value null. Okay, and let's use those refs here. So I'm gonna write the ref attribute in the form tag, and there I'm gonna write form ref. We're gonna write the actions later. First, let's design our component. Let's give some class name. So first of all, width would be 90%. Then if the screen is bigger than small screen devices, then the width should be 580 pixel. We have shadow of XL, then padding 8. Borders should be rounded around medium. Then let's have the flags in the vertical direction, and let's have a gap of 3, and let's give some background color like BG base 100. Okay, so the form tag design is complete. Inside that form we're gonna have a heading 2 with the text create category. The class name would be text white, then font bold. The text should be 2XL, and margin bottom should be 4, and self-center. Save the file. Let's go to the output and let's click on this button. As you can see, our form is getting into the shape. After that, we are gonna have an input component, and there the type attribute would be text. The name attribute, make sure to give this, and that would be name. Then we have the placeholder attribute, and for that we're gonna have category name. Then let's give the required attribute as well with width full. Let me save the file, go to the output. As you can see how this looks, so it's my bad, I've written width full in the required attribute, but here it will be true. And in the class attribute I'm gonna give width full. Now it looks nice. Then we will need another reusable component called text area component. So let's go to the components folder and create a file called text area.jsx, and it would be kind of similar to the input component. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this and go to the text area file and paste that, and instead of the input tag here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just write here text area, and it will have a closing tag. So it won't be self-closing tag, but it will have separate opening and closing tag. So let me write that. So I hope this is ready to be used. So let's go to our form in the category page, and there let's import the text area component. So VS Code is not auto suggesting. That is because we want to rename this to text area. Save this. Now VS Code should give auto completion suggestions, and here as you can see we have the type attribute, but text area tag does not have this tag. So let's remove this prop. Let's remove this, and we used that here, so remove that as well. Save that, and here let's give the name attribute, and it would be description. Then we have placeholder attribute, that is also description but with capital D, and then let's give the required attribute to true and class attribute to width full. Save the file and go to the output. As you can see how this looks. Now we can write here resize none. So now this can't be resized. Otherwise, if you don't give this, you can see user can resize this description box, but we don't want that. So give the class resize none. Next, we want to upload a category image. So for that, we're gonna use another reusable component called file input. So let's create that. We don't have that in our project. So let's create the file called file input.jsx. Make sure to use the use client directive, then rfc to create the component, and just remove this import statement. You can keep this, that doesn't matter. Now this component will receive some props, for example name attribute, then required attribute, then some states, for example selected file and set selected file. Now inside this div, let's have a label tag, and for the HTML4 attribute we are gonna give the name attribute which we are getting from the props, and then let's give some class name. For example, it would have flex in column direction or vertical direction, then item should be centered, justify would be centered as well, then width full, then height would be 48, border of 2. Let's give a border color which is border gray 700, then border dashed. So instead of solid lines, the border should be dashed, then it should be rounded large, cursor pointer, and finally let's give a color which is VG slate 700. And inside the label we're gonna check if selected file is there. So I'm gonna write selected file, and if that is available, then we want to return a div, and there we have the image tag. And for the source, I'm gonna give selected file. The alternative text would be preview. Let's give some class name, for example width 48, then rounded large, shadow small, and shadow black. Okay, and if selected file is not there, then I want to return a div which holds an icon. So md cloud upload this icon. Now let's give this some class name. For example, width would be 12 and height would be 12 as well, and let's give some styling to the div as well. For example, it would be flex, then flex col items center, then justify center. Padding top would be 5 and padding bottom would be 6. After the icon, I'm gonna have a paragraph tag. Inside that, I'm gonna have a span tag where I'm gonna write click to upload. Now let's give some styling to the span tag, and it will have a class name called font semibold, and in the paragraph it will have some class name like margin bottom would be 2, then text would be small, text color would be gray 500, And after this conditional rendering, I'm gonna have the input tag. So input, and the type would be file. Then we have ID attribute, and there I'm gonna give the name attribute value. Let's give some class name, which is SR only. Then for required attribute, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give required attribute prop. And for accept, we're gonna accept two kind of images, so image slash png and image slash jpeg. Then let's give name attribute, so name attribute. After that we want an event which is on change, and on change of the input we want to handle file change. Now let's write this function. So before the return statement, let me write the function, which is const handle file change equal, and there we receive the event, and it is an arrow function. There I'm gonna write const file equal event dot target dot false, and the first selected file, so I'm gonna write here 0. For that I'm gonna check if file is selected, so I'm gonna write const file. So I'm gonna write if file, and inside that if statement I'm gonna check if file dot type dot starts with image slash, then let's define a reader, const reader equal new file reader. This is from JavaScript, means the vanilla JavaScript. And then after having the reader, we can say that reader dot onload, we want to define a function, and that would have the event as well. And there we're gonna write set selected file, and that would be e.target.result. Otherwise I'm gonna write reader.read as data URL, and I'm gonna give the file to read that and give a preview. Or else I'm gonna just alert that please select a valid image, and for the outer if block I'm gonna write the else statement and just give set selected file null. So if there is no file actually, then the selected file should be null. So this reusable component is done. So let me save this and go to our form, and here let's import that. So I'm gonna write file input, make sure to import that. And for name attribute, let's give thumbnail image. Then we have to pass this state in the file input component. As you can see, we are receiving them here as well. So I'm gonna write set selected file equals set selected file, and for selected file is selected file. So let me save the file and go to the output. As you can see how this looks, we have this nice looking file input box. Here user can click and select. As you can see, it shows the preview for uploading. Let me refresh the page. So the description box should get smaller. Again, if you select an image, you can see it shows the preview in real time. Okay, so our form is almost complete. Then we're gonna have another div with the class name self center, and margin top would be 4, and inside that we're gonna reuse our submit button which we created earlier. Make sure to import that. Okay, so after that I'm gonna write the p tag, and here I'm gonna give a reference which is the success ref. If you can remember, we defined 2 refs here. It's time to use them to show user some success message or error message if something happens in the form submission. And for class name, I'm gonna write here text green 600, then text center font would be bold, and text large. I'm gonna have another paragraph, so I'm gonna copy this and paste that, and that is for the field ref. And let me change the color, so I'm gonna write here text red 600 and just save the file let's see how our form looks. As you can see, our form is perfectly in the shape. So now let's handle form submission with server action. So let's create a file in the actions folder called categoryactions.js, and make sure to write the use server directive here, otherwise you will face error, and it is hard to find the errors. I mean these errors. Nextjs maybe does not shows the actual error messages, and it pretty much frustrating. So make sure to use server directive here. For that, write export const create category action, and there write the async, and we expect some form data, and it would be an arrow function. Then let's define some try catch block, and in the try block first we expect name, and we will get that using form data dot get, and here I'm gonna pass name, and after getting the name we want to make that to string. After name we expect description. I'm gonna write description. After that we expect a thumbnail image, so I'm gonna write const thumbnail image equal form data.get thumbnail image, and let's check if there is no thumbnail image provided, or thumbnail image dot type is not equal image slash jpeg, and thumbnail image dot type is not equal image slash png. If that is the case, we want to throw a new error, so I'm gonna write throw new error, and there I'm gonna write image is required. But if thumbnail image is there, I want to upload that to Cloudinary. So for that we have to create a image uploader function. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my lib folder, and here I'm gonna create a file called file uploader.js. Here I'm gonna import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary. Make sure to import the Cloudinary package. We done that a few moments earlier. Then we'll need the path module from Node.js, so I'm gonna write import path from path. Now before we write our function, we have to give some configurations to Cloudinary, so I'm gonna write cloudinary.config, and it expects an object, and there we have to give cloud name. And if you can remember, we have these values in our process.env file. As you can see, Cloudinary project name. So I'm gonna copy this, go to file uploader. Here I'm gonna write process.env.cloudinary project name. Then we have to give the API key. So here also I'm gonna write process.env, and for API key we have this environment variable, so write that here. Then we have to give API secret. Make sure to give comma here. As you can see, it is yelling at us. For that you have to write process.env dot, and you have to give the Cloudinary API secret. Okay, after you give the config values, now we can write our actual function. So I'm gonna write export default async function. The function name would be file uploader. Then in params we expect the file and the file type. We are gonna use this file type param to create folders in Cloudinary, and inside that function first we want to retrieve the extension of an image. So I'm gonna write const ext equal path dot ext name, means extension name, and we are gonna pass file dot name, so it will retrieve the extension. Then for uniqueness, let's use the timestamps. So I'm gonna write const timestamps. It will be timestamp actually, not timestamps, and I'm gonna write new date and there I'm gonna call get time. And after getting the name, we have to sanitize that. So let me do that. I'm gonna write const sanitized file name equal file dot name dot replace, and let's use a regular expression. So I'm gonna write /, then here w. So we want to replace all the spaces with the hyphens. Actually, you can search for a better regular expression in Google. This does not matters. This will work perfectly. Then after sanitizing the name, let's write a constant called public id. Now here the public id would be the folder name, then the file name, and timestamp, and extension means the actual file name which we want to give when saving the file in the Cloudinary storage. So here I'm gonna write backticks, and then first I'm gonna give the folder name, it will be file type, and we will pass that in the params. After that, let's give a sanitized file name. Then for uniqueness, let's give the timestamp, and after that just give the extension. Okay, after that I'm gonna write const bytes, and let's turn that to array buffer. So I'm gonna write const file dot array buffer. After that I'm gonna write const buffer equal then buffer dot from bytes, which is this one. After doing this, let's write a try catch block, and first let's write the catch block, and there I'm just gonna throw a new error. If upload fails, the error would be error uploading to Cloudinary, and I'm gonna concatenate error dot message, and in the try block I'm gonna write const result equal await and new promise, and here I'm gonna write a function with parameter resolve and reject, then const upload stream equal, I'm gonna write Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload stream. So we want to upload the file as a stream, and there first I'm gonna give this object, there I'm gonna give public id, which will be this one. So write public id, then for folder we'll be getting that from this param. So I'm gonna write file type, and then let's give resource type, and let's have just auto. After this, let's write anonymous function to handle error and result. So I'm gonna write error and result in the parameter, and it would be an arrow function, and there I'm gonna check if error, then I want to return reject, and there I'll throw error. So I'm gonna write new error, and now I'm gonna write Cloudinary upload error, and let's concatenate with error dot message. But if there is no error, then we want to resolve the result, and after upload stream completes, what we can do is we can write upload stream dot end, and let's give buffer to indicate that our buffer uploading has finished. And after that, Cloudinary will return the image URL to us, so we can return that. So we can write result dot secure underscore URL. Make sure to write like this, secure URL. So after uploading the file, it will get the secure URL of the file and return that, and we can get that URL in our create category action. So what I'm gonna do is to upload our thumbnail, I'm gonna write await file uploader, make sure to import that on the top, and then for the params, first we have to pass the file itself. So I'm gonna write here, the file name is thumbnail image actually, so I'm gonna write thumbnail image. Then for folder name, we're gonna use images, so the image will be stored inside a folder called images. And after uploading the file, Cloudinary will return an URL. so we can store that in a constant called thumbnail URL. Now after uploading the file, we can validate that. So I'm gonna write const error, then value, and to validate, let's write a joy schema first. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const joy category create schema equal joy dot object. Make sure to import joy, otherwise this won't work. And there, let's define the schema. So first we expect the name. So I'm gonna write joy dot string dot required. After that, we expect a description. There also joy dot string, and that is also required. And after that, we want a thumbnail URL. That is also joy dot string, and it is required. Now we can validate. So I'm gonna write joy create category schema dot validate, and I'm gonna pass name, description, and thumbnail URL. For that, if any error is there from joy, I'm gonna throw new error, and let's pass the error. And if that is not the case, we want to connect to MongoDB. So I will connect connect MongoDB. Okay, we're connecting to our database. What we can do is we can write const result equal await category, and make sure to import the model in the top. As you can see, import category from models / categories model, then category dot create, and there just pass name, description, and thumbnail URL. And then after that, let's check if result is there. We want to return an JS object, and that will have success set to true. Okay, but if there is an error, we want to return an object which has error property, and there we give error dot message. Let me save this and go to our form, and here in the action write curly braces, and here we will have an async function which expects form data, and there before submitting the form we want to check if success ref has any value. Then we want to make that empty, so I'm gonna write success ref dot current dot text content equal empty string, and we want to make the failed ref text content to empty string as well. So I'm gonna write failed ref dot current dot text content equal empty string. After that, let's call the server action. So I'm gonna write await create category action, and let's give form data as argument, and we will get the result, so we can store that in data. So after this server action, we're gonna check if data dot success. Then what we can do is we can target our form using the form ref. Then we can do form ref dot current and reset. So after successful submission, we want to reset the form, and let's set selected file to null again. As we have uploaded the image, we don't want that in the preview input field. And then you can write successref dot current dot text content equal, and we want to notify the user that the data has been created. Else if data dot success is not there, then we will definitely have the data dot error. So in the failed ref dot current dot text content, we want to give data dot error to show the error message. Let me save the file, and let's check if our form submission works or not. Let me refresh the page, and let's give a category name, for example sports, and the description would be this is description, and for image let's use this image, and let's click on the submit button. Let's see what happens. As you can see, it says created. Let me go to our database and let me refresh, and here as you can see we have our categories. As you can see, the category got created. Now let's create another category called entertainment. This is entertainment, and for image, let's upload this image. By the way, these images are from the internet. These are royalty-free images, so that is that. These images is not owned by me. Okay, so that was created as well. So let me go back, but in our categories page we can't see them, so let's work on that to show the categories. So here in this page, first we want to load the categories. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const categories, then comma set categories equal use state. Make sure to import from React, and there let's have an empty array. Then we are gonna have another state which is loading, then set loading, and use state would be true. Then we need the session status, so I'm gonna write const status, then data :session equal use session. After that, let's load our categories. So I'm gonna write the use effect hook. There we have this function, and we want to run that in the initial rendering. Inside that we have another function which is fetch categories equal async function. So first I'm gonna do set loading to true, then let's have a try catch block, and if error occurs I'm gonna just console log that error, and in the try block I'm gonna write const fetched category data. And now to fetch the category data, we're gonna write another server action. So let's go to the category actions file, and before this create category action, let's create another server action with the file name. So export const fetch all category action equal async, and this is an arrow function, and we are gonna have a try catch block. If error occurs, we want to throw new error and just pass the error. In the try block, let's connect to MongoDB. So I'm gonna write connect MongoDB, then const result await category dot find, and we want to find all the categories. So I'm not gonna give any options in the parentheses. For that, I'm gonna write const categories, and then I'm gonna write JSON dot parse. Then inside parentheses, I'm gonna write JSON dot stringify, and I'm gonna pass result. This will make the data into JavaScript pure object, and we can return that. So I'm gonna return categories. Okay, save the file, and let's go to our categories page, and here we can await and then call that. So the server action name is fetch all. I mean, this is ridiculous. Fetch all category action would be the actual server action. Make sure to import that. After that, I'm gonna write set categories and just give fetched category data. Then I'm gonna write set loading to false, and that's all. Then just call the function. So I'm gonna write fetch categories. Okay, so let's do some enhancements. So first I'm gonna check if loading is true, or status means the authentication status is loading. So if either is true, return the loader, and then we want to check if categories dot length is less than 1. Then we have the message shower. We want to show a message, and the message is no categories available. Okay, so now if I save the file and go to our output, let's refresh the page. We see nothing. Oh, actually we loaded the data, but we are not rendering that, so we have to do that. So after button and two closing divs, we are gonna have another div, and let's give some class name. So first we are gonna give flex, then horizontal padding would be 6, vertical would be 2, then let's have some gap of 5, then flex wrap, width we want full, then justify stretch, Actually, we want to justify center, but if the screen size is above medium, then we want to justify stretch. Inside the div, we can render the categories. So I'm going to write categories dot map, and there we have the item. For each item, we want to return a category card. So we have to create that. So let's go to our component folder, and there let's create category card.jsx. Okay, so let's create this React function component, okay. Here we expect the category, so category as props, and let's give this div some styling. So I'm gonna write class name, and let's give a class name from this UI called card, and in the medium and above screen devices we want the width of 96, otherwise width would be full, color would be bg slate 800, and just shadow XL. Okay, and then instead of this category card text, let's write the curly braces, and there I'm gonna write category, and if there is any thumbnail URL, then we want to render the thumbnail URL. So let's write the figure tag, figure. Inside that, let's have Next.js image component. So here let's give the image width of 600 and the height as well 600, and for the source we can give category dot thumbnail URL, and for alternative text we can give category dot name, and for class name we can say we want object cover, then height of 48 and width full. Okay, after that we're gonna have another div with the class name card body. This is also provided by Daisy UI. Then there let's have h2 tag with class name card title, and inside that let's pass category dot name. After that we have a paragraph, and let's render this conditionally. So if there is category dot description, then only we want to render this paragraph. So there I'm gonna pass category dot description. After that let's have another div with the class name card actions. This is also provided by Daisy UI, and we want that to be justify, and inside that let's have a button called edit. Let's give this some class name, for example button, and button primary, and on click on this button we want to navigate the user to a page. So I'm gonna write router. I have to import that, so I'm gonna write const router equal use router, and make sure to import that from next navigation. And here let's write router.push, and then let's give backticks, and we want to push the user to admin controls slash categories slash update slash then dollar curly braces, and there I'm gonna write category dot underscore id. So after this button we are gonna have another button, and that button is delete, and instead of the updating page we want to go to the delete page. So this button should be a reddish button, so I'm gonna give this button class name called button error. So let's save this and go to our categories page, and here let's return category card, and there let's see what we have to pass. We have to pass category. So here I'm gonna pass item to the category props, and for key let's give item dot underscore id. Let's save the file and let's go to the output. As you can see, we got our categories displayed in the page. Now if I click on this edit button, it goes to the edit page, but we haven't created that, so let's create that. So in the categories folder, create another folder called update, and inside that we are gonna need another folder with square brackets and then category id, and inside that folder we need the file page.jsx. Now this update page will contain another form which will update the category data. Now this is actually similar to this page, which is the add new page. So what I can do is I can copy this whole file and go to the update page and paste that. And we can do slightly modifications here. First of all, the name should be update category. Okay. Here we will be needing the form ref, the success ref, the failed ref, and the selected file as well. But another thing we will need, and that is category data, means the previous data which was saved in the database. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const category data, then the setter would be set category data, and I'm gonna write await fetch category action. Actually we haven't created this, so let's go to the category actions file. Here we created to fetch all the categories, but now we want another server action to fetch a single category. So let's do that. So I'm gonna write export const fetch category action, and there it would be an async function, and let's have a try catch block, and if error occurs just throw that. So I'm gonna write throw new error and just pass the error, and in the try block I'm gonna connect to MongoDB. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write connect MongoDB. After that I'm gonna write const assault equal await category dot find one, and we expect a parameter here. So we expect the ID of the category, which category we want to fetch. So here we want to fetch the category with the provided ID. After that I'm gonna write const data object equal json dot parse, and inside that I'm gonna write json dot stringify and just pass the result. This will create a pure object in JavaScript with the data. Just return the data object. Okay, save the file, and let's go to our update file, and here we can run that action. So await fetch category action, not the fetch all category action, but it is only just the fetch category action. We don't have the all here. And here we want to, okay, my bad, so I was talking and typing, so this mistake happened. So here it would be use state actually, and there we're gonna have empty object, and then we're gonna have the use effect hook, so that we have the function which we want to run in the initial rendering. There we have another function called fetch data equal async, that is an arrow function, and there we have a try catch block, and if error occurs I'm gonna write failed ref dot current dot text content equal error fetching data, and in the try block what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const fetched category data equal await fetch category action. Now we want to call the server action, and here we want to give the category ID. So we can get that from the params. As you can see, we have category ID in our params. So what we can do is we can write here const params equal use params, import that from next navigation, and here just write params dot category ID. Okay, after getting the data we can write set category data and just pass fetched category data. Now after writing this function we want to call this only if the category ID is available. So I'm going to write const params category ID. If that is available, then we want to fetch data. Okay, and in the dependency array let's give params dot category ID. So whenever this changes, the component should handle that. Okay, so we loaded the previous data for the category which was saved in the database. Now we want to reflect that in our UI. So if I go to the update page, as you can see, the data is not getting reflected. So let's handle that. So first of all, the title here would be update category. Okay, now we will handle this action part later. First of all, let's handle the UI. So in the input, after this, we have to give some value attribute. So I'm going to write a value, and there I'm going to write category data name. Then let's write the onChange event, and there we want to run a function and just write set category data. So dot for keeping the previous category data, and then just change the name. So e.target.value. Okay, let me save the file and go to the output. As you can see, the title got reflected automatically. Now let's do this for others as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and this will be just description. Let me save the file, go to output. As you can see, the description got reflected. Okay, so now let's handle our submission. So in the action, before submitting, we want to make the success and fail ref to empty string. Okay, that's okay. But we want to do another thing, which is we want to append the category ID in the form data. So I'm going to write form data dot append, and we want to append with the key category ID, and for value we want params dot category ID. And after appending that, we want to run update category action server action. We haven't created this, so we can't import now. We're gonna create this after a few moments. Let me first make this updated successfully. Okay, and now let's go to the category actions, and there, first of all, we need a joy schema, which will be similar to this one. So I'm gonna copy paste, and instead of joy category create schema, this will be joy category update schema. And here the thumbnail URL would not be necessary, so it would be allow, and we allow empty strings, and let's make that optional as well. Okay, after the create category action, now let's create the update category action. So let me write export const update category action, and there is an async function, and we expect form data there. Now this update server action is identical to the create action, so let me copy this actually. So I'm gonna copy this, and let's modify that a little bit. So first of all, we need the ID here as well. If you can remember, we were appending the ID. So I'm gonna write const underscore ID, then form data dot get category ID, then just to string, then we want the name, description, and thumbnail image. After that, let's take a variable instead of constant. So I'm gonna write let thumbnail URL, and here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove this const from here, and I'm gonna remove this line and move that here. And for if checking, what I'm gonna check is if thumbnail image dot size is greater than 0, that means there is a thumbnail image available. And I want to check if thumbnail image dot type equal image slash JPEG, or thumbnail image dot type equal image slash PNG. If that is the case, then we want to upload the image and store the URL in the thumbnail URL variable. After uploading the file, we want to validate the data using the joy category update schema, then just pass name, description, and the thumbnail URL. If error occurs, throw that. If there is no error, connect to the database, and here we have to update this one. So first of all, I'm gonna write here const existing category equal await category dot find one, and we want to find using the ID. For that, let's check if there is no existing category. then just throw a new error saying category does not exist. Otherwise, if that is not the case, then we want to do existing category dot name equal name, then existing category dot description equal description. Then after updating these two, we're gonna check if thumbnail image dot size is greater than 0, means there is a thumbnail image provided by the user. Then that means we uploaded that, and we can do existing category dot thumbnail URL equal thumbnail URL. Okay, fair enough. After that, just write const result equal await existing category dot save. After saving the updated data, we are checking if there is result, then we want to return success true, otherwise just return the error. So let's save the file and go to our output. Let's see if this works. So let's make this to this is description 2, and let's make the title sports 2. Let's click on submit. Okay, so it is saying update category action is not defined, so we haven't imported this server action in our update page, so we have to import that. Let's save the file and go to the output. Let's make this to sports 2, then this is description 2, then click on this submit button. As you can see, it says updated successfully. So if I go to the categories page, as you can see, the data got updated. So instead of this reset, what we can do is we can navigate the admin to another page. So we can write here router, we have to import that. So I'm gonna write here const router, then use router, then there I just want to replace the route with /admin controls. Okay, save the file. So now if we go to our output and try to update this, click on update. As you can see, after updating it navigates the user to admin controls page. This is what actually we wanted. Okay, so the updated functionality is done as well. So after that, we want to give the user power to delete a category. So what I can do is I can create a folder called delete. Inside that, we're gonna have another folder with square brackets category ID, and inside that folder we're gonna have page.jsx. Okay, now this would be a client component, so right here use client directive. For that, rfc, and we can remove this import statement. Let's call this page delete category, and here first of all we need params. So I'm gonna write const params equal use params. Then we need to work with the authentication, so I'm gonna write here const status, then data session equal use session. For that, I'm gonna write const router equal use router, and we want to work with loading as well, so I'm gonna write const loading set loading, then equal use state, and that would be true. For that, let's write the use effect hook, and there is a function, and we want to run that. Let's give the dependency array values a few moments later. First, let's write the function part. So here I'm gonna have a function called const do redirect equal async, and this is an arrow function, and there we want to check if session.user means we don't have the user data in session. If that is the case, or session.user.role is not equal superadmin, meaning we want to allow only superadmins to delete a category. Normal admins can't delete that. So if he is not superadmin, what we can do is we can write router.replace, and we want to replace that with the admin controls route. So we are gonna redirect him back to the controls page, and in the else just set loading to false. For that, let's call the do redirect function, and for dependency array I'm gonna give the session and the router. Here I'm gonna write if loading is true, or status means the authentication status is loading, then we want to return the loader. Otherwise, we want to return a custom component for deleting data. So let's create that reusable component, and that component name is delete conformer.jsx. And let's create a component. Let's give the name delete conformer, and here we expect some props. For example, model type means which model the data belongs to, if category or news or user, so we will be telling that by these props. Then we expect a delete action, so this would be a function which we will pass through props. And here we will need some states, so I'm going to write const loading and set loading equal use state and false, and we will be needing the router as well, so I'm going to write const router equal use router. Make sure to import the use state as well. Actually, we don't need the loading here, we need the loading status of the authentication flow actually. So I'm gonna copy this and just paste that here instead of this one. Let me remove this. Okay, and in the return we give some div with some class name. So first we're gonna give the height should be screen and width would be full as well. Then flags items would be in the center and justify would be center as well. Inside that div we're gonna have another div, and let's give some class name here as well with full bg base 100. Let's give the height of 56 minus margin top to 20. Max 6 means the horizontal margin, and rounded large, and flex call justify evenly, and item center. Inside that div let's have the heading 2 with the class name, font bold, and margin vertical would be 4, then text red 400. And after that we'll ask that sure about deleting this, then in curly braces model type and the question mark. And after that let's give a button, and on click on this we want to run a function. First of all we want to set loading to true. Actually we need that state, I removed that, so I'm gonna write const loading comma set loading and use state false. Okay, so here I'm gonna write set loading to true. Then let's call the delete action function, and after deleting we want to router.replace, and we want to navigate the user to the admin controls page. We don't need this, sorry for that. Okay, and inside the button the text would be yes. And let's give this button some class name. So let's give border of 2 and padding horizontal 2. Actually give this 4, and padding vertical would be 2. Then font bold, rounded would be medium, then border red 900, and on hover we want bg red 900. And after the button I'm gonna write loading. If that is true, then we want to render the loader. Save the file. Let's go to our delete page, and instead of this div I will return our delete conformer. So I'm going to write delete conformer, make sure to import that. And for props we have model type, and the model type is category. And for delete action we have to pass a function, actually a server action. So let's first create that. So let's go to our category actions file, and here let's create a server action called delete category. So I'm going to write export const delete category action equal async, then underscore id. Inside that let's have a try catch block. If error, then we want to return the error. So I'm going to write error, then error, dot message. In the try block, I'm gonna connect to the database, so await connect MongoDB. After that, I'm gonna write const result equal await category dot find by id and delete, and just give the id. Okay, and after deleting, we're gonna check if result, then just return the object success row. It would be colon. Let's save the file, go to the delete page, and here write the arrow function again and just pass delete category action, and here I'm gonna give params dot category id. Okay, let's save the file and let's go to our categories page and let's delete this one. So I'm gonna click on this button. So as you can see, it asks sure about deleting this category. Let's click on this yes button and let's go to categories. As you can see, the category got deleted. So our create, updating and getting categories, all the functionalities are done. So that's perfect. Good. So let's see what we have to do next. So up next, let's start working with our Nextjs itself. So first, let's check if we have created the news model or not. Yes, we created that. Here we have news schema where a news will have a title, a short description, then a big description, the actual news actually, then views count, thumbnail URL, author, then some categories, timestamps. Now I think we can make this even better if we remove this unique from here, and instead of that we can use a slug. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this and paste that here, and let's have a slug actually. So here the slug will be unique. So here unique is true. Save that. Okay, now we can start working with our news itself. So let's close this categories folder, and inside admin controls folder let's create a folder called news, and inside that we're gonna have a file called page.jsx. So this would be a client component, so write the use client directive, then just rfc for creating a React component, and let's call this all news. We can remove this import statement, and in the return statement inside the div we can have another div, and what we can do is we can copy some template from our categories page. So go to the categories folder, then page.jsx, and we can copy this part actually. So this one, as you can see, the all categories text and the add button. So copy this div and we can go to our news page, and instead of this div we can paste that here, and we can change this to all news, and here when user clicks on this add button we want to push him to admin controls /news/add new. Let me save the file and let's go to the output. Let's click on this news button. So you can see we have the news page where you can see the all news title, the add button. If you click on this add button, it will not redirect the user because router is not defined and we haven't created the file till now. So here what we have to do is we have to import the router. So I'm going to write const router equal use router. Okay, and inside the news folder let's create another folder called add new, and inside that folder we're gonna have the file called page.jsx. Okay, now this add new news page will be slightly similar to the add new category page. So what we can do is we can copy this. So we can copy the whole add new category page code, and let's go to our add new news page and paste that code here. Now let's start modifying this. So first of all, to differentiate, I'm gonna make this to create news. Okay, after that here the type attribute would be text, but the name attribute should be title, and for placeholder I'm gonna write here enter the blog title. Actually it would be enter the news title, my bad. and this is required, then class attribute would be width full. Okay, after that we have the text area, and there we expect a short description, and the placeholder would be short description. After that, before the file input, I'm gonna have a paragraph tag saying select category, and after that let's have a div with the class name flex, then width full, and we're gonna have gap 4, and inside the div we're gonna render some checkboxes. So before that, let's fetch our categories so admins can select categories for the news. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write here const categories, then set categories equal use state, then empty array for initial value. Then here I'm gonna write the use effect hook, and I want to run this on initial render only. Inside that I'm gonna have another function called const fetch category data equal async function, and there we're gonna have a try catch block, and in the catch block just I'm gonna log the error, and in the try block I'm gonna write const fetched category data equal await fetch all category action. And after getting the categories data, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const set categories equal fetched category data. Okay, after that we can go to our div. Let me see, we haven't called the function after defining that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write fetch category data. Okay, now we can render our data in our div, and here I can write here categories dot map and then item, then we're gonna return an input. So I'm gonna write input and type would be checkbox, and let's give some class name. So first of all that would be checkbox, then checkbox primary. Let me save this and go to the output and click on this add button. Okay, we have to give the key property here. So I'm gonna write key item dot underscore id. Let's go to the output. As you can see, we have our checkbox, and we have to give here the name attribute, and that would be categories, and for value I'm gonna write item score id, and let's give an id as well, and that would be category as well. And instead of just only returning the input, what you can do is we can write a div actually, and let's put this input inside the div, and we can cut this key from here and we can give that here. And after the input we can write the span tag, and there we can just do item dot name. Save the file. As you can see, it prints the checkbox and then entertainment. And let's give some styling. So first name we give flex, then items center and justify center, and let's give some gap, so gap 2. Let's see how it looks. This looks nice actually. Let me create another category, and let's call this sports. This is something, and then just load a picture, maybe this one. Okay, let's go to news, then add. As you can see, we got our checkboxes and they're working perfectly fine. Okay, after the category selection we want the file input for the thumbnail, so admins can select an image to upload for the news. Okay, that's okay. And before the submit button we need our news editor. So for that we are gonna use tip tap. Now we haven't created this component yet, so I'm gonna comment this out, save the file, and let's create this tip tap component so we can write our news in an efficient manner. So let me first check if I have the dependency installed or not. So let's go to the package.json file, and I don't have the dependencies installed, so let's install them first. So I'm gonna stop my server and I'm gonna install at tip tab /pm, then at tip tab /react, then at tip tab /starter kit. Make sure to give the hyphen between starter and kit, then tip tab /extension -underline. So the extension spelling is not right here, it would be S here, and then just hit enter to install them. As you can see, the packages got installed. You can write this command manually, or you can just go to your Google Chrome and search for tip tab react and go to this page, and you will find the command here. As you can see, this one, just copy that and paste that in your terminal. Okay, so as we have installed our packages, let's start creating our editor. So the file is called tiptab.jsx. You can name this anything, doesn't matter. Okay, so this would be a client component, so make sure to use the use client directive here. So I'm gonna write use client, then rfc to create the component, and here we expect some props. So first of all, we expect the onChange prop, then the content prop, and the description prop. And in the return statement, this div will have some class name. First of all, the width would be full, then empty means margin top would be 6, and inside that div we are gonna have a custom component which we are gonna create a little bit later, but let's write that here now. That component is toolbar, and here we have to pass the editor as props. So editor, then we have to pass the content as well, content, and let's pass the description. So we are passing the content twice. You will understand that later why I am doing that. So both contains the actual news, so the content props and the description props. After that, we want to render the editor content, and make sure to import that from tip tab /react. And here let's give some styling, and we want white space to be pre-lined, and let's give the editor as well as props. Okay, now we have to configure our component a little bit. So here I'm gonna write const handle change equal new content, and I'm gonna write on change and pass new content. This drop date which we passed through the props. Then let's give some configuration. So I'm gonna write const editor. This is we are passing here, as you can see here as well. So const editor equal use editor. Make sure to import that from tip tab react, and there we give an object. First let's give extensions, and there we give some array. So first let's give starter kit, and make sure to import the starter kit from at tip tab /starter kit, and we can give the underline as well functionality. So the underline functionality. Okay, there are many functionalities, you can explore that inside the tip tab website. So you can see the documentation. After this array, let's give some editor props. Inside that we give an object. First of all, we have attributes property, and there we have class, and we can use Tailwind here as well. So I'm gonna write here flex and flex hull, then horizontal padding would be 4, then vertical padding would be 3, justify start, minimum height we want is 80, so then border bottom, border left we want, and border right we want as well. Then the border color would be border gray 300, text color would be text slate 100, items should be in the start, width would be full, gap free, then let's have font medium, and let's give a text size, and we want that to be 16 pixel. Padding top would be 4. Then we want border radius, so rounded bottom right, and that would be medium. And we want the left as well, so I'm going to write rounded bottom left, and that is also medium. Then we want no outline, so outline would be none. Oops, quite a long styling, so save that. After editor props, we have to give the onUpdate option, and there we get the editor, and there let's call the handle change and pass editor.get HTML, and after the onUpdate option we want to give immediately render to false, otherwise it can throw error sometimes actually. So let me save this. Our work in this file is done. Now after that we have to create this toolbar. So in the components folder, let's create another component called toolbar.jsx. Now this is going to be a very big file. Let's get ready and make sure to drink a coffee or tea if you are writing code till now. So right here use client, as this is a client component, and write RFC, and here first let's remove this import statement, and here we expect some props. First we expect editor, then content and description as well. Inside that I'm gonna write the use effect hook, and there I'm gonna check if editor is there. Then I'm gonna write editor.commands.set_content, and I'm gonna pass the description. And for dependency array, we're gonna give description and editor. Okay. For that, we want to check if there is no editor, means it hasn't loaded for some reason. Then we want to return null. Otherwise, we want to return a div. And let's give this some class name. First of all, padding horizontal would be 4, then padding vertical 3, then rounded top left would be medium, rounded top right would be also medium, then write flex and justify between, so the spaces gets in between, items should be in the center, gap should be 5, which should be full, and flex wrap, then border, and border gray 300 for color. Okay, inside that div, let's have another div with class name flex, and justify start, items should be in the center, gap again 5, width would be full, but in large screen devices the width we want is 10 by 12, then flex wrap. Inside the div we are gonna have our toolbar buttons. So first we're gonna write the button tag, and this button will be used for to make a text bold. So let's use a icon bi bold and import that from React icons. And let's give this some class name. So width would be 5 and height would be also 5. Then here let's write the onClick attribute. Here we get the event. So first we have to prevent default, so the page should not get refreshed after clicking on this button. And then editor dot chain, we get this editor from here, as you can see, from the props, from the tip tab component. So editor dot chain, make sure to use parentheses, then dot, then focus. If this button is focused, then we want to run toggle bold function, and we are gonna write here run and call that. After that, let's give this some styling. So I'm gonna write class name, and here just write curly braces, and then I'm gonna write editor dot is active bold, means if the bold button is active. If that is the case, we want that bg should be primary, text should be white, and padding should be 2, rounded large, and otherwise if this is not the bold button we want, it should have text primary. Let me save this and go to our create news page, and let me uncomment this, and here we're gonna give some props. So first prop is content. Let me import the tip tab so it gives me the necessary recommendations. So first prop is content, and we want to pass content. So we have to use states for that. So we're going to create those state after writing this on change functionality. So here I'm going to write the arrow function, and here in the parameter I want the new content, and just set content to new content. Now let's create the state in the top of the component. So I'm going to write const content, then set content use state, and that would be some empty string. Okay, let me save this file and go to our output. Let me refresh this. Okay, our server is not running. Let me write npm run dev. Let's go to our output, refresh this. So here we get an error which is switch to client rendering because the server rendering errored. So let's see what is happening there in the tip tab component. So we have to import that actually, and now let's go to the output. As you can see, we get our editor. If we write here this is news and select this text and click on this B, you can see this text gets bold. So how amazing is that? But in the left side the border is not showing. We want that. So let me just make this border actually. Let's see if that works. Yeah, this is working fine. Okay, now we just have the bold control, but we need some more controls. So let's go to the toolbar. So we will have more 10 buttons here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paste this 10 times. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10. Okay, so now let's modify this code a little bit. So we'll get our toolbar. So the first one will be used for making text bold. As you can see, the toggle bold. And this one will be used for toggle italic. So to make text italic or non-italic. And here for icon, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use bi italic icon. Make sure to import that from React icons. And here editor.isActive, make sure to make this to italic. So when user clicks on this button, this button should get the BG primary. After the italic functionality, we want the underline functionality as well. So here we want toggle underline, and for is active I'm gonna check if the underline button is checked or not. And then for icon I'm gonna use fa underline. Make sure to import that. Then to make a text strike, we're gonna use the toggle strike functionality offered by TipTap. And here I want to check for strike, and for icon I'm gonna write md format strike through this icon. Make sure to import that as well. Then here next functionality would be toggle heading. So to make a heading text, and inside parentheses let's give the label to 2, and for is active we want to check the heading, and in the next argument we are gonna give level 2, and the icon would be lu heading 2. So why it is not suggesting auto completion? So let me import that manually. I'm gonna write import lu heading 2 from react icons /lu. Okay, Then next functionality we want is toggle bullet list. Here give bullet list, and for icon give here fa list ul. Make sure to import that. Next up, we want to implement toggle ordered list, and here give ordered list, and for icon right here Leah list ol solid. I have to import this manually as well. I'm gonna write import Leah list ol solid from React icons / Leah. After that, we want the quote functionality, so I'm gonna write toggle block quote, and we want to check if block quote is active or not. So block quote, and for icon we want to use fa quote left. Next is for coding text, so set code. We're gonna check for if the active toolbar is code or not. Then for icon I'm gonna use io code. You have to import that manually as well, so import io code from React icons / io. After that, let's go to the bottom again, and next we want the undo redo function. So first we want the undo one, so undo, and we want to check here for undo. For icon, let's use md undo. Then next we want the redo functionality, so redo, and we want to check if the toolbar checked item is redo or not. And for icon we're gonna use io md redo, and that's all for our toolbar. If I go to my output, okay, here I have some errors for React icons, so we have to import the io code icon separately. So I'm gonna write import io code from React icons / io5. Okay, now let's see what error we have. md undo, so we have to import that icon as well, so md undo. Okay, let's save. Let's go to the output. As you can see, our editor is ready almost. Let's see if everything works or not. The editor is working. I select this, make this bold. If I click this again, you can see it is not bold anymore. I can make this italic, bold at the same time, then underline, then text through, then I can make this heading as well. Then list, so for the list functionality we have to add some css. We can make that code. We can undo. As you can see, this is cool. Actually this is cool. As you can see, we can undo anything. We can redo. You can see we can redo our edits, so this is cool. So for the list functionality, what we can do is we can write some css. So in the components folder, I'm gonna create a file called styles.css, and here I'm gonna target the tip tab. Then I'm gonna write the greater than sign, then star and plus star to select the list options, and let's give margin top 0.75 em. Then I'm gonna select ul and ol tags, and I'm gonna give padding 0.1 rem. Let me save this, go to the output. Now you can't see this here actually, but when you save this to database and inject that on your HTML page, you will see that. So if I write here one dot then something and just make this a list, in the output you will see this will work properly when we will inject this on our HTML. So this is for our output. So every other functionality is working fine. This is fine. Okay, so let's move ahead. So our toolbar, then our tip tab component is ready. Now let me import the styles.css in this file. I haven't imported that here. So I'm gonna write the import, then styles.css. Save the file. I missed the / here. Okay, now you can see the styling works in the editor as well. So if I make a ordered list, it pushes a little bit in the right, even with the unordered list as well. So before it was not showing because I haven't imported the styles.css file. So now everything is working fine. So let's go back to our add new news page, and I hope the UI is done. Now we can work in our submission functionality. So the submit button is there, so that's okay. We can make this height to 900 pixel, then just make our flow to scroll. Now in this div we can give some padding vertical, for example 24 vertical padding. So now if I go to the output, as you can see, now this looks nice because previously it was attached to the navbar, which was kinda ugly. So this is actually better. So now let's look in the action what we have to do. So first of all, we will set empty string to the success ref and the failed ref paragraph. Okay, that's okay. Then we have to write form data dot append, and we want to append description. This is the key by which we can access the description in our server action. And in this key, we're gonna send the content. Now you can ask that we are not appending these inputs or text area data, but why we have to import this content manually. So the thing is that these inputs and text areas has this name attribute. We can access this value using the name attribute in our server action, but as you can see, this tip tab does not have any name attribute, so we have to send using the content state and by manually appending in the form data. Then after that, we want to append the author as well, so the user who wrote the content. For that we have to use the session. So I'm gonna write const status, then data session equal use session, and back in the action here for author, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send session dot user dot mongo id, and instead of calling the create category action, we want to call create news action and just pass form data. And if we get data dot success, we want to reset the form, so form ref dot current dot reset, then we want to make the selected file to null, and then success ref text should be created. Otherwise in the failed ref we're gonna set the error message. Now we have to handle this data in our server action. First of all, we don't need this action which is create category action, but we need this one, fetch all category action, because we are rendering these checkboxes as you can see, and we need all the category data for this task. Let me save this and go to the actions folder, and here I'm going to create a file called newsactions.js. First you write just the use server directive as it is a server component. Then before creating the create news action server action, what we can do is we can create a joy schema to validate our data. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const joy news create schema, and I'm gonna write joy dot object, and there first we need the title, so I'm gonna write title, and that would be joy dot string dot required. Make sure to import joy to get the auto suggestions. Now here it imported in CommonJS, but we want that it should be in ES6, so I'm gonna write import joy from joy. And after title we want a short description, so short description, which will be also string and required. So I'm gonna copy this and paste that here. After that we want some categories, and there we expect joy.array, and we can validate the array items as well. So the items, and each item should be joy.string, and there should be minimum one category. So I'm gonna write the main property and pass one, then I'm gonna write required. After that, we want the actual news, which is in the description field. So description, and it is also joy string required. So I'm gonna copy paste. After that, we need the author. It is also joy string and required. And then we need the thumbnail URL. So thumbnail URL. And after creating the schema, I'm gonna create my server action. So I'm gonna write export const add news action. It would be an async function. There we expect form data. Inside that, let's have some try catch block, and if any error occurs, we're gonna return that. So I'm gonna return and pure JavaScript object with error property. And there I'm gonna send error dot message. And now let's write the try block. So first of all, we have to get the data first from the form data. So first we expect the title. So I'm gonna write form data dot get title, and after getting that, make sure to make that to string. And after that, we want a short description. After that, we need the description itself. So description, then author, then we need the thumbnail image. Make sure to copy and paste that here as well, and we don't want to convert that to string. And after that, we want the categories. So categories, and there I'm gonna write form data dot get all. Make sure to write here get all, because for categories we expect multiple values, and here write categories. Okay, after that, we're gonna check if thumbnail image is not provided, or inside brackets we're gonna check the types of image. So I'm gonna write thumbnail image dot type. If that is not equal, image slash jpeg, and thumbnail image dot type is not equal to image slash png, then we will throw an error, throw new error, and we're gonna say image is required. But if thumbnail image is there, then we want to upload that. So I'm gonna write const thumbnail URL equal await, then file uploader. Make sure to import that, and we are gonna pass the thumbnail image, and we want to store the image into the images folder in Cloudinary. After that, we can validate with the joy schema. So I'm gonna write const, then I'm gonna destructure error and value, then I'm gonna write joy news create schema dot validate, and there I'm gonna pass title, then short description, then description, then author, then categories, and our thumbnail URL. Okay, after validating, we're gonna check if there is any error or not. So I'm gonna write if error, then we're gonna throw a new error, and there we're gonna pass error. And if there is no error, I'm gonna connect to our database. So I'm gonna write await connect MongoDB, and I hope I created a field called slug in our news model. As you can see, we have the slug. So what we can do is we can generate a slug. So for that, instead of writing the slug generation code here, let's create a function after the joy news create schema. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write the function name. So here the function name would be create slug, and for parameter we expect the title, and we are gonna return the title. And first of all, we want to make that to lowercase, so I'm gonna write to lowercase. Then we want to trim that, so if there is any spaces before the string or after the string, then I'm gonna write a regular expression. So I'm gonna write replace, and here I want to replace any special characters, so I want to keep just letters and numbers. So the regular expression would be this one, and in the second parameter we are gonna pass empty. So it will just remove the special characters and put there empty. Now we want another replace, so I'm gonna write the replace method again, and next we want to remove the spaces with dashes. After that we need another replace method to remove the duplicate dashes. So the function is done, so I'm gonna save the function, and let's go to our add news server action, and there we expect the slug. So I'm gonna write let slug equal create slug, and I'm gonna pass the title. And now we have to ensure if a slug is unique or not. For example, if multiple admins posts two news with the same title, then the slugs would be same, and that will cause error while fetching the news from database. So to get rid of that, we want to make that unique. So first what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write let exists, and then I'm gonna write await news dot find one, and I'm gonna pass the slug. Then I'm gonna write let counter equal 1. After that we are gonna continue this process to make sure we get a unique slug in our database. So I'm gonna run a while loop, and there I'm gonna pass exists as condition. So if any news already exists with the slug, then we want to update the slug. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write slug equal then backticks, and inside there I'm gonna write create slug then title, and after creating the slug we are just gonna give a hyphen and the counter, so a number which will make sure our slug is always unique. Then we're gonna write exists equal await blog dot find one, and again with the slug. So if even with the updated slug, if there is any existed news, then we want to find that. So this would be news, not blog actually. After that I'm gonna write counter plus plus. Now this process will make sure that we will get a unique slug every time we add a news. After we get our slug, we can create our news. I'm gonna write const result equal await news dot create, and there I'm gonna pass title, then the slug, then short description, and description, then author, then categories, and then thumbnail URL. Okay, after that if we get a result, then we want to return success set to true. Okay, let's save this and see if our function works or not. Before we go to our output, I want to stop the server and restart this again to make sure everything works properly. Then I'm gonna refresh my page. Okay, so now let's give a title. So I'm gonna write this is title, and this is description. Then let's select entertainment as category, and let's upload one of the images. And for news I'm gonna write this is the news. Okay, now let's submit the news. So it says create news action is not defined, so we haven't imported that in our front end. So let's go to our front end, and there let's import that. So it is not suggesting me. Why is that? Okay, so the server action name is add news action. Okay, so let's go to the output again, and let's write this title, then this description, then entertainment for category, then let's upload one image, and this is the news. Okay, so after that let's submit and see what happens. Okay, as you can see, it is showing that our record is being created. Let's go to our database. Now as you can see, we have the news collection here, so I'm gonna click on that. As you can see, the news got created with proper slug. So you can see the slug is this title. So let's try to create another news with the same title and slug. Let's see if that works. So the title was this title. If this time it creates, then the slug is working properly. It is news, and let's say it is sports news. Again, another thumbnail, let's say this one. This is the news too. And let's submit. It shows created. Let's go to database and let's refresh our database. As you can see, the slug got created. Now this time, as you can see, it added 1 after the slug. So the news creation functionality is done. After that, we want the functionality to update our news. So inside the news folder, I'm gonna create another folder with the name update. Inside that, we are gonna have another folder with news ID in between square brackets, and there we need page.jsx. Okay, now this update page will be similar to the add page. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just copy all the code from add new news page, and I'm gonna paste that in the update page. Okay, fair enough. Let's make that to update news. Here it would be add news instead of create category. So add a news, save. Okay, now here let me explain the code. First of all, we need the form ref, success ref, and failed ref to handle the errors and successes in our form submission. Then for previewing the image before uploading, we need the state, which is selected file and set selected file. Then we need the categories, so user can select the news belongs to which category. Then we need the content and set content for our editor, and we need the use session. Okay, now we also need the previous data of the news which is saved in the database. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write const news data set news data, and I'm going to write use state. Then let's give title, then short description, then categories as well, and that would be an array state. After that, we want to fetch the news data, so I'm going to write the use effect hook. In this function, we have another async function called fetch news data, so async, and there we need a try catch block, and in the catch block we want to write console.log, and just we want to console log the error. And in the try block, I'm going to write const fetched news data, then await fetch news action, and we have to create this action. So let's go to the news actions page, and after this create slug function, let's write that server action, which is export const fetch blog action. Then we want that to be async function, and we expect the ID of the news, and let's have a try catch block. Let's throw a new error, so error dot message, and in the try block, first let's connect to MongoDB, then let's write const result await, then news dot find one, and we want to find with the ID, and let's make that to a data object. So I'm going to write const data object equal json dot parse, and inside that I'm gonna give json dot stringify, and I'm gonna pass the result, and then just return the data object. Now save the action and go to our front end, and here let's import this. So what was the server action name? So it would be fetch news action, actually, not blog action. So fetch news action, now it is suggesting, and here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write params dot news ID. Now we need the params, so let's import that. I'm gonna write const params equal use params, and here it would be params. Okay, so we got the news data. After that, I'm gonna write set news data, and there we want to set the title, which would be fetched news data dot title, then short description, would be fetched news data dot short description. Then we want the categories, that would be fetched news data dot categories. And after setting this, we want to set our content so it gets populated in our editor as well. So set content, that would be fetched news data dot description. Then we want to set description as well. So description, this is for the re-rendering actually. Do we have the description state? No, we don't. So let's create that. So we want description, and then set description. Okay, so after writing the function, we have to call that. So I'm gonna write if params dot news id. Then we want to call that function, which is fetch news data. And in the use effect, we want to give a dependency params. So whenever the params changes. Okay, so far so good. Our data fetching is almost done. Then we have to update our UI. So first of all, it would be update news, and in the input it will have some value property. So value, and that would be news data dot title. And let's give some onChange method here. So onChange, we want to set news data, and there first just destructure news data, and then we want to set the new title. So I'm gonna write e.target.value. So that in the text area as well, let me copy this so it becomes faster. And here, instead of title, I'm gonna write short description, and here as well, so it would be short description. Now for the categories, we have to run some loops here actually, or filters. So in the categories.map, we want to return this div which contains this input, and here we are gonna have checked. And for this, we want to do news data dot categories. Then let's run the sum method, and there we will get each category, and there we want to return category equal item underscore id. So if this matches, then the input box should be checked, and for value it would be item.id, and for id as well we are gonna have item.id. I'm gonna copy paste. Now we need a onChange method, so I'm gonna write onChange, and there we get the event, and there I'm gonna write const new categories equal e.target.checked, and here we want to give true or false, so this would be a ternary. And here I'm gonna write the structure points, then I'm gonna write news data dot categories, and I'm gonna pass the item dot underscore id as well. Otherwise I want to filter, so I'm gonna write news data dot categories dot filter, and in the filter we get the category for each iteration, and there I'm gonna write category is not equal item dot underscore id. Okay, after that I want to set news data. There first I'm gonna destructure the old news data, then I'm gonna write categories would be new categories. The file input would be same, so we don't have to change anything here, but here in the tip tab we want to send the description, so it gets re-rendered after getting the content. So while creating it was not necessary, but while updating it is necessary to work the updating functionality smoothly. After that we just need the submit button. So the UI is done, and now we have to update the form submission action. So let's first check if the UI is working or not. Let's go to our output. So here we are not showing the newses. So to update, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take one of the ID from my database. So let's grab that, and then we have admin control slash news slash update slash the ID. Okay, as you can see, the data got populated. How cool is that? As you can see, the title, the description, entertainment means the category, and as well as the news. So this was the catch of the description state which we used here. Okay, so let's work on the submission part as well. So in the submission part, we want the success ref and fail ref should be empty string at the beginning. Then let's do form data dot append, and we want author and description, but with that we want the news ID as well. So I want the news ID, and there we get that from params. So I'm going to write params dot news ID, and the action name would be update news action. And after submission, if we get data dot success, we want to do form ref dot current dot reset, which means we want to reset the form and set selected file to null. And after that, in the success ref text content, we want to write updated, and after that we want to push the user to admin controls. So I'm gonna write router. I think we haven't imported the router, so let's go to the top and import our router. So I'm gonna write const router equal use router. Okay, it imported from the next router, I guess, so this one is wrong. We want to import that from next navigation. Okay, after importing that, now we can work with our router. So here I'm gonna write router dot push, and we want to push to the admin controls page, admin controls, and if any error occurs, we want to show that in the fail ref. So let's save this and let's go to our output. Actually, it is not gonna work because we haven't written the update news action yet, so we have to write that. So this one is similar to the create function. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this, and after that I'm gonna paste this, and I'm gonna rename my server action name to update news action. And let me go to the file and first import this. Okay, and now let's go there and modify our function. Now here we need the news ID, so I'm gonna write const news ID equal form data dot get, and we want to get the news ID. Then after getting, let's make that to string. Then we need the title, then short description, author, and we need the thumbnail image and categories as well. Okay, so this part is done, and after that we want to change this functionality, the image upload functionality. So here I'm gonna write let thumbnail URL, and let's check if thumbnail image is there, and if thumbnail image dot size is greater than 0. Okay, this won't be in parentheses, so let me remove this. So if these both are true, and then we have the parentheses, and we want to do some type checking. So I'm gonna write thumbnail image dot type equal image slash JPEG, or thumbnail image dot type equal image slash PNG. If one of them is true, then let's go inside the if block, and then we want to upload the file and get the new thumbnail URL. So I'm gonna write await file uploader, and inside that let's pass thumbnail image, and we want to store that inside images folder. So the image uploadation is done. Now let's create a joy schema for the update function as well. It will be identical to the create schema, so I'm gonna copy paste, and let's update this. So the name would be joy news update schema. So the title, short description are same, categories same, description also same, author same, but the thumbnail URL should be optional. So here I'm gonna write joy string, then we want to allow empty string, and it is optional. Okay, let's go to our function again, and here I want to give the joy news update schema instead of the create schema, and I'm gonna pass title, short description, author, categories, and a thumbnail URL. Then if there is any error return from joy, then we want to throw that error. Otherwise we want to connect to our database, which is MongoDB. Now let's write this logic from start, so I'm gonna remove this part. So after connecting to MongoDB, what we want to do is I'm gonna write const existing news equal await news dot find by id. We want to find by the news id. Okay, after getting the existing news, we're gonna check if there is no existing news data. So if there is no existing news actually, then we want to throw a new error, and we want to throw that news not found. Okay, now if the title has been changed, means if this is not the previous title, then only we want to create a new slug. So here I'm gonna write if existing news dot title is not equal title. Now you can change the slug, but I think updating the slug is actually not a good idea, because when user clicks on a link which contains the slug, we fetch the news using the slug. So if we update the slug after updating the news, if the news link was shared to multiple users, if they clicks on that link, they might not see the news. They will see the news has been removed. So let's not allow to update the slug. So let's not update the slug, but we want to allow to update the other data. So I'm going to write existing news dot title equal the new provided title. Then let's do existing news dot short description equal short description. Then existing news dot description equal description. Then existing news dot author equal author. Then existing news dot categories equal categories. And let's check if there is thumbnail image dot size is greater than 0. Then let's update the thumbnail URL as well. So I'm going to write thumbnail URL. Actually it would be existing news dot thumbnail URL equal thumbnail URL. Okay, so after updating this data, we want to save that. So I'm going to write const result equal await existing news dot save. And if there is result, we want to return success is set to true. Otherwise, if error occurs, we want to send the error property. So let me save this and let's try if our updating functionality works or not. So let's go there, and I'm gonna write the title. This title is gibberish. I think the spelling is wrong. Okay, bear with me. This is the updated news. Let's try to update. As you can see, it got updated. Let's check in the database to confirm. So I'm gonna refresh our database. Okay, as you can see, the title is gibberish, so our updating functionality is working. And as you can see, the actual news is getting saved as pure HTML. As you can see, the p tag and closing p tag, we can inject that in our components. Okay, so far so good. Okay, let's go to our news page.jsx, I mean in which page we show our all newses to our admins, which is this one actually, this page. So let's work on this page to show the newses to our admins. So after the button and to closing div tag, write another div tag, and let's have some class name. So I'm gonna write class name, and first one would be flex, then padding horizontal would be 6, then padding vertical would be 2. Let's have some gap of 5, then flex wrap, width would be full, justify would be center in small screen devices, and in medium screen and above devices we want to do justify stretch. Where is that? Justify stretch. Okay, now we have to work with some states. So first of all, we need the new states. So let's write this Nextjs. I don't know this is grammatically right or not, but let's use Nextjs so we can understand this is plural and contains multiple news. Then set Nextjs equal use state, and let's have their empty array as initial value, and inside this div let's check if there is no Nextjs. If that is the case, then we want to return our message shower. So I'm gonna write message shower. I hope so it imported, actually it did. And for the message we want to tell that no news available. Okay, otherwise let's return our Nextjs. So I'm gonna write Nextjs dot map, and there let's have item, and for each item we want to return our news card which we have to create. So news card, and there we expect the props would be item dot underscore id, and for props we have to pass the news. So I'm gonna pass news equal item. Let's save this and go to our components folder and create our news card. So this would be news card.jsx. so this would be a client component. So let's write use client directive, then rfc to create the component, and the component name would be news card. Okay, let's remove this import statement, and let's have a link tag here actually. So I'm gonna write here link. Make sure to import that from next link. Let's give a href here, and whenever any user clicks on this card we want to navigate him to /news/view/news_id. Now let's give this some class name. So first we would have card, and medium devices width would be 96, and in small screen device and above we want the max width should be 96. Okay, in small screens we want width full, and color would be bg slate 800, so it is kind of bluish color. Then shadow XL, then rounded large, and overflow hidden. Inside that let's check if there is news.thumbnail URL. Then we want to write the figure tag, so figure actually. Okay, and first of all we need the props here, which would be the news props. Okay, and inside the news we want to render the Nextjs image component, and for source let's give news.thumbnail URL. For alt let's give news.title. Let's give some width of 600, height of 400, then class name would be object cover, height would be 48, and width would be full. Okay, let's save this. Okay, let's ignore the error. We're gonna fix that later in this page. Actually, let's fix this. So we need to import the useState hook here actually, and after rendering the image let's render the other data. So I'm gonna write the div tag again, and here let's give some class name, for example card body, then bg slate 900, so dark bluish color, then text would be gray and red, and padding would be 5. Inside that let's have a h2. Let's give it some class name, for example card title, then text large, font would be bold, and if user hovers on this, the text should be indigo 400, and we want a transition as well, so this looks slick. And inside that we want to render the news.title. After h2 let's check if there is news.short description, if that is available. Then we want to render a paragraph tag, and there let's have news.short description, and let's give some class name here. So margin top would be 2, text would be small, and text gray 300. For that, let's write the div tag again. Let's give some class name. So margin top would be 3, text would be extra small, and color would be gray 400. And here we're gonna render our views count. So I'm gonna write news dot views count, and after that I'm gonna write views. Now after this div, let's have another logic, which is if path name. So we have to import that first. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna import the router and the path name as well. So I'm gonna write const router equal use router, then const path name equal use path name. So here I'm gonna write path name if that includes the text slash admin controls. That means the user is in the admin controls page, means he's an admin. So if that is the case, then we want to render another div. So I'm gonna write here the div tag. Let's give this some class name. So it will be card actions, justify and margin top would be 4. Inside that div, let's have a button, and it would have class name of button primary, then button small. After the class names, let's give the onClick event, and there we want to run some function, and whenever user clicks on that, we want to do router dot push. And now let's do slash admin controls slash news slash update slash dollar curly braces news dot underscore id. And for the button text, we're gonna use edit. Let's save this, and we're gonna have another button, so that will be identical to this button. I'm gonna copy paste, but the color would be button error, and it will navigate the user to the delete page. The button title would be delete. Okay, let's save this. So our button card is done. So now here we can import. So let's import the news card and use that here. So we are rendering all the newses using this news card, and after that here we need some UI enhancers. First of all, we need to load our newses to show them. So let's work on that first. So let's write the use effect hook. Inside that we have this function. There we have another function which is fetch data, which is an async function. So here we have to work with many states. So let me write them first. First of all, we need some infinite loading. So we have to work with pages. So I'm going to write const page, then set page, then equal use state, and the initial value would be 1. Okay, then const loading, work with the loading state, and then set loading, and the use state would have the value false. Then let's have the error state. So I'm going to write const error, then set error, and let's use state of empty string. Then we want to check if the infinite scrolling has no data, means the scrolling has been ended. So for that, let's have another state called end, and set end, and let's write use state. Let's give the value false. Okay, so the states are done. After that, when the fetch data gets called, we want to set the loading to true. Then let's have a try catch block, and in the catch I'm gonna do set error, and that would be error dot message. After the catch, I'm gonna write the finally, and there after the function finishes its execution, we want to do set loading to false. And now let's write the try block. So inside the try block, we expect a response. I'm gonna write const response, and let's send a request to server or an API. I'm gonna write const fetch, and we want to send request to slash API slash all news and we give some parameters. So I'm gonna write page, and for value I'm gonna give the page state. Okay, then let's check if response is not okay. So response is not okay. We want to throw a new error, so throw new error, and let's write http error, and the status is response.status. Okay, but if the response is okay, we expect a data array. So I'm gonna write const data array equal await response.json, and there I'm gonna check if not data array dot news's, then we want to set the error saying data not received, then just return. After that we're gonna check if data array dot news's, I think this data array may be an object and the news's is an array, but let's write the variable or constant name like this, it doesn't matter. And let's check if the length is less than 1, then we want to set the end to true, otherwise we want to set news's. So first we are gonna check if there is any previous news's in the state, so we're gonna hold that and we're gonna populate that here, so prev, and after that we're gonna add the data dot news's. Okay, after that we have to call the function, so I'm gonna write fetch data, and for dependency array we have to give page, so whenever the page value changes, this function should get called with the updated page. But now we have to handle how we can update the page. We have to do that using the handle scroll. So I'm gonna write const handle scroll equal, and let's check if window means the window object has the inner height plus our document dot the document element dot scroll top plus 1 is greater than or equal to document dot document element dot scroll height. If that is the case, so if not end here means we haven't set the end here. If end is not true and this one is true, means the scroll top and the inner height gets bigger from the scroll height, then we want to do set page equal prev, means previous one, then prev plus 1. Okay, now we want to call this handle scroll on the scroll of user, so I'm gonna write the use effect hook again, and here I'm gonna write window dot add event listener, and we want to listen to the scroll event and want to run the handle scroll function. And after doing that, we want to clean up that so there should not any performance issue as well. So I'm gonna write window dot remove event listener, and we want to remove the scroll event, and we want to remove the handle scroll. Okay, let's save this, but we can't show our data as of now because as you can see we get 404 because this API route is not there. We have to create that. So inside the API folder, where is that? Let me close these folders. Okay, so inside this API folder we are gonna create another folder called all news, and inside that we want the file route.js. Okay, now here let's first of all connect to our database, so await connect MongoDB. Now this is a get function, so I'm gonna write export async function get, and in the parameters we have the request object, so request. So first of all we expect the page parameter, so I'm gonna write const page equal request, it is in the request object. Then we have the next URL, then there we have search params dot get, and we want to get page, and this will be a string, so we want to make that to integer. So I'm gonna write the percent function. So let's pass all of this in the percent. If it is not there, we want to consider the page is 1. Then let's have another constant which is news per page, and we want 10 news per page. Okay, after that we can fetch our newses. So I'm gonna write const newses equal await, then news dot find, and we want to find all of them. Then after finding, we want to do sort. So the sorting would be based on the created at field. So latest should come first. So the created at would be -1. So this will have curly braces. Okay. After that, for pagination, we want to skip some newses with respect to the page. So here I'm gonna write page -1, then into news per page. Okay, then we want to limit, so it should not fetch all the news at the same time. So I'm gonna write news per page. Okay, for that, let's return next response. Make sure to import that .json. Actually, we should wrap that inside a try catch block. So the error handling should get easier. I'm gonna cut this from here, paste it here, and here in the response I'm gonna send news s, and the status would be 200. And for error I'm gonna return next response .json, and there let's have a message something went wrong, and let's have the error. And after this, let's send the status as well. So I'm gonna write status is 400. So let's save this. Now this should work. Let's see if that works or not. Let's go to our output. Okay, as you can see, our newses are getting shown in the page. So if we click on this edit button, so we are in the view page. So why is that? Okay, if we click on this, still we are in the view page. So I think there is some propagation here, so we have to prevent that. So let's go to our news card. Now to fix this error, we have to prevent the propagation. So in the on click here, we have the event. So before pushing, we have to do e.stop propagation, and here as well. And if you write that, you have to wrap that inside curly braces. Okay, so here also give curly braces, move this line inside the function, and here write e.stop propagation. Now if I refresh the page and click on this edit, still it is doing some propagation. So let's see how we can fix that. So let's make this a div. The closing would be div as well instead of link, and here instead of href, let's give on click, and on click we want to do router dot push and slash news slash view slash, so I have to use backticks here, and give news dot underscore id. Save. Now let's see if that works. Okay, so now you can see the propagation is not happening. Okay, we are in the view page, and when we click on the edit button, we are in the update page, and we click on the delete button, we are in the delete page. Okay, so that's fine. Our news card is done. Our infinite scroll is also done. We get our data here. I think we have to update a bit more in our infinite scrolling. So here, to show loading, we're gonna tell that if loading is true, then we want to render our loader. If there is error, we want to show a scroll message. We are gonna create that component. So scroll message, and the message would be the error. And if there is no more news, means it is the end, then we want to render the scroll message again. So I'm gonna write scroll message, and for message I'm gonna write no further news. Okay, now let's create the scroll message component. So here I'm gonna create that. So scroll message.jsx, and I'm gonna do the RFC here. Here we expect the message as props, and inside h1 I want to render the message, and let's give some class name. For example, width would be full, then text center, then text 2xl, text red and 400, and margin top would be 6. If I save the file and go to the news page and save the file, let me import that. I think I haven't imported that, so now save the file. Let's go to our page. As you can see, when there is no more news, it shows no further news. Okay, so this is the actual behavior we are expecting. So now let's work on the deleting functionality. So I'm gonna create a folder called delete inside the news folder, and inside the delete folder I'm gonna create another folder with square brackets and a news ID, and inside that I expect page.jsx file. Okay, now first of all it is a client component, so let's write the use client directive, then RFC. This would be delete news, and it would be similar to our category delete functionality page. So let me do one thing. I can just copy all the code from there and paste that in our news delete page, and let me explain what is happening here. So first of all, it is client component, but we are importing delete category action, but we have to import the delete news action, so we are gonna modify that. So for that, let's go to our news actions file, and here this action is similar to category delete action. So let's go to the bottom in this file and just copy this delete server action and come here and paste and rename this to delete news action, and we expect a ID in the parameter. Then in the try block we are connecting to MongoDB, and here we want to find and delete the news. Okay, so after deleting we send the response with success true. Just save that, and let's go to our news delete frontend file, and here instead of this action, actually let's import the delete news action here. As you can see, we imported the news action. We're importing the delete confirmer, which is a reusable component for deleting data in our site, then loader and the other things. As you can see, we have the loading states and router and params session. Okay, so here we are checking if he is not super admin, we want to redirect him to the admin controls page. Otherwise, just set loading to false. Okay, if it is loading and the authentication status is also loading, we want to render the loader. Otherwise, we want to render the delete confirmer component, and there we want to pass the model type is news, which models data we want to delete. And for the delete action or function, we are passing the delete news action. So if I go to the delete confirmer, you can see it will ask sure about deleting this news, and yes button, and it will run the delete news action as we are passing the delete news action through this delete action props. Okay, so if I go to my output and if I click on of them, so let's say this one, if I click on this delete button, so it is throwing error. So it is saying the default export is not a React component, and so let's see what is happening there. /news/delete/news ID. Okay, so where is that? So we haven't saved our file actually, that is why it is happening. So let's go to the output and let's click on the delete button, and it is asking sure about deleting this news. Yes, we are sure. Let's go to the news page, but it haven't deleted our news. So why is that? Let's see in the code. Okay, so we are passing category ID here. We have to update this to news ID. So in the params we have news ID, not the category ID. So as we have copied this one, so we haven't updated it. So make sure to update this to news ID. After that, let's go to the output. Let's click on this delete button. Yes, we want to delete this. Let's go to the news page. As you can see, the news got deleted. So awesome, our news creating and showing functionality is almost done. Now we have to design our homepage, recent news, categorized, then most viewed, trending. There is lots of work, so let's go on. Now before we proceed further, I want to show you something, and that is related to our authentication. So now as you can see, I am logged in with my SuperAdmin account, so I'm able to view the admin controls page, which is this one. Okay, and every other pages inside the admin controls folder. Now if I sign out and try to go to the admin controls page, it shows you are not authorized. So if I go to my admin's controls page, so let me show you, which is this one. So as you can see, it is showing this message, means it is coming to this page and just showing this message, just ignoring this part of code because we are doing conditional rendering here, but it is coming to this page. So that's not the right approach. So as user types in the URL that he want to view the news page, even though he is not logged in, he can see this page. So that's a very big issue. Now you can say that we can copy this line and we can check if he is admin or super admin in the news page as well. You can come here in this page and just before this return statement you can check if he is admin or not. So if admin or not, but it is not the right approach because we have several pages inside the admin controls folder. As you can see, add new. So writing this logic in every file is a overkill, and you can't track that. So when the project grows, you'll forget in which file you have written this part and in which file you haven't. So this is not the right approach. So the right approach is to use a middleware. So what we have to do is, in the root folder, in the pulse time folder, not in the app folder, in the root folder, we're gonna create a file called middleware.js. Okay, now here we expect a function. So it will be an async function. So export async function. The function name is middleware, and in the parameter we get the request object. Now in the authentication we have our token, so we can write const token and we can write await, then get token. Make sure to import that from Next.auth/jwt and pass the request object in the get token function. Now let's write a if block, and there we're gonna say if token dot role is not equal admin and token dot role is not equal super admin, then we want to return a next response. Make sure to import that, and we want to redirect the user, and we want to redirect to the process.env.next.url. You can redirect him to any URL, for example / or the trending page, wherever you wish. So this next.url is just / as you can see in the .env file, just the root URL. When we will host this in the production in Vercel or any kind of other hosting services, you'll write the domain name here. So we're gonna redirect the user in the root. After that we have to export a config. So when we want to redirect him, if he is not admin or super admin, so I'm gonna write export const the config. Make sure to name this config, and there we have the matcher, and there we can give some URLs. So here we're gonna tell that in the admin controls page, and inside that folder all the other page. So for that we have to write the /, then make sure to give the colon and every other path. So inside admin controls folder, if there is any file or any page, there should not go any user who is not an admin or super admin. Okay, and then we have to export another thing to work this properly, and that is default. Export default, and we have to import that Next.js middleware, and after importing, just exporting at the same time. So as you can see, middleware. So let's save this, and now if any user tries to visit this page, he should get navigated to the home page. So why this is not working? What mistake did I make? So let me go to the, okay, let's write here optional chaining, so this one. So you should make sure the token is there. As you can see, we are in the home page. So if any user tries to do admin's controls, so he is in the page, but he is seeing you are not authorized. But if he tries to go to the news page, let's see if he can go. As you can see, he is navigated back to the home page. So that's what we actually wanted. So again, if I try to go admin controls /news/add new, so it is not going to the news page, but it is going to the add new page. Now let's see why is that. Oh, actually we haven't given the star here. So this will make sure that even there is any descendant folders, those also should be get ignored. Not only the child paths, but also the grandchild's path or any other descendant path. So every path should be get protected. So now this should work properly. So now if any user tries to go there, as you can see, he's navigated to the home page. Let's try again. /news is navigated to the home page, and it is super instant. As you can see, there is no slash anymore. News, then let's try to go to the add new page. As you can see, he can't go there. So this is working perfectly. Okay, so this is done. Now let's work on our home page, because till now we have worked on our admin panel so far, but there is nothing in our client portal, so our clients can't see anything here. So let's start working on our home page. Okay, so let's go to our home page. Where is that? You can see page.jsx. Okay, now we want to make this a server component, or to a ISR rendered page, means incremental static generation. We want to statically generate this page after some certain time. So let me remove this and manually write the function. So I'm going to write export default, and it would be async function, because as we are trying to do ISR in this component, I'm going to write async function, and the function name is home. Then we want some recent newses, means the recent 10 newses to show on the home page. So I'm going to write here const newses, and there I'm going to write await fetch newses, and we are going to write this function, don't worry. After that, let's return a div with the text hello. Okay, after that, in the top, let's write that function. So I'm going to write const fetch newses, and this is an async function. Then we want a response, so const res equal await, then fetch. Now here we can't just write /API. If we write like this, the statically generating and the revalidation functionality will not work properly. We have to write the domain as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my .env file, because this API will not be available in the build time. So to get this in build time, we have to use the absolute path of the API. So here let's go to the .env file. Where is that? You can see here. Okay, so here we want another .env variable, which will be next_public_API_URL. Okay, and equal just http localhost 3000. We have to change this when we push this to our production server. Okay, now let's go to our file. Now here write $curly braces then process.env and dot next underscore public underscore API underscore URL. Make sure to add this next public at the beginning. Then we want to check in the API directory, and there we have this all news route, and there we'll say page equal 1. So if you can remember, in the API we expect this page parameter. So if we want just the latest news, and it will work properly. So let's go to the home page. Where is that? Oh, the folder structure, where is that? Oh, where is that? Okay, here it is. Okay, so after getting the response, the second argument of fetch, here we're gonna say that next we want to revalidate this data in every 1 hour. So even if there is new data in the server, but it won't show them until 1 hour has been passed. So it will generate this page after every 1 hour. Okay, so after that we're gonna check if response is not okay. So not okay, then we want to return null. Though you should have handled this, you can just write a paragraph or message that could not load data, but I just will return null. That doesn't matter, here it will work. I'm gonna do const data equal await response.json, then just return data.newses. If you can recall, in the API we have sent newses, so this should match this one. Now we have our data. Now let's show them in our page. So we don't want to give any class name here, but we want some inline styling here. So first of all, we want a background image. So background image, and here I'm gonna give the URL. So I'm gonna write URL and give the URL in quotations. Okay, I have the image URL copied in my clipboard. I'm gonna paste that. So if I save the file and go to my output, now let's refresh the page. There is nothing because we have to give some more styling. So after background image, we have to give background size, and that would be cover, the small c. Then background position would be center, and let's give the min height property as well, and that would be 100 VH, means view height. Let me save this. Still it is not showing. I think the page got cached, so it is not updating. So if I delete this .next folder, and if I stop the server, let me delete this again and do npm run dev again, and go to the output and refresh the page, still it is not showing the image. Okay, so here is the mistake. We have written the URL twice. We have to remove this one. Okay, so here now this should get fixed. As you can see, we have our image, so that's perfect. Instead of this hello text, let's give another div and give some class name. So the class name would be hero, and text would be white, and the position would be relative. Inside the div, we are gonna have another div, and the class name would be absolute position. Then insert 0, bg would be black, so bg black, and we want opacity of 20. Let's give some inline styling. So the z index would be 1. Inside that div, we're gonna have another div, and let's give this some class name. So we're gonna say max width would be large. Let's have a heading here. Now let's give some class name in the heading. So text would be 5XL in small screen devices. I think it should be 4XL, I guess. And in the medium screen devices, we want text should be 5XL. Then font would be bold. Then give a class leading snug, and tracking would be wide. So it should have some spaces in between the letters. Inside the h1, let's write our slogan, which is insights that inspire, and the break tag, and then let's write the stories that stick. After the heading, I'm gonna have a paragraph, so I'm gonna write the p tag, and here let's give a class name of ty6. Now here I'm gonna have a paragraph text, so I'm not gonna write that manually. I'm gonna copy paste that. So let's copy paste that. Let me save this. As you can see, the paragraph: explore the latest in technology, science breakthroughs, and entertainment trends. Stay updated with insights into innovations, discoveries, and cultural highlights that shape our world. Dive into captivating and expert analysis across tech, science, and pop culture. Okay. After the paragraph, let's have another div. Let's give this some class name. For example, it would be flex. Then let's have a gap of 3. Items should be in the center and justify center as well. Okay. Then inside that, we're gonna have a button. The button text would be get started. Then class name would be button. Then bg primary, text white, and rounded full. We're gonna have another button identical to this one, and there we won't have the bg primary. Other things are same. So here would be learn more. Okay, I'll save this. As you can see how our page is looking like. Okay, so here we made a mistake. That's why the design is not looking nice, and that is this div should have closing div here right after the opening tag. For that we are gonna have another div, and that div should close later. And here the class name would be hero content text center, then relative, and z index would be 10. Okay, let's save this. Now let's see the output. As you can see, our home page now looks nice. Okay, and before the last closing div, we want to render our recent newses. So recent newses component, we have to create that, and there we're gonna pass our newses. So newses, and let's pass the newses we fetched here. Newses. Okay, let's save this, and we have to create that component. So let's go to the components folder and create recent newses.jsx. Now this would be a client component, so I'm gonna write use client, then rfc, remove this import statement. We expect the newses in the props, so newses, then class name, and inside this div we're gonna have a paragraph with the text recently added, and let's give this paragraph some class name. So padding vertical would be 6, then we want underline, then let's have italic as well, then text center, then text to excel. Okay, so after this paragraph, let's have a div. Let's give some class name, for example flex, then px6 means padding horizontal would be 6, then padding top would be 2, padding bottom would be 6. Let's have a gap of 5, then flex wrap, width would be full, and justify center. Okay, and inside that div, let's check if there is no newses. If that is the case, we want to render our message shower with the message no news available. Otherwise you have to render the newses. So newses.map, then there we get the item, and just return our news card. Let's give the key, and that is item dot underscore id, and then news would be the item. Let's save, and let's go to the output. So it is showing recent newses is not defined, so we have to import this. So where is our page.jsx? Here. So let's import this in our home page. Save this, go to the output. As you can see, it is showing our newses. Perfect. Let's go to our admin panel. So we are not signed in actually. Let's try to log in. Okay, now let's go to our admin controls and news, add new. This is news 2, this is then sports, and for image let's have this image. then this is news, and just submit. Okay, let's create another one. News 3, some gibberish, entertainment. Then let's select this image. This is news gibberish, and let's make this bold, and let's submit. The news got created. Let's go to our home page, refresh this. So this is statically generated, so we are not seeing them. Let me go to the newses. As you can see, the newses got created, but we are not seeing those newses because this page was statically generated, and after the 1 hour it will update and regenerate the page with the new data. So to see the new data, what we can do is we can delete the .next folder. Let's stop the server, delete the .next folder again, and just run the npm run dev command. Now if I go to the home page and refresh, you'll see it will rebuild the page, and we can see the 3 new news. So how awesome is that? This look beautiful. Okay, now we want to create our recent news page, then categorized page, then most viewed page, then the trending page. Now recent news, most viewed, and the trending page is kind of similar. So what we can do is we can create a component and use that, but with some conditional rendering, so it will show different data in different pages. So let's do that. So what we can do is in the news folder, not in the admin controls, but in the app itself, we haven't created that, so let's create that folder. So first we have to create a folder called news folder. Inside that we are gonna have another folder with square brackets type, and there we're gonna have page.jsx. So the type would contain recent news or the trending news or the most viewed news. So we are gonna tell that in this path name. Now if you can remember, we created a component in our admin controls. So admin controls and the news, here we have our infinite scroll. So this page's code is similar to this page's code. So what we can do is we can copy paste. So let's go to our admin controls folder, there news, then page.jsx. Let me remove this line, save, and let me copy this, all of the code. Okay, then let's go to this news/type folder, and in the page file I'm gonna paste this. Okay, let me save this, and now if I go to the recent news, you can see it shows that page, but we have to remove something here. First of all, we don't want this add button and this text, so I'm gonna remove this. Actually I'm gonna remove this whole div. Then I'm gonna save this, go to my output. You can see how this looks, but this does not look nice. So what we can do is we can go in this page and modify some design. First of all, we need the params in this page. So const params equal use params. Okay, after that, before this div, I'm gonna write a paragraph tag, and there I'm gonna write params dot type. Let's save this. As you can see, it prints recent news. As in the params, we have the type recent news, but this does not look nice. Let's format this. As you can see, if we go to the most viewed page, it shows most viewed. We go to the trending page, it shows the trending text. So this does not look nice. We have to modify the text. First of all, let's give some class name, and that would be vertical padding of 6, then underlined, italic as well, then text center, and text to Excel. Okay, let's go to the output. As you can see, like this one, but the recent news text has the hyphen and the first letter is small letter. This does not look nice, so we can run a function to overcome this. So let's go to the top and create a function called format news type. So I'm gonna write function format news type, and in the parameter we expect a text which we want to format. Then we return that text, but before that we want to split that. So split using the hyphen, so there is no arrow here. After splitting, we want to map every item, then there we get every word, and what we want is word dot character at 0th position, and we want to make that to uppercase, so that should be uppercase letter, plus then word dot slice 1. Okay, for that we want to join them with space. Save, and now let's use this function. So in the paragraph I'm gonna write format news type and pass params dot type, which contains that recent news and other news text. So now if I go to the output, as you can see, the first letter is capital letter of each word. Okay, but these blocks are aligned to the left, which does not look nice, so we can make this to be on the center. So for that we have to modify this class. So let's remove this one. So justify stretch in the medium screen, remove that class, go to the output. As you can see, this looks nice, everything is centered, as you can see, beautiful. Okay, now we can make this a little bit more beautiful. As you can see, it shows no further news, but we don't need to show this to our user. Okay, so while scroll ends, we don't want to show him anything. But if the page number is 0 or 1 and user does not get any data, in that case we want to show that there is no data in the server. Otherwise, if page number is 2, 3, then we don't want to show this message. So for that we have to update our infinite scrolling a little bit. So we need another state called end error, then set end error, then use state would be false, and we want to make this true after this return. So here I'm gonna check if data r dot newses dot length is less than 1 and page is equal 1, then we want to set the end error to true and set end true as well to prevent data fetching from the server. Okay, and let's go to the bottom. Here I'm gonna tell if end error means page is 1 but haven't got data, then only I want to render another component. So let me make this component, so that is no data component dot jsx. Let's write rfc, and here we expect a default message. We write a default message in the message props. So if message props has not passed, then in default we are gonna use this one, which is no data available. Okay, let's give this div some class name, for example flex, then flex call, then items center, justify would be center as well, height would be full, padding vertical 6, and text gray 500. And inside this div I have to write md outline cancel icon. Make sure to import that. Let's give some class name, and text would be 6xl, margin bottom would be 4. Why this is showing error? Here it would be equal, not colon. After this icon, let's write a paragraph tag, and there let's write the class name, and text would be large, and we want to render the message. Let's save this, go to our page, and here just write no data component. Make sure to import that. So if I save and go to my output and refresh the page, you can see it does not show that message. But let's see if in the initial request we get no news, then what happens. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just comment out this and just send empty array. Let's see what happens. In the output, as you can see, we see the no data available component if there is no data in the initial page request. Let's revert back this file. Okay, let's go to the output and refresh. As you can see, recent news, then most viewed news, then trending news. But as you can see, every page is showing same data, but we want that in the most viewed page, user should see the news first, which has been viewed mostly, and in the trending page, user should see the news which has been viewed most in the last 24 hours. So how we are gonna do that? So for that, we have to modify our API, this API actually. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pass another params, which is type. So after the page params, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const type equal request dot next URL dot search params dot get, and we want the type param, the news per page, and after that we have some query. Then I'm gonna write query. Initially that would be empty object, forgot the let keyword here. Then I'm gonna write let sort option equal, then created at -1, so recent should be on the first. And after this I'm gonna check if type is equal most viewed, then the sort option would be based on views count -1, so the most viewed will be on the top. Else if type is trending, so we have to query our news based on our history. So have we created our history model? No. So let's create that. So I'm gonna create our history model. So history model.js, and let me copy something from my category schema. So I'm gonna copy this, go to my history model. So let me explain this. I'm importing Mongoose and models from Mongoose. Then the schema name would be history schema, and inside that schema we're gonna have a field called news, and the type would be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id. Then we have to give some reference, so ref, and we want to give reference to the news model, and let's include the required true as well. Okay, then after that let me remove this and copy this, paste that here again, and we want the author, means who has viewed the news. Let's call this user instead of author. Okay, and we want to give reference of user. Okay, it is required true. We want the timestamps, and the model name would be history. So let me update this history here. So if there is no models called history, it should create the model with the history schema. Okay, let's save this, go to our API, and let's have a constant called 24 hours ago equal new date, then 24 hours ago dot set hours, 24 hours ago dot get hours, means the previous hours value, and we want to minus 24 hour. Then let's fetch our trending news. So trending news equal await story, make sure to import dot aggregate, I think not the history component but the history model, so aggregate. Okay, and let's run some aggregation. So first of all we want to $match, then created at, and we're gonna say the news which are created at and greater than and equal 24 hours ago. So which history is created 24 hours ago and one word, means viewed 24 hours ago and one word. After matching that, we want to group. So here I'm gonna write $group, then here let's give _id and group that with $news, and now this one and this one should match, make sure that. Then views, which is available in our news schema, and we want to sum them, so $sum 1. After that, let's sort. So I'm going to write a $sort, then views -1 means more viewed news should be on the top. After that, write a $skip to work with the pagination. So here the logic would be page -1 and 2 news per page. Then $limit news per page. Then we have to run the lookup aggregation, and there I'm gonna write news. The local field would be _id, and the foreign field means the field in the history, that will be also _id, and we want them as news details. After the lookup, we want to run the unwind aggregation, and there we're gonna call this news details. And lastly, so many aggregations, the last one is replace root, and there I'm gonna give the value new root $news details. After getting our newses, means the trending newses, as you can see we called this trending newses, what we can do is we can write return next response dot json, then I'm gonna write newses, and I'm gonna give trending newses as a value. Okay, after that the status would be 200. So for trending newses, we are gonna handle everything on this else if block, but for most viewed or the recent viewed, we're gonna pass the query here if there is anything available, and in the sort we're gonna give the sort option. So the default sort option will be always, as you can see, the recent ones created at minus, but if you set the type is most viewed, then the newses will be sorted by the views count. Okay, so our API is 100% complete. This one will have other APIs as well. We'll come that to later. So let's go to our news type page, and here we have to update some things. So in the API route, after giving the page param, we want to give the API another param, which is type equal $curly braces. Then we're gonna check if there is params dot type, then I'm gonna give params dot type, otherwise the default type would be recent news. So if there is nothing in the type param, let me save this. Let's go to the output. As you can see how this looks, so the recent news page, most viewed page, and the trending page, but we can't see the trending data because we haven't implemented the views functionality yet. So whenever user views news, the particular news should get one view, and which news has more views in the last 24 hours, it will be shown to this trending page, and which is shown most in the lifetime, it will be shown in the most viewed page. Okay, so we have to implement our view news page and the history functionality and the views count functionality. So let's see what we have to do next. So let's implement the news view functionality. So in the news folder, let's have another folder called view, which page will allow the user to view the news. Inside that folder, we're gonna have another folder with the name news id. Inside that folder, we're gonna have the file page.jsx. Okay, so inside this page, user will see the actual news and the suggested newses as well. Now the news view page will be a server component which will have the ISR feature, means incremental static generation. So let me create the page using RFC, and let's call this view news. Okay, save. So before we proceed further, I realized that this video has become very big, so I made a decision. We should not create the URL shortener functionality in this project, means in this video. We can create that in another project or dedicated project or dedicated video. So what do I mean by that? So if I go to the admin controls, As you can see, we have this URL shortener. So this is also a very big feature. This has user click track, then redirecting the user in the current website, in external websites, keep track of those other metadata, and so many things. So if we build this functionality in this video, this will make the video length twice. So let's not create these functionalities in this video. We're gonna have a dedicated project or dedicated video on this URL shortener. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just remove this and save this. If I go, you can see there is no URL shortener here. Okay, so let's continue with news view functionality. Let me remove this import statement. Now we need to work with the params here, but we can't use the use params hook as it will be a server component which will have ISR. But here as well we can work with the params by destructuring the params in the component. And as it is a server component, we have to make this async. Then here we expect the news ID from the params. So I'm gonna write await params. Then we can fetch our news. So I'm gonna write const news equal await fetch news, and we can give the news ID as argument. Okay, we haven't created this function, we have to create that. The function name would be fetch news, not fetch news action. So make sure to call this fetch news just, and after that let's define that function. So const fetch news equal async, then we expect the news ID. It is an arrow function. Then let's write const res equal await, then fetch, and let's use the backticks here. Then in $curly braces write process dot env, then next underscore public underscore API underscore URL, then slash API slash all news and slash get news by ID. Now we haven't created this API, so we have to create that. So we have to give the news ID as params. Then I'm gonna write $curly braces and give the news ID from the function parameter. Okay, and in the second option of fetch, we are gonna give the next property, and here I'm gonna say that revalidate after every 1 minute. Okay, after that let's check if response is not okay, then we want to return just null. You can handle other things like error handling or others. You can show some messages, but I will just keep rendering null because this is gonna surely work in this case. Then I'm gonna write const data equal await, then res.json. Okay, and what we can do is we can make this if block shorter and sweeter by writing like this. Okay, then after that we can return the data. So return data dot news. So now let's create this API. So we have to create that inside all news folder. Inside that we will have another folder called get news by ID, and inside that we're gonna have route.js, and let's call this route get news by ID or slug. Okay, because we want to fetch the news using the slug as well. So we have to update the URL here as well. So it would be get news by ID or slug. Let's save this, and here I'm not gonna call this news ID, but I'm gonna call this news identifier. So wherever I have news ID, I'm gonna update those. So I'm gonna make this news identifier, this as well, and this too as well. Okay, let's save this. So we have to update the folder name here as well. So I'm gonna rename this. So it would be news identifier Okay, so let's create our API now. Now here, this would be a get route. So I'm going to write export async function get, and we have the request object here. Then let's add a try catch block if any error occurs. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this statement and paste that here. So I'm going to send next response with JSON message, something went wrong, and the error. Make sure to import the next response from next server. For that, here I'm going to write const news identifier equal request dot next URL, then search params dot get the news identifier. Let's paste this here, and if there is no news identifier, then we want to return next response dot JSON. There I'm gonna write message, and that would be missing news identifier, then status would be 400. Now let's check if the identifier is Mongo's ID or not. Otherwise that would be a slug. So here I'm gonna write const is valid object ID, then equal Mongo's, make sure to import that, dot types dot object ID dot is valid, and we're gonna pass the news identifier. Now after that, let's write let query, and if the identifier is a valid object ID, then the query would be underscore ID and news identifier, else the query would be slug then news identifier. Okay, so we get our query. Now let's find the news. So I'm gonna write const news equal await news, make sure to import that model, dot find one, and just give here query. Then let's check if not news, means if we don't find that, then we want to send a response with the status 404 saying news not found. Okay, otherwise if it is there, then just return next response dot JSON, and we want to send the news and the status. So the status would be 200. Okay, save the file, and let's go to our front end. Where is that? Here it is. Now after getting the news, we can render that in our page. So here in the return statement, instead of div, I'm gonna write the main tag. Inside that, let's have a div. Let's give some class name of padding vertical 8. Then in large print devices, we want padding vertical to 12, and padding horizontal would be 7. Then let's have another div. Let's give this some class name, and that would have margin bottom 7. Let's write a h4. Let's give some class name, so it would have text of base, then font bold, then margin bottom to 4. Now I'm gonna write here news. After that, I'm gonna write the h1 tag, and just to give here the news dot title. Okay, if I go back to my output, then recent news, and if I click on of this, it says not found. Why is that? So the URL is news then view. Okay, you cannot use different slug names for the same dynamic path. Okay, so the previous one which we renamed is there in the cache, so we have to delete that .next folder and restart our server. Actually delete this once again, then npm run dev. Let's go there and let's check if that works. Okay, it is working. So here we have a new error, cannot read properties of null. So why is that? Let's see if we get the news here in this route. So first let's check if the route is getting heated or not. So I'm gonna write console log heated, and let's do a refresh. So it is getting heated. So where is the problem? Now let's see if we are getting the news itself. So console log, then let's give the news, save. Let me refresh here, go to the server. Okay, it is not coming here. Let's see where the error is occurring. So here, let's see, news identifier. Okay, params. Okay, let's log that news identifier here. So news identifier. Okay, so let's cut this from here, paste here, save, again refresh. Let's see if this is valid or not. Object ID. So I'm gonna give is valid object ID. So it is valid. So why the news is not there? What is happening here? So let me console log that here. So what is happening here in this function? Okay, we haven't connected to our database here, how full I am. So before this query, we have to connect to our database actually. So I might connect MongoDB. Now it should work. If I refresh the page, as you can see, this is news 2. The title is getting here printed. If I click on this news, you can see the title is this title. Okay, let's go to the front end. After the h1, we need a span, and let's give this some class name. For example, flex. Then width would be 60 pixel and height would be 1, and let's give some margin in the vertical, that would be 4. Let's save this, go to the output. Okay, then after that, let's have a div. Let's give this some class name, for example, flex, then justify between, then items center, border bottom, then border color would be border slate 700, and padding bottom would be 2. And inside the div, we're gonna have a paragraph, and let's give some class name, for example, flex, and items should be centered. Then let's have a gap of 2, then text extra small. Then let's render an icon, so fi user. Let's give class name of inline. Then let's give our project name, which is pulse times. Then write the span tag again, and here let's give class name text large, and here just give a dot, and after that we'll render news dot created at. Let me save this. Okay, we have to import this icon, so let's go to the top, and I'm gonna write import fi user from react icons / fi. Okay, let's save this, go to the output. As you can see, we have this, but this time does not looks well. So what I can do is I can write a function to format this time. So let's go to our lib folder, and here I'm gonna create the file called format time.js. Now here I'm gonna write export function format readable date time, and here we expect a parameter which is provided date time. Then let date equal new date, and let's pass provided date time. Then I'm gonna write const options equal, and here we have year, and that we want in numeric, and the month name should be short, means instead of February it should be only Feb, like this. And day would be numeric, so numeric. Then we have hour, we want that to be 2-digit, so 2-digit. Then minute, that also we want a 2-digit, 2-digit. I haven't give the comma here, so it is yelling at me. Then we have hour 12, and let's make that true. Okay, after that I'm gonna write return date dot to local string, then I'm gonna give here en us comma options. Okay, save this, go to our view news page, and here I'm gonna write format readable date time. Make sure to import that function and pass the news created at. Now if you save this and go to your output, you can see now the date looks nice. Okay, now after two closing divs, here we're gonna have another div, and let's give this some class name like grid, then grid calls 12, and let's have a gap of 7. Inside that div we're gonna have another div. Let's give some class name like call span 12, then in medium string devices I'm gonna write call span 7, and in large string devices I'm gonna write call span 8. Inside that div we're gonna have Next.js image component. For height I'm gonna give 400, for width I'm gonna give 600. Then let's give some class name. For example, width would be full, aspect width would be 16, and aspect height would be 9. And for source I'm gonna give news dot thumbnail URL, and for alt I'm gonna give news dot title. Let me save the file, go to the output. As you can see, the image got displayed. Okay, that's cool. After the image, let's have a paragraph with a class name flex, then items center, then gap would be 2, then text extra small, and margin vertical would be 2. And inside the paragraph I'm gonna write image is from internet. After the paragraph I'm gonna write the div tag again, and here I'm gonna write dangerously set in our HTML, then double curly braces, then underscore HTML, and we give their news dot description. So we are saving the description in database in HTML format, so we want to inject that in our project, in our component actually. So now if I go to the output, as you can see we have our news, which is this is news 2. Okay, let me go to the home and copy this text, and let's go to the admin controls and news. Let me update this and write here this news, make this text bold and this underline and update. And now let's go to recent news and view this. As you can see we have the text in bold, and you can see the technology text in underlined. So if I zoom this, you can see that this text is in bold letters and the technology text has the underline. Okay, let's go to the template and give some class name. Let's give flex, then flex call, it would have a gap of 3, and text would be base. Okay, after that I'm gonna write the HR tag, and let's give some class name, and it will have margin top of 4. After that let's have some decorations. So I'm gonna write the div tag that would have some class name, for example flex, then flex wrap, gap would be 4, and margin top 4 as well. Inside that div we're gonna have some span. First give some class name, so bg base 200, padding vertical 2.5, and padding horizontal would be 5, then text small. Okay, let me copy this 2 times, and here I'm gonna write news. In the next one I'm gonna write pulse times, and in the next span I'm gonna write SEO. Let me save this, go to the output. As you can see we have this decorations, and you can see the horizontal line as well. Okay, now in the right side we want to display some suggested news. So if user reads this news, he should get some suggested news as well. So for that, let's see what we have to do next. So after the two closing divs, we have to write the div tag again, and here let's give some class name. So first we have to give call span 12. When in medium screen devices, we're gonna give call span 8, and in large screen devices I'm gonna give call span 4. Inside that div, let's have h2. Here I'm gonna write explore more. Let's give some class name, for example margin bottom 4. After the h2, let's write the div tag again. Let's give this some class name, for example flex, then flex call and gap 4. Now in this div we are gonna render our suggested news. So first we have to load our suggested news. So for that, let's go to our top, and here let's write a function to fetch our suggested news. Now in this div we are gonna render our suggested news. So let's go to the top, and here we have to create a function to fetch the suggested news. So I'm gonna write const fetch suggested news equal then async, and we are gonna have the news identifier as parameter, and here we expect a response. So const res equal await fetch, and inside parentheses I'm gonna write the backticks and dollar curly braces, and here I'm gonna write process dot env dot next public API URL and slash API slash all news slash get suggested news, then question mark news identifier equal dollar curly braces news identifier. Now you can ask why we are sending this. We are sending this because when we are getting suggested news, we should not get the current news, which news is user reading. So we should exclude that. That's why we are giving the identifier in the API. So here in the second option of fetch, I'm gonna write the next property, and here I'm gonna tell that we want to revalidate the data in every 60 seconds. Okay, so after we have the response and data, I'm gonna check if not okay, means the response is not okay, or we can return just empty array. Otherwise I'm gonna write const data equal await res.json, and then I'm gonna return data.newses. Okay, and here in the component I'm gonna write const suggested newses equal await fetch suggested news, and just give the news identifier. Okay, and we haven't created this API, so we have to create this. So in the all news API route folder, here we are going to create another folder called get suggested news. Said that we're going to have the file route.js. Okay, now this is also a get request, so I'm going to write export, then async function get, there we have our request object. Inside that, let's have a try catch block, and if any error occurs, let's copy paste this code. Make sure to import next response. Okay, and in the try block, first we have to get our news identifier. So I'm gonna write news identifier equal request dot next URL dot search params dot get, and we want to get the news identifier. Okay, if there is no news identifier, we want to throw a new error saying provide news identifier. Okay, then we want to exclude the current news which is user reading. So for that I'm gonna write let exclude condition equal empty object, and here I'm gonna write if mongoose dot types dot object id dot is valid, then I'm gonna pass the news identifier. If that is a valid mongoose object id, then I'm gonna make exclude condition set to underscore id, then dollar not equal news identifier. Else I want to exclude condition with the help of slug. Okay, after that let's connect to our database. So await connect MongoDB, then I'm gonna write const news count equal await news, make sure to import dot count documents, then I'm gonna write const take equal 4. We want to take 4 news, then let's have a variable called skip equal 0, and then let's check if news count greater than take means 4, then we want to update the skip variable. We want to skip more news, so I'm going to write math dot floor, and inside that I'm going to write math dot random, and I'm going to multiply that with news count minus take, so it will take random for news. It will skip if the news count is more than 4, otherwise it will fetch every news, because in the database we just have only 4 or less news. After that we can fetch our newses, so I'm going to write const newses equal await news dot find, and I'm going to give the exclude condition, and to sort I'm going to give created at -1, so recent ones should be in the top. Then we want to skip and give the skip variable here, and dot limit would be the take constant means 4. Okay, after that let's return that, so I'm going to write return next response dot json, and let's return our newses, and the status would be 200. Let's save this file, go to the page, and here we are getting the newses, and we are storing that in suggested newses. Now we can render that. So inside this div I'm gonna write suggested newses dot map, then we get the items here, and I want to return the news card. So news card, make sure to import that. Let's give a key, and the key would be item underscore id underscore. Okay, then pass the news, and there we pass the item. Let's save this. Let's go to our output. As you can see, we have our explore more section where we get suggested news. Here we can click, we are in the another news page, as you can see the news, and we can click here to go inside another news. As you can see, everything works perfectly. Now when user visits this page, this should be added in his history, so we can show that in his profile which newses he has read. So for that, what we can do is we can create a custom component called create history. So here let's create that component. So create history.jsx. Okay, now this would be a client component, so I'm gonna write use client directive and then rfc, and here I'm gonna write const params equal use params, then I'm gonna write the use effect hook, import that from React. There we have this function, and inside that we have another function which is save history. This would be an async function, and there I'm gonna write await fetch, then slash API slash history slash create history. Then for params, let's give news identifier equal, let's use backticks here as well, backticks, then dollar curly braces, and here I'm gonna write params dot news identifier. Now this method would be post. So in the second option of fetch, I'm gonna write method, and that would be post. After that, we can call the function, so save history, and for the dependency array, I'm gonna write the params, and we are gonna return null. We're not gonna return anything from this component. We haven't created this API, we have to create that. But before that, let's import this component and use this in our view news component. So here, before the closing main, just write the create history component. Now it will not render anything, but just send request to save history. Okay, so now let's create this API. So in the API folder, we have to create another folder called history, and inside that folder we're gonna have create history folder, and inside that folder we're gonna have the file route.js. Now here this would be a post request, so I'm gonna write export async function post. Inside that post we have the request object, then try catch block if error occurs. So in the catch block I'm gonna copy this code and paste that here. Something went wrong, then the error. Make sure to import the next response from next server. Now let's have our news identifier. So I'm gonna write news identifier equal request dot next URL dot search params dot get, and we want to get news identifier. Then here we're gonna work with our authentication. I'm gonna write const session equal await get server session. Make sure to import that from Next.auth and pass auth options as well. So here in the Next.auth file you can see this auth options. Make sure to pass that in get server session. Then let's write const user id equal session dot user dot mongo id. Then I'm gonna write const error equal joy history schema dot validate. Then I'm gonna pass user id and news identifier. Now we have to create this joy schema. So in the top, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const joy history schema equal joy. Make sure to import that dot object, and there we need the user id, which is joy dot string and required, then news identifier, also that would be joy string and required. Make sure to give here comma. Okay, so now this validation will work. Then I'm gonna check if any error in the validation. I'm gonna copy this and just say that validation error, and for error I'm gonna say that error dot details and the 0th one and dot message. If there is no error, then we want to connect to our database. Await connect MongoDB, and let's see if the history is already there or not. So for that we can copy some code from here. Actually, let's copy this, and here I'm gonna paste this. So here I'm gonna import mongoose and check if the news identifier is a MongoDB object or not. Then I'm gonna have a query. So if it is an object ID, then I'm gonna search in the ID, otherwise with the slug. And then here I'm gonna write news.findOne and then with the query. After that, let's check if the history is there for the user with the news. So I'm gonna write const history exists equal await history. Make sure to import the history model dot find one and update, and here in the first object I'm gonna give the user, and there I'm gonna give the user id, and for news I'm gonna give news dot underscore id, and after that I'm gonna make the created at field to new date. So if the history is there, it should update the created at value, so the history stays at the top in the user's profile. Then we want to return the new data. New would be true. Now if you don't understand this line, what am I doing here? You should go to the history model. As you can see, we have news and user in the field that we are saving here. And after that, if the update operation was successful, means the history was existed before. So I'm gonna write history exists. If that is the case, then I'm gonna return next response dot JSON, and here I'm gonna write the message history exists, and in the data I'm gonna write history exists, and in the next object I'm gonna give the status, and that would be 200. If that is not the case, if history was not there before, then we want to create one. So I'm gonna write const result equal await history dot create, and for user I'm gonna give the user id. Then for news I'm gonna give news dot underscore id. Okay, then I'm gonna write await news dot update one. Make sure to import the news model here. Okay, we have imported that, and we want to update using the id, so I'm gonna write news dot underscore id. And what data we want to update? We want to update the views count, so I'm gonna write $inc means increment, and we want to update the views count field, views count with 1. So if you can remember, in the news model we have this views count field, the default value 0. Whenever a logged in user visits here, we are gonna increment that. So that is we are doing here. Okay, after that what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this line, paste that here, and I'm gonna write history created, and for data I'm gonna give this result. Now status would be 201. Save this, and let's go to our output. Recent news, let's view one of our news. We go to our server. As you can see, create history was successful. If we go to our database and refresh, you'll see we have another collection which is histories, and there we are saving the histories, as you can see, news and user. Okay, that's cool. Now if we go our output and go to recent news, we are not showing the views here. Why is that? It should show the views in the cards. So let's see what is happening. Let's go to the news card. So it would be views count, I guess. Let's save this. As you can see, others have 0 views, but as we have visited this one has 1 views. If I go to the most viewed page, you can see the news which has views, it is in the top, others in the last. But in the recent, as you can see, it is in the second position. But in the most viewed, it is in the top position because it has more views than the others. So our most viewed functionality and recent news functionality is working fine. Okay, let's go there, and we can improve this by writing here in the card that on hover the cursor should be pointer. Okay, so whenever we hover on the cards, the cursor should be pointer. That's okay. Now next what we can do is we can go to our profile, and here we can show the histories. Before that, let's check if our trending page is working or not. As you can see, before the trending page was empty, but as this has 1 views in the last 24 hours, it is showing here. So if we visit another news like this one, So this history got created maybe. So in the most viewed page, you can see these two are in the top, and in the trending page as well, you can see these two got views in the last 24 hours. So these are listed here. So the trending functionality as well working perfectly fine. So let's show the history in user profile. So we have a component called history.jsx. Now this would be similar to our news type page, means the recent news or the most viewed news page. So what we can do is we can copy all the codes from this component, as you can see here, and let's go to our history component, and here I'm gonna paste this, and let's modify this. So first of all, we have to modify our URL. So here it would be API/history. Then we have to give the user ID, or actually we can get the user ID in the server session itself. So we don't have to give the user ID in the parameters. We just need to give page, and that would be $braces the page state. So as you can see, it is our infinite scrolling component. Now we don't need this function, which is format news type, and this one as well. I don't need the paragraph at all, so I'm gonna remove that. After that, here in the API, though this API is not created at this moment, but when we will create that from that API, in the data array we are gonna expect histories, not newses. So histories. Okay, so if there is no histories, we are gonna tell that data not received and return that. And here as well, instead of newses, write histories. And if histories length is less than 1 and the page is 1, we want to set end error to true and set end to true as well. And here, if page is not equal 1 and the data length is less than 1, we want to set just end to true. And here in set newses, I'm going to write data array dot histories. Okay, then the infinite scrolling logic here, the cleanup. Okay, everything is fine, I guess. But let's check the authentication status here. So have we imported our use session hook? No, we didn't. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const status, then data would be session equal use session. Make sure to import that, and before the component here I'm gonna say that if status is equal loading, then we want to return the loader. Otherwise we are going to proceed further. We don't have to check the authentication status because that we are checking in its parent component, which is the profile page component. As you can see, we are gonna render history here in the profile page, and that has this checking for authentication, if the user is authenticated or not. So we don't have to check that here. We just need to check the loading to show the loading spinner. Okay, then here with the loop we are showing the newses. If newses are not available, we show the message that no news is available with the method shower component, otherwise news cards. And if end error is true, means the page is 1 and the history we get is less than 1, then we show the no data component. Now to work this properly, we have to create the history API. So let's go to our API folder, and inside the history folder, let's create a route.js file. Now let's connect to MongoDB first. You can connect in the function as well, but I'm connecting outside the function to show you that there are multiple ways to connect. So I'm gonna write here connect MongoDB actually. Then this would be a get function, so I'm gonna write export async function, then get. We have the request object, and inside that let's have a try catch block, And for the error part, I'm gonna copy that from other route and paste that here. Make sure to import next response from next server. In the try block, I'm gonna write const page equal request dot next URL dot search params dot get, and we want to get page. Then let's have const session equal await get server session. Make sure to import that from next auth and pass auth options. Make sure to import that from this file, which is api/auth/ next auth. Then let's have const user id equal session dot user dot mongoid. Then we want history per page, so I'm gonna write const history per page equal 10. And now let's write let page num equal 0. And here I'm gonna say that if page is less than or equal 1, we're gonna set page num to 0, else page num would be page minus 1. We have this pagination shorter logic in one of our previous route. I think you can copy paste that from there, but you can do this in multiple ways. So as you are learning, you can see the other ways as well. So for that, I'm going to write const histories equal await history. Make sure to import that model, then write find, and here we want to find histories of this user. So I'm going to write user and pass user ID, and then let's sort them with created at so -1. Then let's keep for each pagination, so I'm going to write page num into history per page. Then we want to give some limit for each page, and that is history per page. Okay, after that we want to populate some data, which is the Nextjs and the user. I'm going to write populate, and there I'm going to write path, and the path would be news. Make sure to match this which you have here. Okay, then write model, and that would be news as well. Make sure to import the news model, give here comma. After that we want to populate the user as well, so I'm going to write path, and that would be user, and the model would be the user model. Import that, and after that just write return next response dot json. Inside that we want to return histories, and for status that would be 200. Okay, fair enough. Save this, and let's see in our component if any work is pending or not. So /API history page. Okay, let's go to the output. It says HTTP error status 404. Okay, so the error is here. Why is that? Let me refresh this. Okay, we are getting the histories. Okay, but the news is not getting the proper data. So what we can do is we can write here data array histories dot news, I guess. Let's see, this is not iterable. So how we do that? Now to fix that, let's go to the states, and here we have to update this code a little bit. So here instead of news as state, let's have histories, then set histories. Okay, and here let's write set histories after getting the data. Okay, so we are setting histories in the histories state. After that, here instead of newses, what we are gonna do is we are gonna check if there is no histories, then we're gonna show that no news history available. Okay, otherwise what we are gonna do is we are gonna write histories dot map, then we get each item here in the map, So for key, we can give that item._id, and for news, we can give here item.news. So all the history has a field called news. If you can remember, in the history model, as you can see, all the history has this news field. Okay, so now this should work fine. Let's go to the output. As you can see, we have our history visible here. So if the user visits this page, which is not there, as you can see, the moon news, and if user visits this page and then again he visits his profile, as you can see, the news is in the top of the history. So the sorting is working fine as well. Okay, so after that, let's work on our bookmark functionality. So before we start, we have to create the bookmark model. So I'm going to write here bookmark model.js, and it would be similar to the history model. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all the things from here and paste that here. Okay, and here let me explain things. We are importing mongoose and models, and we are going to call this bookmark schema. Then we are going to bookmark some news, so we need this field, and user will bookmark newses, so this field is also necessary. Then let's update this properties here. So this will be called bookmark. So if there is no bookmark model, just create one with bookmark schema. Okay, so this schema is done as well. Now let's see what we have to do in our front end. So here in one of our news, we want a button here where user can click to bookmark this news. So let's go to the view page, the view news page actually, and here let's go to the format readable datetime function, as you can see here, and after this paragraph we're gonna have a component called bookmark button. We can't make that button inside this component because bookmark button would be a client component and this is a server component, so we have to separate this. We can have actually, but you have to go through some difficulties. So let's go with the easier approach. So here I'm gonna write news identifier, and then I'm gonna pass the news identifier as props. Okay, now we don't have this bookmark button component, so we have to create that. So here let's create that component. So bookmark button .jsx, it would be a use client component, so use client, then rfc. Now inside here we need our session. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write const data is session equal use session. Then let's write const bookmark to check if already bookmarked or not. Then set bookmarked equal use state, and initial state would be false. And let's check the bookmark status if it is already bookmarked or not. So here I'm gonna write the use effect book, so that we have that function. There we're gonna have that fetch bookmark status function. So fetch bookmark status, which is an async function, and there first we're gonna check if there is no session dot user dot mongo id, then we want to just return. Otherwise let's have a try catch block, and in the catch I'm just console log the error. Okay, and in the try block I'm gonna write const res, then await fetch, then let's check in the /api /bookmarks /bookmark status. Then let's give the news identifier equal, there should be backticks, my bad, and here let's give dollar curly braces, and let's give the news identifier, and we will get that from the props. So news identifier. Okay, after that we don't have to send the user ID, we can get that from the server session. So here after that we can write that const has bookmarked equal await res.json. We're gonna send this response from our API, and if that is true, then we want to set bookmarked to has bookmarked. Okay, after writing this function, we want to call this function. So I'm gonna write fetch bookmark status, and in the dependency array I'm gonna give news identifier, so whenever this changes, and then the session. Okay, and let's write our return statement. So here I'm gonna render an icon, so I'm gonna write md bookmark add. Make sure to import that, and let's give some class name here. Let's use curly braces, then backticks. First we want to give cursor should be pointer, then height would be 6, width would be also 6, and then dollar curly braces, and there we're gonna check if bookmarked the state. If it is true, then we are gonna give text primary, otherwise it would have color of text slate 400. After giving the class names, let's write the onClick, and there we want to run handle bookmark function, which we will create now. Okay, so after this use effect, let's create that function called handle bookmark. So I'm going to write const handle bookmark equal, this would be an async function and arrow function as well. Okay, and first of all we're gonna check if there is no session dot user dot mongo id, then we want to just return and don't want to execute the further code. Otherwise we want to write a try catch block, and in the catch block I'm gonna just console log the error. So console.log the error. Now the URL where we will send the request, that would be to URL. So I'm gonna write const URL equal, if bookmarked means already bookmarked, then we will have a different URL. Otherwise, if already not bookmarked, then we will have another URL. So if it is bookmarked, then the URL would be /api /bookmarks /remove bookmark, then news identifier equal dollar curly braces news identifier, and we are not gonna send the user ID that we can retrieve from the server session. And if this is not already bookmarked, then the URL would be /api /bookmarks /do bookmark instead of remove bookmark, then we will give the news identifier. Okay, then the method would be conditional as well. So const method equal, if bookmarked already, then we want to delete, so the method would be delete. Otherwise the method would be post, means we want to create a bookmark. After that, let's create one API request. So I'm gonna write const res equal await fetch, and first we are gonna give the URL, and then in the second parameter we're gonna give the method. Okay, then if res.okay, then we want to re-render our component. So I'm gonna write set bookmarked to the opposite of the bookmark status. Okay, so this is complete. Let me save this file, go to my news view page, and we are passing these props. As you can see in the bookmark button, let me ensure that we have import this. So after importing this, now we have to create these API routes, these 3 API routes. So let me close all of the files here. Now this looks a bit cleaner. So I'm gonna go inside my app folder, then API folder, and here in the API folder I'm gonna create another folder called bookmarks. Inside that, the first API would be bookmark status. So another folder which is bookmark status, and inside that we're gonna have our route.js file. Now let's first connect to our database. So I'm going to write await connect MongoDB. Then as we are getting the bookmark status, it would be a get request. So export async function get, then we have the request object. Inside that we have our try catch block. Now we can copy some things from our create history route. So here first we need the news identifier as well as the session and the user ID. So I'm gonna copy this, go to my bookmark status. Here I'm gonna paste this. Make sure to import get server session and then auth options as well. And from there we get our user ID. After that, let's go to the create history function again, and here we can copy this part. So let me explain what is happening here. So we are getting the news identifier, then we are checking with Mongoose that if that is an ID, means a MongoDB object ID. So if that is the case, we want to find with that identifier using the ID field. Otherwise, we want to find the news using the slug field. Then I'm going to write news.find1 and pass the query. After getting the news, now we can check if we have the bookmark already for that user. So I'm going to write bookmark exists equal await bookmark. I need to import the bookmarks model and dot find one, and I want to find with the user. So user, which will be the user ID which we get from the server session, and another option would be news, and here for the value I'm gonna give news dot underscore ID. After retrieving the data, we're gonna check if bookmark not exists. So I'm gonna write bookmark not exists. I'm gonna throw a new error saying bookmark not found. Otherwise I will say const as bookmarked the to true. Then we're gonna return next response. Make sure to import from next server, then JSON, and just send the has bookmarked property, and after that send the status as well, which would be 200. And to handle the error, we can copy that code, this one, and paste that here in the catch block. Okay, so this function is done. Then inside the bookmarks folder, we need another API to create a bookmark. So the folder name would be do bookmark. Inside that we're gonna have route.js. Now this will be identical to the create history route. So we are creating bookmark. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy all the code from the create history route and paste that into bookmark route. And now let's modify them. So instead of joy history schema, I'm gonna call this joy bookmark schema, and we want user ID and a news identifier as well to bookmark that. It would be a post request. Then we are getting a parameter which is news identifier. Then we are getting the server session and passing the auth options as well. And then we are getting user ID from that session. We are validating with joy bookmark schema. If there is error, we are sending response that validation error. After that, we are importing Mongoose and checking if the identifier is MongoDB object ID or not. If that is the case, then our query is underscore ID equal news identifier, otherwise slug is set to news identifier. Then we are connecting to MongoDB and finding our news with our identifier. After that, let's check if the bookmark already exists or not. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove this part and I'm gonna write const bookmark exists equal await, then bookmark, make sure to import the model and find one, and we want to find by using the user ID and the news ID as well. So that would be news and underscore id. Okay, then we're gonna check if bookmark already exists. Then just send a response saying bookmark exists, and here on the data which is bookmark exists. Otherwise, if a bookmark does not exist, in the result we're gonna create a bookmark. So I'm gonna write await bookmark dot create. Then I'm gonna give the user id and the news id. We don't need to increment the views count. Let's remove this and just send the response with the message bookmark created and the result. Okay, save the file. Now this should work. Let's go to our output and let's click on this bookmark button. As you can see, it is working fine. It is sending request. If you go there in the terminal, as you can see, post request and 201, which is the status code here. That means the bookmark got created. Now if user clicks on this bookmark button again, it should be unbookmarked or the bookmark should be removed. So let's implement that now. So in the bookmarks folder, in the API folder, let's create another folder called remove bookmark. Inside that we are gonna have route.js file, and the removing functionality would be kind of similar if we consider the creating bookmark functionalities. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select all the code from this file and paste in the remove bookmark file, and here the method would be delete. So again, in the joy schema, bookmark schema, we want the user id and the news identifier. The method is delete. We get the news identifier from the params. Then we get the server session from Nextauth. Make sure to pass auth options. Then we get the user id from there and we validate that data here. After that, we check if that is a valid MongoDB object id or not. If that is the case, then we want to run a query on the id field, otherwise in the slug field. Then connect MongoDB and news.findOne with the query. And here we are gonna check if bookmark exists using the user and the news id, and if that not exists, we are gonna say that bookmark not exists and the status would be 400, and we don't send any data here. And if a bookmark exists, then we want to delete that. So I'm gonna write const result equal await, then bookmark dot find one and delete, and there let's pass the user id, and then for news we're gonna pass news dot underscore id, and for response we're gonna send the result and say bookmark deleted. So the status would be 200. Let me save this, and now let's check if the functionality works or not. If we click on this and if we refresh, so it is not showing the purple icon saying that it is already bookmarked. So why is that? Let me go to my database and refresh the database, and let's go to bookmarks and see if bookmark got created or not. Okay, the bookmark got created, which has the news id ffb, the news id ffb. So why this is not showing? So let me check. Okay, so the bookmark status is returning 400. So let's go to bookmark status and see what error we have there. Let me console log the error. So console.log error. Let me go to the page and refresh. So here is the error in this line. Okay, so this request object name got differentiate. You can name this either, but both should match. Okay, so now as you can see, as this is bookmarked already, if we refresh, even though it gets the purple background, as you can see, it gets the purple background. And if we go to the database as well, you can see the data. If we refresh, you can see the data. But let's see, if we click on this again, it should remove the bookmark. Let's go to the database and this should get deleted. Let me refresh this. As you can see, the bookmark got deleted. So the bookmark functionality is working absolutely fine. So that's okay. Now in the profile, in the bookmark section, we want to show the bookmarks. So let's work on that. So let's go to the bookmark component. Where is that? As you can see, bookmark.jsx, and this is exactly identical to the history component. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy all the things from here and just paste in the bookmark component. Okay, but we have to modify some things here. Let me save this. Let me call this bookmark, and instead of histories, let's multi-select with Command D on Mac and Control D in Windows. So all the histories, I want to make them to bookmarks. Okay, and the set histories, we want to change them to set bookmarks. Okay, now to send the request here, I'm gonna say we want to send request to /API/bookmarks. Then we're gonna check if there is no bookmarks array, then we are gonna say data not received. If page is 1 and data length is less than 1, we're gonna set both end error and end to true. Otherwise, if data error length is less than 1 but page is greater than 1, then we want to set the end true, not the end error to true. And after that, we're gonna set bookmarks to the previous data and the new bookmarks. Okay, then the handle scroll functionality, which is common in the infinite scrolling feature. And after that, we're gonna check in our template if bookmark is not there, then we're gonna tell that no news bookmark available. Otherwise, we're gonna run a map function in the bookmarks, and for each item we are gonna render a news card, and there we have news property in every bookmark item. So we're gonna pass that in the news card. Let me save this. Now we have to create this route, which is /API/bookmarks. So let me close these folders, and inside bookmarks folder, let me create route.js file. Now this is identical to the history file. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this route code and go to the bookmarks route and paste it. First of all, we are connecting to MongoDB, and this is a GET request. We are getting the page params, then server session. From there, we are getting the user ID. Then let's say we are defining bookmark per page. Make sure to update the model as well. Here we are working with the bookmark instead of the history model. Then the pagination logic, and here instead of histories, we are searching bookmarks, and we're telling bookmark.find with the user ID. Then this pagination functionality, and then we are populating news as well as user data. Let me save this, and let's go to our front end, and this should work fine. Let's go to the output. Let's refresh this. Let's go to bookmark. It says no data available because we haven't bookmarked any news. So let me view one news, and let's bookmark this. If I go to profile, then bookmark, as you can see, the news got bookmarked. If I go to another news, for example this one, let's bookmark this. Let's go to the bookmark section. As you can see, the bookmarked news. Let me view this one, and let's do unbookmark, means remove bookmark. Let's go back, and bookmark section, as you can see, that bookmark got removed. So that functionality is working absolutely fine. So everything is fine here. Now this page is complete, this one complete, this one complete, this one complete, profile complete, the sign out is also complete. This page remains. Now we have to create this one. So in the app folder, let's create a file called categorized. Set that we are gonna have a page.jsx file, and this would be a client component. So I'm gonna write use client, then RFC, and the component name would be categorized news. Let me remove the import statement, and here we need to work with some states. So first write const categories with news, then set categories with news, then equal use state, and the initial value would be empty array. Then we need the loading state, so I'm gonna write const loading, then set loading equal use state. Make sure to import from React. The initial value would be true, then const error, then set error equal use state, then null, or just empty string, whatever you like. After that, write the use effect hook, then the function. Set that we're gonna have a function called fetch categories with news, and it would be an async function. Then add try catch block, and if any error occurs, then I'm gonna set error to error dot message, and finally I'm gonna set loading to false. And in the try block we expect a response, so I'm gonna write const response equal await fetch and slash API and slash categorized news. We're gonna send a request to this API, and if response is not okay, if that is not okay, then we want to throw new error saying failed to fetch data. And if that is okay, means the response is okay, I'm gonna say const data equal await response dot JSON, and after that I'm gonna set categories with news to data dot categories with news. And after writing the function, I'm gonna call that function, so that would be fetch categories with news. In the dependency array I'm gonna pass nothing. Let's save this. Now we haven't created this API, we have to create that. Before we write our template, let's create the API first. So in the API folder we are gonna have another folder called categorized news, and inside that folder we're gonna have route.js file. Here let's first connect to database, so wait connect MongoDB, export async function, then get, and the parameter we're gonna have request, and inside that we're gonna have the try catch block. And if any error occurs, let me copy the error response from here and paste that here. Make sure to import next response from next server. So we are telling if any error occurs, send the response with status 400 saying something went wrong. Otherwise, in the try block I'm gonna write const categories equal await category. Make sure to import that model, then dot find, we want to find every category. Then let's have another const with the name categories with news equal await, then promise dot all, and inside that I'm gonna write categories dot map, and we are gonna find the recently newses for every category. So there will be multiple database requests. So here in the map function we expect an async function where for each function we have the category. Then inside that function body I'm gonna write const recent news, and that is equal await news. Make sure to import the news model, then find, and where categories is equal to this category, so category dot underscore id. Then I want to sort them, so I'm gonna write sort using the created at field. So created at, that would be -1. So recent one should be in the first. Then limit, we want to take 3 of the newses. After that, we want to return category, then news, which is recent news. So recent news. Okay, after getting categories with news, let's return the response. So I'm going to write return next response dot JSON. Then let's send categories with news with the status 200. Let's save this and go to our categorized page. Now let's send the request again. Let's see. Still it is showing 404 get categorized. So why is that? Let me do some console logging here. Console.log. Then here, save this and open the inspect console. Okay, this page is not found. Categorized. Okay, so categorized, but the page is created. So why is that? Let me go back. Categorized, still no page. Okay, so in the URL we have a spelling mistake. So when we click on this, we get categorized, not categorized. So we have to fix that in our navbar. So where is our navbar? As you can see, it is categorized. I missed the Z here. Let's see in the small screen devices if that is okay or not. So categorized. Okay, there it is correct. So now if I go to categorized, now this is working. Okay, as you can see, the console statement here. So let's create the page template. Let me remove this console statement. And first of all, let's check if loading is true or not. If loading, then just return the loader, and if error, then return the message shower with the message, which is the error. And if none of them is true and I get the data, then I'm gonna set max width 7 pixel. Then margin horizontal would be auto and padding would be 4. Inside that div, I'm gonna check if categories with news dot length is equal 0. If that is the case, then I want to return a paragraph saying no categories found. Otherwise, I want to render the categories with the news. So I'm gonna write categories with news dot map, and there we get category and news in the parameters. For that, the arrow function, and we want to return a div with the key category dot underscore id, and the class name would be margin bottom 10. And inside that div, we're gonna have another div. Let's give some class name saying flex, then justify between, and inside that div, we're gonna have a heading 2. Inside the h2, we're gonna render the category dot name. Let's give this h2 some class name. For example, text 2xl, font would be semi-bold, and margin bottom would be 4. After the h2, we're gonna have the next link component. Make sure to import that, and there I'm gonna write class name, then text primary, that should be underlined, then flex, then items center, and that should have a gap of 2. And if user clicks on this link, it should navigate the user to /news/by category $curly braces category dot underscore id. And inside that link, I'm gonna write view category, and then an icon which is CG arrow right. Make sure to import the icon. Let's save this and go to the output, and as you can see, the category and a text which is view category, and the user can click on this to view all the news of that category. And here below this category name, we want to show 3 news card of that category. So let's do that. After this div, let's write the curly braces, and here write news dot length. If it is greater than 0, then we want to return and render a div with the class name flex. Then flex wrap item should have a gap of 3, and inside the div we're gonna check if we have news dot map, and there we get every item in the map function, and we want to return news card. Make sure to import that, and the key would be item dot underscore id, and for news props we're gonna give the item itself. So we are facing some error here. Let's see, we missed some curly braces or not. No, everything is fine, I guess. After this, so if there is no news, we want to return a paragraph. So I'm gonna write the paragraph tag with the class name text gray 500, and the text would be no blogs in this category. Let me save this and go to the output. As you can see, in the entertainment category we have 1 news, it is showing there, and in the sports category we have 2 news. Those are shown below the sports category. If user clicks on the card, he goes to the view news card. Now we want to create our last page, which is this view category page. If user clicks on this, user should see all the news of that category. So let's create that. So this page is done, and this page is inside the news folder. So let's go inside this news folder, and there we will have another folder called by category. Inside that folder we're gonna have another folder called category id, which will be bound by square brackets, and inside that we're gonna have our page.jsx file. Now this page is identical to this page, which is news type, means the recent news page. So copy all the code from this file and go to this file and paste here. Now we have to change some things here. We don't need the format news type function, so let's remove that, and the component name would be by category, and we have to change the API URL, and the API URL is /API/all news/by category. And for params we are gonna send the page, and then category id we want to send. So category id equal percentage curly braces params dot category id. So in the infinite scrolling we want the loading state. If response is not okay, then we want to throw error. We want to fetch the newses. If there is no news, we want to set data not received. If the page is 1 and the news array length is less than 1, we want to set the end error to true and the set end to true as well. Otherwise, if page is not 1 and the news array length is less than 1, we just want to set the end to true, not the set end error. For that, after getting the data, we want to set newses to the previous data and the newly got data, then the handle scroll functions, and as you can see, the scrolling functions. We don't need this one. Instead of this one, we want to render the category name here. So as you can see, we have the category id in the params. Here you can see the category id, so we can fetch the category itself. So before the infinite scrolling function, here let's have another state called const category, then set category, and use state, that would be empty object. Okay, here 1// okay. So after this we can write another use effect hook, and there we have this function, and let's write the function fetch data equal async arrow function, and let's write const category data equal await fetch category action, if you can remember, we created the fetch category action in this file to fetch a single category, and there we can pass params dot category id, then just set category and pass category data. After writing the function, just call the fetch data function, and in the dependency array we're gonna give nothing, so it only fetches the category in the initial render. So let's save this and see if that works or not. Let me refresh the page. It says HTTP error status 404. So we haven't created this by category API, so we have to create that. So let's go to the API folder, and then inside the all news folder we have to create another folder called by category, and inside that we are gonna have the file route.js. Okay, this by category should be inside the all news folder, not the API folder. Let me move this. So the by category folder is inside the all news folder. Now here, first let's connect to the MongoDB. So it connect MongoDB, then it would be a get function. So export async function get, and there we have the request object. Let's have the try catch block, and if error occurs, let's copy this part and just send the response saying that something went wrong. Make sure to import next response from next server. In that try block we expect the page, so I'm gonna write const page equal request dot next URL dot search params dot get, and we want to get the page params, and that would be a string. So let's pass this inside the percent function. So parse int to make that an integer. If the page parameter is not there, then the page should be 1. After that we expect the category id from the params, so I'm gonna write this one, and category id, then const news per page equal 10, then let query equal empty object, and let's write if category id is there and mongoose, make sure to import that, dot types dot object id dot is valid, and pass category id. If that is the case, if category id is there and it is a valid category id, then we want to set query dot categories equal new mongoose dot types dot object id, and I'm gonna just pass the category id. Okay, after doing that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write const newses equal await news dot find, and just pass the query. Then we want to sort that, so sort using the created at field, so the recent ones should be on the top, so give -1 for that, dot skip for the pagination, and there let's have page -1, then multiplied by news per page. After that we want to limit how many data we want to take, and that is news per page, and we want to populate some data, so populate, and we want to populate the categories. So I'm gonna write path would be categories, and the model would be category. Make sure to import the model. So this one should match in the models, the news models, as you can see, this one. So after getting the newses, let's return the response. So return next response dot json, then we want to send the newses, and then status will be 200. Okay, now let's see if the function works or not. Let's refresh. As you can see, we get our blog, which was in the entertainment category. If I click on this sports category and this view category button, as you can see, it shows the sports news. When I click on this entertainment view category, it shows the entertainment news. Now let's do some visual enhancement. Here in the paragraph, just write category.name, which we fetched by using this server action, and then save this. Let's go to the output. As you can see, it shows entertainment, and if I go to the sports, as you can see, it shows sports at the top and the sports news. And here we have infinite scrolling. As you can see, the loading spinner, if there is more news, it will fetch more and more news. So our project is almost complete. So let's do some visual enhancement. Let's show the user image in the navbar here instead of this profile text, and let's do some SEO works in the layout file. So let's go to the navbar first, and here, as you can see, we are rendering this icon and a profile text, but we can make this conditional. Here we can write if status means the authentication status is unauthenticated, then we want to show this. I think I haven't imported the use session here, so I'm gonna write const status equal use session. So if user is unauthenticated, we want to show this icon. Otherwise, if he is authenticated, so status equal authenticated, then we want to return a div. Let's give some class name. So margin right would be 5, and if bigger than small screen, and margin right would be 1, then flex, and items would be center and justify center as well. Inside that div, we're gonna have the next image component, and there let's give the class name. Rounded would be full, then border would be 2, then shadow blackish, and margin right would be 3, and role would be button. The source would be session dot user dot image. I have to import the session as well, so for the status data session, the width would be 28, the height would be 28 as well, the alternative text would be profile picture, and on click, let's do router dot push, and we want to push to the profile page. Save. Go to the output. As you can see, as I am logged in, it is showing my profile picture, but if I log out, you can see it shows the icon and the text. Let me log in again. Okay, let me show you the responsiveness of our site. As you can see, it is fully responsive. You click on recent news, you will see the recent news. You click on this categorized, you will see categorized news, then most viewed news, and the trending news. Okay, and this is the home page. Let me maximize. So our work is done. Lastly, let's work on this layout file with some SEO stuff. You can research on your own, you can make the SEO better in the view news page, but I'm gonna just show you the layout page SEO. And in the view news page, as we are working with H1, H2, those will try to rank in the site, but you can make the SEO more better on your own. Now here for the metadata, I'm gonna write the title would be pulse times. Then for the description, I'm gonna write news that creates some impact. Then we have metadata base, which would be new URL, and here we can just give process.n.next.url, means the domain of our site. Then we can give some open graph protocol values. So open graph, there we can give an object. So the title would be again pulse times, then the description would be same as well for open graph protocol. Then we have the URL. Let's give a hard-coded URL here, https://pulsetimes.com. Then site name would be false times as well. False times, give a comma here. Then we can give some open graph images. So images that accepts an array of objects, give here comma. So first of all, you have to give URL of the image. So let's go to our home page and copy this URL, which is this one, and we're gonna use this image as open graph image. So whenever your website link is get shared into Facebook or Twitter, it shows a nice image preview. Then we can give the width, let's say it would be 1920, give here comma, and here as well. Then height would be 1080. Okay, after images you can add multiple images here. You can give the local here, EN means English of US, then type would be website, and that's okay for us. We won't add anything more. So our site is perfectly ready. So you can see, then history. So when I'm clicking on here, it is going new/profile. So this one is a bug. So let me go to the Navbar, and the URL should be /profile. Let me save this, and again if I click on here, as you can see, I'm in the profile page. You can see the history, then bookmarks, and the user profile. You can sign out, go to the home page. So the project is done. Now we can do another improvement. If you observe, you can see that if we click on a news card, it goes to the view news page, but the URL includes the news ID. But instead of this news ID, we can include the slug itself. So the URL looks beautiful when you share this into any social media. So what we can do is we can go back to our code and go to our news card, and here instead of pushing with the news ID, what we can do is we can push to the view page with the news slug. So every news has its slug, and we want to push the user to the view page with that slug. Just save this, and now if you go to your output and if you refresh this, and now if you click on news, you will see that you are in the view news page, but this time the URL looks nice because here instead of the ID we have the slug. Okay, our development is almost done. Now we can host this in our Vercel. So what we can do is first we can push this code to our GitHub. So I have a test GitHub account, so I'm gonna log in into that account, github.com, and I'm gonna create a new repository, and let's call this pulse times, and let's make this private because for every production app you should do this. Then I'm gonna click on this create repository button. Okay, and now you will see these commands by which you can push the codes in this repo. Now after creating this repo, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy all of the commands from here and go to my terminal, and here I'm gonna stop the server and paste them, and here I'm gonna modify this command, which is git add readme.md. Instead of this readme.md, I'm gonna add everything in the project folder. Okay, and then every other command, and I'm gonna run all of them at once. And now if I go to GitHub and refresh, you will see are all of the codes in this repository. Now we can host our project in Vercel. So let's see how we can do this. So let me open a new tab, and here I'm gonna write vercel.com, and let's do sign up. I guess I don't have any account. I'll just log in and continue with GitHub and authorize Vercel. Git account is not yet connected to any Vercel user. Okay, we have to do sign up first. So hobby, okay, your name, Adil, continue, and continue with GitHub. Okay, our sign up is done. Now here to import Git repository in this page, we have to add our GitHub account again. So let's click on that, and here we are gonna give access to only selected repositories. And now I'm gonna give access to pulse times. Okay, and click on this install button. As you can see, our project got imported in Vercel. Now we can click on this import button. Okay, and as you can see, the project name is pulse times, and the framework preset is Nextjs, and the root directory is ./. Okay, so here in the commands are npm run build or next build, and every other thing is okay. This setup, but we have to give our environment variables. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to my VS Code, and here I will find my .env file and just copy all of them from here, and in Vercel here in the box just paste them. It will populate all of them at once. And now we have to make some changes here. So as you can see, we have some URLs. So the URLs are http://localhost 3000. But if you keep these URLs like this, then the authentication and the API system will not work properly. So we have to update that. So as our project name is pulse times, we guess our URL would be https then :// pulse times.vercel.app. This domain will be given to us by Vercel for free. The domain might be different from this, but as per the project name, we can assume that the domain name will look like this. But if Vercel gives us another domain, then we have to update the domain in the environment variables page. So I'm going to copy this, and next public API URL would be the same as well. And do we have another URL? One URL, two URL. Okay, we have two URL, so we have updated these two, so we are good to go. So now I'm gonna click on this deploy button, and make sure to authenticate your Vercel IP address in Mongoose or MongoDB Atlas. So always update your IP address in MongoDB Atlas so your Vercel hosted app can access your database. Otherwise, if that is your hobby project, then you can go to your MongoDB Atlas and you can choose allow access from anywhere if you can't find the IP address in Vercel. But it is easy to find the IP address. So the deployment started. As you can see, it is creating and production build. Now we have to make sure another thing in Google Cloud. So we have to make sure that we have whitelisted the new domain, which is this one, for authentication in Google Cloud. So as you can see, we have whitelisted https ://pulsetimes.vercel.app, and we have added this one to the callback URL. If you don't add them, then the authentication will work on localhost 3000, but it won't work in this URL or in this domain. If you move your project to another domain, you have to add another URI. So if you host your project in 10 domains, you have to add here 10 domains. So that's how the things works. So the project got published. As you can see, it is showing congratulations, you just deployed a new project. So let's see, let's go to the dashboard, and here you can see the domain is absolutely pulsetimes.vercel.app. So we don't have to change anything here or in the environment variables in here. So the domain, we assume that will be provided by Vercel, that is absolutely matching this domain. So we can visit this and see how our site looks in the production. Let me refresh this. Okay, as you can see, we got our recently added news, and if I click on this recent news, we got our news. Let's wait a bit because it is a free hosting, so it is kind of slow. And if I click on our news, as you can see, the slug, and we can visit our news. We can read our news. Let's click on this, and let's click on this. As you can see, the news and the rich text editing is also working fine. Okay, and now what we can do is we can check if our authentication is working or not. So we are in the profile page, and let's create on this sign in with Google button. If this works, then everything is fine. So I'm gonna select this account, then continue. Okay, so the authentication is working, so everything is fine. Let's go to our admin panel. So I'm gonna write admin controls, Okay, we are in the admin controls page. Let's create another news and let's add. So this is on tech news. Then let's give a shorter description. This is short description. Then it is a sports news, let's say. Let me see what news we have the most on the categorized. Okay, we have 2 sports news but 1 entertainment news. So what I can do is, instead of sports news, I can make this entertainment news. So here I'm gonna choose a thumbnail and let's choose this image, or this one actually. Then I'm gonna write, this is a new tech news. Let's make this tech text bold. Okay, now let's submit this and see if this works. As you can see, this got created. If I go to recent news, as you can see, the news. If I go to categorized, as you can see, the categorized news. So perfect, everything is working fine. We just build a production ready app and posted in Vercel. That means it is open to world to visit this. This project includes whole lot of functionalities. So you can build this project and add this to your resume, which will increase the value of your resume. So I hope that's all for this lecture and project, and I would like to request you to subscribe to this channel and like this video and share the channel and the video with your friends, because as you can see, these videos and lecture projects takes too much efforts, so your support will be appreciated by me. So please do consider to subscribe and share the channel with your friends and these videos, and also share these videos with your friends. So that's all for now. See you in the next lecture or next project video, which will be also amazing like this one. Now before I wrap this video up, I noticed a bug. So if you try to update a category, let's say if you select a new image and click on the submit, you will see this error that is happening because in the category actions, the update category action actually. So here we are checking if thumbnail image size is greater than 0, then we are setting existing category dot thumbnail URL equal to thumbnail image provided by the form data. But we don't want to save that in the database, but instead of that, we want to upload that thumbnail image and we want to save the thumbnail URL in the database. So instead of this thumbnail image, just here use thumbnail URL. Okay, save this. Okay, so the bug is fixed, I guess. So let's submit this. If I go to categories, okay, it didn't update. Let's do this again. Open, submit. Okay, now the category image got updated. So the bug got fixed. So now what you can do is you can stop the server again and just push this code to your GitHub. So just write git add dot git commit. Message would be second commit. Then just write git push your origin main. And the code got updated in your GitHub and it will fetch by Vercel automatically, and Vercel will rebuild your app and publish that. So that's all for now. I hope finally the video has a wrap up now. Do consider subscribing and share the channel with friends.